Former SPCA volunteer coordinator Declan McCauley made a pledge that if the telethon raised $10,000, he would shave his head. And when the fundraising target was hit, thanks to generous support from donors and sponsors, it was time for him to step up.
Hold on.
My head's a lot colder. I think it's kind of like a car in the winter. It takes a little while to get going, and I think my brain is the same way now that it's cooler. The synapses are firing a lot slower. My words are coming with a lot more difficulty, as you saw from what I just said.
And speaking of the winter having an effect on things, the second Cause for Paws Telethon was held in November of 2014, while a blizzard raged outside. The weather caused a few production issues as not all guests could make it to the studio, but Saskatoonians showed their warmth, donating a total of $13,000 to the SPCA. The 2015 installment of the telethon was bigger than ever, as was co-host Jackie Kripke. Hosting the show while 4 months pregnant and battling terrible morning sickness, she was a trooper. Last year's show saw the launch of a brand new quiz show sensation, where winners were showered with the best gifts imaginable. It also ended up being the most successful telethon to date, as more than $22,000 was raised for the SPCA. And now it's time for the 2016 Cause for Paws Telethon. This show will feature the return of a very familiar face to help host, plus the return of Jeopardy as contestants compete in a battle of wits for kittens. We'll have several new features that take a behind-the-scenes look at the shelter and meet local people making a real difference for animals in Saskatoon. Plus, we'll hear heartwarming stories of adoption and how the process has changed the lives of both the pets and their owners. And we want to hear from you, our viewers. You can call in to donate at 306-974-PAWS and share your story of adoption. You can also share and donate online and be a part of the action on Twitter using the hashtag SPCA Telethon. Or if you're looking for a new addition to your home, there will be all sorts of pets in studio that are up for adoption. With your help, we can make this the best Cause for Paws Telethon yet. If you are just joining us, it is the 2016 Cause for Paws Telethon in support of the Saskatoon SPCA. Simon Hyatt, Kathy Bryn, Lindsay Royale here kicking off the show, just underway. 6 hours to go. So, Lindsay, as the veteran of the telethons, what are your advice? We have a couple of newbies on how do you get through 6 hours of live television?
Try to avoid me and you as much as possible.
Generally, a good rule of thumb.
Just stay around the animals. Yeah. Encourage people to donate.
Yes.
Rest your feet when you can.
Yep.
And try to eat a few of those apples back there.
There's apples?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
There you go. We're off to a great start. Kathy, what's the phone number people should call if they want to donate?
It's 974-PAWS this year.
306-974-PAWS, that number to keep in mind. Please call in, ring those phones, make some donations. We have a few coming in already, but we want to hear those phones ring. Let's talk a little bit about the effort that goes into this, because there's a whole lot that goes on here at Shaw, but there's a whole lot that goes on with you folks at SPCA. This is a pretty big undertaking. What's it like for you guys getting ready for today, Kathy?
Well, it's just such a fantastic day, and it's so much fun. But you're right, there is a little bit of work that goes into it. We get to see so many of our adoptables on the show today, which is fantastic. We have many adoptables that we're going to be meeting today, as well as lots of alumni that are going to be coming to join us. So lots of animals that we've previously adopted out, and we just love to visit with them and see how they're doing. So it's so fun to get updates like that.
Phone is ringing. That's the sound we want to hear all day long. Thanks for calling in, folks. Lindsay, we talked a little bit, Kathy talked about the success stories. That is really great. Of course, those adoptables as well. It's a big undertaking, just corralling a bunch of animals for 6 hours of television. Your folks behind the scenes are working really hard.
She's being pretty modest. There's been a lot of staff time and effort put into just arranging the animals and making sure they're all here on time and that we've picked animals who are going to be comfortable. There's always that element of live TV and animals that can become interesting. So, but your team's been amazing too, and so it's been easier on our end because you guys are so great. So
Well, thank you very much. It's a lot of fun, and it's become easier and easier every year because of the groundwork that was laid by the people that started this telethon 4 telethons ago. And we're going to go over and meet them as we have a very familiar face coming back. We teased it in the opening. Daniela Ponticelli is back for telethon year 4. She is over on our phone stage with Trisha McCauley. These are the two that dreamed up all of this insanity. First of all, thank you to both of you as we throw it over to you. Why don't you tell us a little bit of the story of how this whole thing got going?
Simon, thanks so much. You know, honestly, it's such an honor to be back here and a little bit surreal. 4 years later, already so much groundwork has been laid, but not only that, we've made such a big difference for animals over those 4 years. And Trisha McCauley, of course, you're here today. How are you feeling?
Overwhelmed, but in a really wonderful way. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was so much fun, and yeah, it's just amazing to see how much it's grown and changed. Yeah, it's just really fun.
We were just talking just before this went on about some of the memories from that first telethon. I know you have one in particular that sort of lives with you.
Yeah, Declan shaving his head was a big memory. Well, me shaving Declan's head. Yeah.
Yes.
We were really thrilled that Voldemort's head wasn't on the back of his. So yeah, that was exciting. Yeah, and of course your foster kitties.
My foster kitties, of course, one of them whom I adopted, who you'll get to meet later on. So it's really I do live with the memory of that first telethon with little Tonks. But you know what? It's not about necessarily just the telethon and just this one day. It's about all the donations and what they mean for the animals and for the people who work at the Saskatoon SPCA. And already we've had a couple phone calls. Yeah. So we want everybody to make those phone calls and make those donations. 306-974-PAWS. We have Greg, Christy, Seth, and Hank on the line. So there you go. You have all their names there. And you can call them directly. Yeah.
They're waiting to hear from you. Give them a shout.
All right. So the Trisha, for the telethon, what does this really mean for the Saskatoon SPCA? We really want to make that clear for everybody at home.
Well, the Saskatoon SPCA relies on donations. Over 75% of our budget comes from the generosity of the people of Saskatoon and surrounding area. We couldn't do the work that we do for the animals in the community without them and without your support. So please give generously, make those phone rings. You can also donate online if that's easier. We'll still give you a shout out on the air, and thank you so much for your generosity. But yeah, we wouldn't be able to care for all the animals that we do without your support.
I think you really should highlight an example of that. We were talking about just one of those many animals who's being helped right now with donations, a little tiny kitty by the name of Chomps.
Little Chomps. We did a little story about him yesterday, and he was a little kitten who came in with a fractured leg. And we've actually had a record number of animals come into our care this year. And unfortunately, a great number of them have required extraordinary surgery. So like treatments like Chomps, having his little leg in a cast. Yeah, it's been really an interesting year for us. We've seen so many animals coming into our care, and we need your help for them.
Exactly, and one of the animals who you'll get to meet soon is an adoptable from the SPCA right now who you can take home.
That is right. This is what it is all about, these wonderful creatures. We've got Licorice with us. Licorice is a little camera shy, probably because I started talking loudly. And there's bright lights in here. It's a weird atmosphere. There's animals all around, so it's tough. But I had her purring just a few seconds ago, honestly. Yeah. So Lindsay, tell us a little bit about Licorice.
I'm going to awkwardly perch her here. She is such a sweetheart. She's been in the shelter for a little while now, and she's 2 years old. She came in as a stray. And I feel like you can tell she's a stray. She looks like she's had maybe a little rough go at life. So we're hoping that somebody out there will adopt her. Right now, adult cats are actually, the fee is waived for adoption. So you can come down and get her. She's just been spayed and she's got all of her vaccinations and a microchip and nothing, no cost to you at all.
That's fantastic. And she really is just an absolute sweetheart. Before we came up and I started talking loudly right in her ear, she was super calm. And now she's very calm and looking good. And I think that's something key to highlight with the stray animals is it's probably a little bit easier to find a home for the little adorable brand new kittens. Ones that have maybe been in the shelter that have had a rough go. These ones need a home just as much, and obviously they can give just as much love and be such a big part of the household.
It's so rewarding too. Like you'll see a little bit of dander on her coat. All of this will clear up so quickly once she's in a loving home and she's on a regular routine diet and being spoiled. So we've started her out and spoiling her, but we need someone to take over.
Right now, we need someone to take over right now. No, I'm just kidding. You're okay, Licorice. It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, adult cats are the best. You know what you're getting.
Yeah, absolutely. She's definitely got a lot of personality going already. If people want more information on any of the adoptables that they see here on air today, because we want to stress again, we've had in years past that people have come here and tried to adopt the animals.
No.
We're not set up for that, folks. We're just showing you the animals. If they want information on any of our adoptables, what's the best way to find out and bring an animal like Licorice into their home, Lindsay?
You could go online, definitely on our website, www.saskatoonspc.com, or you could give the shelter a call, or the cats will and dogs will all be going back to the shelter.
Licorice, that's all we've got. Licorice wrapped it up right there. All right, I think Licorice is probably done with this segment, so we're probably going to move along. Thanks, Licorice. 306-974-PAWS is the number to call. You'll be talking to one of our fine operators over on the phone stage. Let's head over there right now with Jackie Kripke, who's going to chat to a couple of the people that you might get to chat to if you call 306-974-PAWS. Jackie, take it away, and welcome back, Jackie.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me back. Yes, I've been on maternity leave, so I am a little sleepless, and we got 6 hours to go, so by the end it's going to be a wild time. Let's face it, who wants to see us when Licorice is strolling around the studio? Maybe someone can get a shot of her. She's adorable. So yeah, we've got our great phone people here. We want to hear these phones ringing. Don't be shy and wait till later in the telethon. Let's get them going now so we can get those numbers up and get the energy in the room going. Now, I'm here with Greg Peters, Operations Manager at Shaw, and his lovely wife, Christy. Now, tell us a little bit about your history with the love of animals.
Yeah, we've been pet owners for quite a few years. All our pets have actually came from the SPCA. We really love to support them. In fact, we moved here just over a year ago, and we had lost one of our pets, which was very hard for us. But the SPCA was amazing in giving us support, giving us advice. We'd go there weekly, actually, to look for our pet, and in that, we adopted 2 more kitties. Just because you go there and you see all these cats that need help. So yeah, we want to be here and support, and we encourage everybody else to keep lighting these phone lines up because it is so important and it's such a great cause.
That's a great point that they don't just care for all the animals, but they're providing services to the city as well, right? Lost and found and all these services. Tell me about your new pets and what they brought to your life.
Oh, they brought a lot of joy after losing our old 15-year-old cat there. So, and just really brought that back to life and that pet atmosphere in the house again. So, lots of love.
What are their names, and tell us a little bit about them?
William and Frank are their names, so they're litter mates, and so they're quite happy to be together. They definitely fight like siblings, but love each other just the same. So, yeah.
So, when you're supporting the SPCA, as we mentioned, you're not just supporting adoption, but also these extraneous services, I guess, for lack of a better term, we're going to call them. We're going to hear a lot about those later in the show, about all the outreach they do and everything like that. Any final thoughts that you'd like to encourage people to stick around and watch, but also to donate?
You know what? Go visit the SPCA as well. Go see what they do every day because it is amazing how much every individual there contributes and cares for each of these pets that are there. So we're so thankful, and we encourage everybody else to do the same.
Absolutely, I would say the exact same.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks for being here. Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Greg and Christy and Jackie. Now, Greg, did you make your donation? Did you want to make a donation? Was that happen?
Sure.
All right. Okay.
Today as well.
All right. So maybe quickly we'll go back to. I'm going off script here, folks. We've gone rogue. Ready. Alerting the control room. Jackie, Greg, I know wanted to make a donation today. Either that, or I'm just putting him on the spot now because it's live television. So he better.
Hey, what do you got in your pocket there?
We definitely want to make a donation because, like I said, we believe in this wholeheartedly, and we want to put our wallet where our mouth is as well. So, and I also want to encourage, we're going to challenge all the other staff at Shaw in Saskatchewan. We're going to donate $100 right now, but we will actually match all the other donations from Shaw, Saskatchewan, if they actually phone in today while we're here. And we just encourage that. Let's get these phone lines ringing, and let's have it full of Shaw folks as well.
That's right. Tribute or challenge to the Shaw family. Let's see how much we can raise today. That's fantastic. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you,
That's
Greg.
incredible.
Thank you, Christy. Fantastic. Simon and Daniela back on the main stage. And I wanted to make sure that Greg got his donation in there.
Oh, definitely.
Because of that matching. And also, the great company that I work for, that you used to work for, they will, I just threw my
my pen at you. Sorry about that. Live TV. They will actually also match contributions. So that leads us into our next
incredible.
segment, Daniela. As somebody who's a media veteran, although at a young age, as you are, you know, we get to go to a lot of fun events. We get invited to take part in wacky challenge and things.
Exactly. We also get to, I got to know the Saskatoon SPCA because of my time here at Shaw TV Saskatoon.
Yeah.
We do the Paws for Thought segment. That's where I met Trisha. That's where I met Lindsay. And so we build all these relationships. But yes, there are really, really fun events that happen in the city. And this one, I believe, was for a pretty good cause.
Yeah, absolutely. So there was a food truck challenge back in the summertime. Our former colleague Janella Hamilton and I went and took part in that. It's a tough gig when you have to do things like that. We spent the whole day eating food, and then they also had a trivia challenge where it requires a little bit of a setup. It's one of those deals, you may have seen it on a late night talk show, where there's eggs in front of you.
Oh, yes, I have.
Some are hard-boiled, some are not.
This is the Jimmy Fallon one.
Exactly. Yeah. So we took part in one of these types of challenges. It was all egg-based trivia. Let's take a look at that event.
All right, Janella, let's start off with you.
Darn! Oh, here we go, guys.
Oh! The next question. Whose showbiz marriage to her third husband provoked the headline, Egghead Weds Hourglass? A. Ava Gabor. B. Elizabeth Taylor. Simon.
Marilyn Monroe?
Correct.
That's because he's older. He knows these things. I guess Eve does that.
Oh! And we have our winner.
Simon from Shaw TV!
And Simon Hyde is our winner. His charity is the SPCA.
Simon, I knew you would do well. I'm watching the pack back, and oh my goodness, I'm like, of course you would know this. Simon is such a pop culture junkie, and then as Janella mentioned, he's got the age behind him, the experience behind him.
Hang on a second. I don't know if I like where this is going. Yeah, so I did want to show that clip, not just to toot my own mad trivia skills horn. Sure. I did win $100 from the Food Bank challenge, or pardon me, the Food Truck Challenge. They gave that to me so I could give it to a charity. And so today, I'm giving that $100 to the Saskatoon SPCA, and I'm personally matching it with another $100 from my own pocket. So that's $200 from me going to the Saskatoon SPCA. I don't know if someone over there wants to do the paperwork on that. I'll get you the credit card later. But
thank you, Simon. Thank you for doing that. That's amazing. And we remember that's also going to be matched, of course.
Right. Greg Peters, I believe, said he's matching donations right now from Shaw, and of course, as we mentioned, Shaw will match the donations themselves as well.
So much matching.
Multiplying, so I can't even do that kind of math. I'm
doesn't
good at
matter.
trivia, but get to that level of math, and I get very confused
it
all of a sudden.
equals to helping animals and helping the Saskatoon SPCA.
Absolutely. The donations have started pouring in to the Cause for Paws Telethon here on Shaw TV. Remember, keep on calling in, 306-974-PAWS, the number to call. Let's head back over to the phone stage as we have our first live check presentation. Take it away.
These are always so exciting. I'm here with Patricia. Patricia, you're with the SPCA. What is your role there?
I'm the executive director.
Excellent. So you know everything that goes on in that building. Now tell us who we're with here, who we're joined by here.
Well, we're with Katina from Martinsville Animal Hospital, and they're incredible supporters. We couldn't do our work without them. They do a lot of our spay and neuter work, which is so important to keep animal homelessness in check in our community. They've done a microchip fundraiser for us. They are our top Christmas stocking sale. So every Christmas we do a promotion of cat and dog stockings, so your little pet doesn't have to be bereft at Christmas with nothing under the Christmas tree for them. And Martinsville just sells out. So they're an amazing supporter. They've been sponsors of our events. They've attended our events, and they're part of lifelong health care for our pets, which is also really important. So we're so very grateful today. They're donating $500 to our work, and one day of care for a homeless animal costs about $15. So this is dozens and dozens of days of care that we couldn't. Yeah, it's incredible.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Such gratitude to you. Do you have any reason why you're so passionate about supporting the SPCA?
You guys
Talk
just
into whichever mic you please.
You do such good work, and I think it's just very important. Pets are important to everybody and the community, and we just feel strongly about supporting you guys and pets in general, I guess.
That's really wonderful. Thank you so much for being here and for helping us out. And while we talk about the Christmas stockings, we might say when those are coming out again.
They're going to be out any day now.
Okay.
And we've already started selling them at our shelter, but a number of our veterinary pets, including Martinsville Veterinary Hospital, are selling them, and they're a great treat for
Yeah.
the animals. They love them.
And a great fundraiser. Excellent. Well, thank you so much again for being here. This is making our total add up soon. We're going to give you a grand total, I believe, hourly as we go through. So stick around and wait and see what happens. Back to you, Simon.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jackie, and thank you to all of our generous donors, including those who are calling in 306-974-PAWS, those who are donating online, saskatoonsPCA.com/cause4paws, and those who are just donating anonymously because some people don't really want the spotlight, but we certainly appreciate that. Happy now to be joined once again by Daniela Ponticelli and Trisha McCauley. This, as we talked about earlier on in the show, if people weren't worth this whole telethon thing was the brainchild of the two of you. One of the things that came out of your friendship, which started when you worked here at Shaw TV Saskatoon, is that, the cuteness just is everywhere today.
It's not just for the cameras.
That's right.
I promise.
You actually fostered some kittens. We've actually, I think, talked about this just about every year of the telethon because it is such a cool story and illustrates so much the great work that the SPCA does. And in terms of fostering, how important that is. We're going to take a look at that in just a few seconds, but maybe just set it up for us, gals. How did this batch of kitties come into your life?
Well, I'm kind of mean. I brought Daniela out to the shelter, and I had the audacity to show her.
I don't think that's mean.
Inflicting cats
I
upon
just put
her.
these tiny little kittens on her, and she felt compelled to. It was actually really cool. Took a GoPro home and decided to document the progress of fostering. And foster care is so important, especially for little newborn kittens and puppies. The shelter is a really safe environment, but it can be a little hazardous for kittens and puppies that haven't been vaccinated yet. So it's very important to get them into a safe home and take care of them and teach them manners and get them all nicely well socialized. And that's what Daniela
Another
did.
great thing about fostering is, I love animals. I really do. And I grew up, I had a dog. I never had cats. And I'm wearing one on my shirt right now. But I never had cats. And one of the things that I didn't really know was how to properly take care of an animal, really, on my own. And then on top of that, a mama and 3 babies. So what the SPCA does is they really help you get everything set up, as you'll see in the video coming up. They get everything set up for you, and they really are a great lifeline. I believe I called you one day. I'm like, I think my cat is sick. Like, I think she has a stuffed nose. And you'll get a humidifier. There's all these steps, but it really is a friendly place to not only get to know the animal and help the animal, but even learn to grow as a pet owner yourself.
Absolutely. Daniela, as she said, documented the whole process of when she had this batch of kittens, as well as the mama cat. Let's take a look at the first of those segments.
Okay, so I've decided to foster a mama kitty and her 3 itty bitty baby kittens. And really excited. It's been a long day of work, but I've been really looking forward to taking them home. And now we're on our way.
My name is Daniela Ponticelli, and I'm a cat lady. This story actually begins almost a year ago when I first stopped by the Saskatoon SPCA to host Go Saskatoon. By day I work at Shaw TV as an anchor, reporter, and producer. And on this particular day, I met Trisha McCauley. She's the fundraising coordinator at the shelter, and our mutual love of comic books and hot celebrities cinched our friendship. Not to mention, for the last 6 months, we've been working together planning the 2013 Calls for Paws, which is the first ever telethon for the Saskatoon SPCA. The day before my foray into foster parenthood, I was having kind of a bad day and needed girl talk, so I called up Trisha, and what does she tell me? Come to the shelter and cuddle some kittens. And this is what I got to cuddle. 3-day-old kittens, all blind and worm-like. The 2 orange ones are boys, and the gray one is a girl. And they were so small, I didn't know what to do with them. So I was a bit surprised when Trisha said, "Why don't you foster them?" And it wasn't really a question. I'd have to take the whole family, including the calico mama, who I didn't really get to know since she was pretty reserved. Trisha gave me everything I needed for fostering, and when I tweeted this picture, the first comment was, "Cat Lady Starter Kit." The next day I got in the car, began the long ride out to the Saskatoon SPCA, which is just outside the city. I was so nervous because I've never owned a cat, let alone kittens. But I have looked after many that belong to my friends, so that qualifies me for foster mommyhood, right? After a short break, Declan McCauley read me my rights as a foster parent, a good list of do's and don'ts I can share with you another day, because now it was actually time to do this.
The big bag of kitty litter. That's the great thing. The Saskatoon SPCA provides everything, even the animals. Oh, cute. So cutie, so good. I'd be scared too.
Now I do need to take this time to mention that my roommate Justin, who is also my landlord, was very good about this whole situation. I messaged him at the shelter saying, "I'm fostering 3 kittens and their mom until June 9th. They'll live in my room. Hope that's cool." His response, "Yeah, that's fine. Do they have small paws?" Justin hasn't really spent that much time with cats before, and now he's got the tiniest little guys living under his roof. So our first lesson was how to hold and pet a kitten. We got acquainted pretty quickly though, and Mama found her litter box close by, food and water. So now it was time to rest. So Mama didn't really like the type of kitty litter we had and decided instead to take a little poop on the couch. So what do? Run out first thing and buy the litter she likes, change it out, and head off to work. Let the week begin. Foster parents actually get to name the animals they care for, and with this family, I had no idea where to start, so I went online. Trisha had suggested to me Jason Muse, and @JEdiger said, "Jeremy is a great name for a kitty," or Steve French, but none were really standing out for me. So I decided to go with a theme instead, Harry Potter. Meet Luna. She's bright-eyed, kind of the oddball, and a little spacey. Fred and George, the ginger twins who are mischievous yet brave, and Tonks, one of my favorite characters who can morph and has different colored hair, much like this calico beauty. So now that I had their names, it was time to get their starting points. I got a little kitchen scale and decided to weigh them. I invited one of my besties, Shaw TV reporter and avid cat lover Simon Hyatt, over to help out. George came in first at 6 ounces, Fred not far behind 5, tied with Luna. And all 3 together, well, they made up 1 pound of kitten. Or as I was corrected on Facebook, 1 pound o' kitty. After a fun first weekend, I took them all into the SPCA for Mama Tonk's booster shots. They were in, out, and done. But I noticed she was feeling kind of sluggish, out of sorts, and well, stuffed up. So what do? Buy a humidifier to clear her airways, of course. We spent a lot of time together, Tonks just lying on my bed, cuddling up close. She was finally starting to feel better, and I was already in love with her.
Oh my goodness. I believe that is Roscoe out there. I think I heard that name as I was coming by. A cliffhanger, though, on the end of the story. Oh my gosh.
What
Tonks got
happened?
sick?
Tonks
Did
got
Tonks
sick.
find a home? What happened to the kitties? Oh my God.
I need to know.
We'll have to tune in, or stay tuned in rather.
Stay tuned for about 30 seconds, really. You'll find out and then hear the rest of the story. We're not going to leave you hanging too long.
It's a little strange, I'm not going to lie. It's a little strange watching that back. That was 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it just, It's amazing just to relive those memories because that whole experience still is one of my favorite moments of growing up and learning about myself and also learning about how much I love animals. And with Trisha, it was just so much fun.
Yeah. It was a good time. Those little guys grow so quickly and they're all huge now. And I like that you still keep in touch with them.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
we're going to
really,
find out a
really
little
cool.
bit more about that coming up in a few minutes as well, where one of those kitties is now residing. You documented this, as I said, all the way through. You put so much work into that first telethon. I can't believe you had time to do that. But you also had a lot of fun, and you were laughing a lot as we were watching that story, reliving those memories.
That's the best part of the Saskatoon SPCA. There is a lot of laughter. There's a lot of love. It's not just doom and gloom, and there's definitely sad stories. There's definitely moments where things are difficult. And Trisha, you're the one who lives this every day. You work there. And one of the things that we had talked about just before this is how much the foster program has grown and what an impact that has just on everybody and all the animals at the shelter.
Absolutely. Kathy has done an amazing job with our foster care program. I know it's up over 88% from where it was last year even.
Amazing.
And it's just incredible to see how far we've come. And it makes a difference for the lives of our animals. It's so important.
So what exactly does that mean? I mean, not only do we get to help animals like Tonks and her kittens, and especially kittens though, because they need just that little bit of extra love and attention, right?
Yeah, and absolutely. We've seen a lot of single kittens coming in, like without a mom. And so that is even more difficult. We have people who are taking in these little kittens and getting them so that they're a healthy weight, making sure that they're staying active and thriving. It's a lot of work, but it's really rewarding. So I encourage anyone, if you're interested in fostering a kitten, or more, please sign up. You can go onto our website at saskatoonspca.com and learn how you can become a foster parent. Maybe not quite as good as Daniela, but it's always something to strive for.
I said as I was watching, I didn't realize how insane I look and sound. I mean,
we all realized it.
That was really the start of my cat craziness. I'm definitely full-blown cat crazy right now. But.
I think we've left the people hanging in suspense long enough. Let's keep on going with the story of Daniela and her fostered kitties.
Well, these videos came to be because Trisha suggested it would be a good idea to document the kittens growing up. And I said, yes, that sounds great. And it's been a lot of fun doing just that. But that's not to say it's been easy. All day I work behind and in front of cameras. And while I love to do that, now you're asking me to bring one home. And the biggest problem is that these guys are so darn cute. By 2 weeks, I had already amassed tons of clips with my GoPro and iPhone and shamelessly posted them everywhere. At this point, their eyes are still closed, except George. He's our one-eyed beauty, and they're very much stuck in one place. I, on the other hand, was not. I was headed off to the Calgary Comic-Con and needed someone to look after them quick. Good thing I can always count on Simon Hyatt.
I'm gonna say George is 8.5. Just over 8 ounces?
All I know about this time is what was documented with the GoPro, and that afterwards, he couldn't stop talking about Fred. After a great trip to Calgary, I had one more day off, and Tonks and I really got to know each other. She even helped me make my bed. That day was really it for me. I was definitely going to adopt Mama Tonks. But until then, it was all about the kittens, and we were off to get booster shots at the Saskatoon SPCA, where it was a snooze fest for the rest of the day. Time moves quickly for kittens. Now their eyes are opening. Of course, Luna is last. Their fur is growing, and so are the tiny claws on their little pink paws. My roommate and I were supposed to get a third tenant, but that fell through. So I took the liberty of moving the entire family into their new room. Tonks was not very happy about it. She claimed the hallway as her area, but the kittens were fine and it was time for their weekly weigh-in. George, who is easy to tell apart from his prominent orange color, white-mitted paws, and for the longest time, bigger body, came in at 13 ounces, Fred at 14 and Luna at 12. Wait. Fred weighs more than George? What? The next morning, though, I got quite the surprise. The kittens were crawling. George led the pack. His first steps were small and a little shaky, but it's tough being a kitten and moving around on hardwood floor. It was a really great way to end the week though, seeing the kittens on their feet, moving around, and totally soaking up the spotlight.
I've seen that story 7,000 times since he made it, and every time it makes me laugh and point at George. And
I know, he's
funny
so
poses.
cute. Yeah. I mean, that's the fun of fostering, is that you get to actually see the animals grow. Especially, I was lucky; those kittens were tiny.
Yeah.
Not all of them are that small when they come in. So,
No.
yeah. Actually, they didn't come in. I believe Tonks had the babies at the shelter.
Yeah, she came with
Wow.
bonus kitties when she came to our care. Like, oh, it's like a
Bonus
kid.
cats, yeah. And that happens at the shelter. That's another thing that
It
you
does.
can never really plan for, you know.
No.
When you're there and you're working, it's not only that you take an animal in, sometimes you're taking in a whole family.
Yeah, all of a sudden you just wake up and it's like, oh my goodness, there's extra kitties in this cage. So,
I wish I could wake up every day and that was
I kind of do, actually.
As I understand, they're kind of like gremlins, right? If you get them
Yeah.
wet,
Get
then
them
new
wet.
kittens just spring out.
We feed them after midnight, though.
Oh,
They need the
okay.
nutrients.
See, that's the thing I never understood about that movie. It's always
Always
after
after
midnight,
midnight.
people.
Mhm.
It doesn't make sense. To
I
me.
know.
That's true.
I may have gone
I've
off
read your
script.
blogs.
Would you like to subscribe to my newsletter?
I already do.
All
Let's
right.
remind folks why they're actually here. It's not for our movie
Remind me
analysis.
too.
We're here to, of course, support the Saskatoon SPCA. We want you to call in with your donations. 306-974-PAWS.
Absolutely, that is the number to call. So, if you want to see the rest of the story of Daniela's fostering, and you've got a day or two to kill, the rest of those stories are online because she put so much work into them. They're definitely worth watching. You can check out the rest of those. But as we saw in that story, we had 3 little kitties that Mama Tonks gave birth to. We had Fred and George and Luna.
Yeah.
Luna, we actually have been able to keep track of because she was actually adopted by Ryan, who used to work here at Shaw. So we caught up with him and got to catch up with Luna as well.
Hi, I'm Ryan, and I own Luna, one of the stars from last year's SPCA Telethon.
Meet Luna. She's bright-eyed, kind of the oddball, and a little spacey.
We actually visited them before they were even ever on the show. Kind of needed some human interaction, so me and my girlfriend love kittens, and we decided, well, you know, have a kitten play date, right? You know, something like that. And we pretty much knew that she was ours because the other 2 were fighting and she was staying in the poop scoop. When we had the opportunity, I balked at it. I said, I don't think it would be a good thing for me. I know I probably broke my girlfriend's heart on that one there. So when it came time for the telethon, of course, her as well as a couple of the other ones were shown, and immediately, because she's so gorgeous, she got snapped up right away. So, you know, I felt good because I was like, okay, she's going to a good home. I heard 2 weeks later that the person unfortunately couldn't take her. And immediately as soon as I heard that, it took me maybe about a 2-minute long phone call to talk with my girlfriend and say, should we do this? And within about a week, we took her home. That's about, what, 1 year and 7 months ago. It's been the best choice I ever made. She's just as close to me as you would say any family member, you know. She'll see me come home every day, you know, she'll greet me when I walk in the door, you know, she always wants to play, and it's always just a constant companion by your side. I know this probably sounds cliche, but you're never alone when you have a pet. There's so many animals that go in there, and I didn't want her to be lost in the shuffle. I didn't want her to kind of grow up without that sort of interaction that she can get. So I felt it important for myself to be able to try and give a good life for her. If she had stayed there, who knows? You know, she could have found a good family, but I'd really hate to think about what would have happened had I not been there to grab her. If you're looking to adopt a pet, don't let something stand in your way, you know? All it took was probably about a couple months. a lot of allergy medication, but I was able to get used to her. But even if you can't, even a simple donation will help them out greatly. Sometimes they get overwhelmed with cats, and sometimes they're trying to absorb the costs. Even then, we brought up the cost with how much it would have cost to be able to get all the stuff done for Luna, and we probably saved about $160 just by getting her through the SPCA, which was a huge deal. And honestly, we couldn't have gotten a healthier cat out of it. So big, huge thanks to the SPCA for what they've done for me and for what they keep and continue to do for people out there.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit teary-eyed after that because I hadn't had a chance to actually see that story and just how big. I have seen Luna personally, but haven't seen her in a while, so oh my gosh, she's so big and beautiful and healthy, which is great.
Such a nice reward for foster parents to see where their animals go after they've spent so much time with them, right? You invest so much love and so much care with them. It's so nice to be able to see those kind of updates.
Of course, I'm joined right now by Kathy from the Saskatoon SPCA, and we are going to talk a little bit more about fostering because this has made a huge difference at the shelter.
Absolutely. Our foster care program, as Tricia said, has grown so significantly in the last couple of years, and we're so grateful for all the new foster parents that have come on board to help animals like your little kittens that you had in foster care.
And one of the things about foster care that I find interesting is when I speak with people who've already done it, they keep doing it. You want to keep doing it, but sometimes it's just taking that little leap of faith to do it. Some people say, I don't know if I could part with the animals. You know, I ended up adopting Tonks, the mama cat, but that doesn't happen every single time. And I was more than happy to see those kittens go to a loving home, especially Ryan. Ryan and Chelsea just loved Luna so much. There's no way I could have kept her for myself.
Absolutely, we do. We affectionately call those foster fails when the foster parent does decide to adopt. We do see a lot of that at the shelter when you just form that bond. It's so hard to give them back sometimes. But of course, we always remind our foster parents that these animals are going on to find just amazing, loving homes. And it's really rewarding work when you get to see that happy connection made in that animal in a new loving home.
So now, what are the benefits of fostering? Not only for the animals, but also for the shelter and then the animals who get to stay at the Saskatoon SPCA.
Absolutely. I would say the biggest benefit for the foster parent is love, unconditional love. We always kind of joke around with foster parents when they're just starting out the process, maybe their first time. They always ask, you know, what do we need to do for them? And we say you need to provide them with a lot of love and a lot of cuddles. We want
Which
them
is really hard work, I know.
Such hard work. But we want them to be really socialized and really used to new people, especially with puppies and kittens. That early socializing is really important. So we do say, you know, touch them lots and cuddle them lots, introduce them to new people. It helps so much.
And then for the animals who remain at the shelter, it opens up not only space, but just a little bit of extra care and attention from the staff then.
Absolutely. Yeah, it does. It definitely does help our numbers at the shelter when we do have awesome foster parents who step up to help us out. And you're right, that means we get to spend a little bit of extra time with the animals that are on the adoption floor.
And speaking of the numbers, I mean, this year in particular has seen some records for the shelter.
Absolutely. Our kitten population has just been so absolutely high this year, which sounds very adorable. Lots of kittens to cuddle, but it does mean that we need to find happy homes for all of those kittens as well. And typically we need to find foster homes for them first, since they are arriving just teeny tiny like your little guys that we just saw.
Now, I'd asked Tricia before, you know, why is it that you're seeing these higher numbers? And it comes down to something pretty simple.
Spaying and neutering. Absolutely. Unfortunately, we still aren't always seeing that connection being made with people spaying and neutering their cats. It's a little bit more common with dogs that we see. People seem to value their dogs a little bit differently than they value cats, but it is so crucial to spay and neuter your cats. It's so important. We do see our numbers just climb higher and higher every year, and that can really only be helped by spaying and neutering.
Thank you so much, Kathy. We are now going to take you over to the phones where we want you to light it up and make sure that you call in to donate.
That's right. The number to call is 306-974-PAWS. And you can see two incredible little creatures here. I'm joined by Katerina. Katerina, tell me all about these beautiful little rabbits.
Okay, so these are my bunnies. Their names are Mocha and Latte. This one's Mocha, that one's Latte. I got them about 2 years ago from the SPCA. I had done a whole bunch of research prior to getting them, and we were going to adopt other rabbits, but that kind of ended up falling through. So my mom said, okay, well, you've done all the research, you've promised to do most of the care, let's go to the SPCA, adopt some new bunnies. And it was really important to me to adopt because rabbits are kind of one of those animals that a lot of people buy when they're young.
Sure.
And
Impulse purchase.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't want to adopt the big ones, the adult ones, but they're just so friendly and so sweet.
They're also gorgeous. Now, let's talk about the commitment. What is their lifespan and what is their lifestyle?
So a healthy rabbit can live 10 to 12 years if well taken care of. One of the things that really improves that is if you spay and neuter your rabbits. That's super important, especially for female rabbits because they tend to get uterine cancer really easily.
So you want to take care of that and as well help control the population, which is an added bonus. We keep promoting that, right? That we were just talking earlier about uncontrolled population. Oh, now I was going to approach at the nose like a dog, but you said that's not what they like. What do bunnies like?
So rabbits actually kind of get offended when you try to approach their nose and underneath their chin especially. They don't like, they kind of think, oh, you're going to give me a treat, and then you don't give them a treat and they get frustrated. They prefer their cheeks actually being rubbed. That's what they prefer.
That's what I like as well. So you know what? If you love these bunnies, 974 Paws, call and give a donation in honor of Mocha and Latte. Thank you so much for telling us their story. And it's so great to hear these success stories because often we're worried about the animals in the shelter, but we need to remind you that there are animals in the shelter that are ready to go home with you and have an amazing life. Look how well taken care of these two are. And we're going to meet one of those animals up for adoption right now. Let's take a look.
Hi, we're just so focused on this guinea pig here because she's just the cutest. This is little Margot. Once again, I'm joined by Kathy from the Saskatoon SPCA. Let's talk about Margot. Oh, she's nice and calm.
She is nice and calm. She's just wonderful. She is a little 2-year-old guinea pig who was actually surrendered to the shelter because unfortunately her previous owner could no longer care for her. So she's been hanging out with us for a little while now.
And what's special about guinea pigs? Let's talk about that.
Guinea pigs are a really fantastic pet, and I think sometimes people forget about the different kinds of animals that we get at the shelter. It's not just cats and dogs. We've been known to have guinea pigs and bunnies, snakes, tarantulas. We've kind of had it all, honestly. And we do see guinea pigs as a very popular pet for kind of a first pet for the family. And maybe if you have children in the household, this is kind of a good pet to start out with.
I think we need to just show Margot off just a little bit more. Is there a way that we can show off little Margot? She's so cute. Little pink nose. Now, of course, I'm gushing over how adorable the animals are, but as you said, it's not only dogs and cats at the shelter. You do get these other pets. What are some of the challenges then that people have with some of these animals?
Well, it can be a little bit hard for our staff because we don't always know what we're going to get at the shelter. It's kind of, you're guessing what you're going to get from day to day. So it does require our staff to be on their toes and ready to go with whatever comes our way. And they're really fantastic for that, for helping us out. And yeah, it's just fantastic. You can always kind of see what exotics we have. We always list them on our website at the Saskatoon SPCA. So if you're looking for something specific, there's a good chance we'll have it.
So one of the things that I have to ask, obviously, is Margot up for adoption then?
Of course, she is just ready to have her happy home. She's ready to go home as early as today.
So one of the things, if you can't donate or you'd like to donate, but also adopt an animal today, that is also something that we're going for. We really want to make sure that everybody goes home to a loving family. Thank you so much, Kathy. Once again, the number to call to donate is 306-974-PAWS, and we're heading over to the phone room.
Thanks, Daniela. That's right. We're here at the phone room with our wonderful phone people. We've got Hank, Seth, Christy, and Greg. Greg, do you want to read out a few of these wonderful donors who have called in so far?
It's been awesome. We've been getting lots so far. So we've got Dale Worrell from Kindersley. Thank you, Dale. We have Helen Smith here in Saskatoon that just called in. We have Brenda Carter from Martinsville. Thank you, Brenda, for calling in. We really appreciate it. And also, Brenda just wanted to say that she donates because she loves the animals and loves what the SPCA does. And we also have Jeff Schofer, who's in Saskatoon. And Jeff says, great thing you guys are doing, and what a great thing I like to be part of. So thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks to all of our donors. We'll read some more later in the show, so keep calling in, 974-PAWS. And speaking of that donation, once again, you and Christy are very brave. You're matching Shaw donations. So if you are a Shaw employee, Call in now. This is your chance. And speaking of amazing Shaw employees, we're going to see some photos now taken by Drew, who is a Shaw employee who also loves to go down to the SPCA, take great pictures of the animals to help give them a better chance at getting some attention. Let's take a look at some of those beautiful photos.
A live look there inside our control room, all the people behind the scenes. It takes so many people to make this show happen, and of course it takes so many people to make the SPCA run effectively. Just saw that great package about the photos that Drew has taken. That's really one of the unique ways you can volunteer. There's so many different things you can do to help out the SPCA, right, Kathy?
It's so true, and the volunteer photography program is actually, it's one of my favorite volunteer programs at the shelter, and I think it's one of the greatest ones for the volunteers. They get so much hands-on time with the animals, so much time to cuddle and to play and to get them out into the off-leash park and burn off some of that energy. It's fantastic, and of course I like it because then I get to see all the beautiful photos that they take.
Yeah, it's really incredible. I think everyone who has a pet loves taking photos of their pet, but there's other ways people can volunteer. What's the best way to find out information about the different ways to volunteer, and maybe give us an idea of some of the different things that maybe are on the more unique side that people might not be aware of that they can do, Kathy?
Definitely. We always have volunteer opportunities listed on our website, so you can always visit our website, www.saskatoonspca.com, and that's the best way to keep up to date with what's new in terms of volunteer opportunities with the shelter. And we have so many unique ways to volunteer. We have cat socializers who come out and spend time with the cats to cuddle. We have photographers, like I mentioned, foster parents. There's so many great ways to get involved.
That's awesome. We have lots of people helping out here all day long. Right now, unfortunately, they're not as busy as we would like over at that phone bank, which means, well, the good news is Jackie gets a chance to talk to somebody. Take it away, Jackie.
That's right. We're here pounding at the phones. Please phone in 974 Paws. But in the meantime, we get to meet some awesome people who are here volunteering, helping us out. And this is Hank from Punch TV. How are you doing, Hank?
Oh, I'm great. How are you?
You have a cat allergy, I hear. So, but we've had bunnies and a guinea pig. So, are you okay so far?
I'm okay so far, and I'm sure that everybody remembers last year when I was here when Craig and I were bored of the cats, and the cats were crowing over me. That's when I learned that I was allergic to cats. Yeah.
That's when you remembered.
Yeah,
it had been a while
that's
because you've
when I-
avoided
yeah,
them.
so, yeah. So I
Well,
took
you're
one for
here
the team, and I'm
anyways.
back again.
You are taking it for the team. This is fantastic. So, if we see you keel over, do you have an EpiPen or anything?
I just assumed you were going to save me, so I thought you had that covered.
We'll do some mouth to mouth. Seth will do the mouth to mouth. Not the cat. That would be sick. So we were talking about volunteering at the SPCA, but we might as well throw in a plug for volunteering at Shaw TV. We have many opportunities. We have volunteers behind the cameras right now. Hi, guys. And you guys are volunteering, and you also volunteer in a TV show.
You mean Punch TV?
That is what I
Other
mean.
than this telethon, the best show on Shaw TV Saskatoon? Yes, it is. And Saskatchewan's only pop culture television show. And our holiday episode is airing soon.
Wow, well said. It's almost as though we had prepared for that. So we are promoting heavily. Of course, if you're watching, you know that we are airing on Channel 10, Shaw, but also live streaming on our website and the SPCA website. And also, if you're excited, looking for fun pictures, look on Twitter, right? What are our hashtags?
We're going to be rocking the SPCA Telethon as a hashtag. And also, you can follow at Shaw Punch TV, because I'm tweeting right now. Right here.
I threw a little bunny picture of, I think it was Latte, not Mocha, doing this little thing with its paws. Like, it was almost like it was posing for me, and like it knew that it was trying to inspire donations and love for the other animals who are sitting and waiting in the shelter.
Too cute.
Yeah.
Too cute.
So any final thoughts here? How are the phones going?
Final thoughts. Pick up the phone and call me. Right now, I'm phone number 1. I get to pick up first. Call me.
Well, what's the number?
The number, 306-974-PAWS. And if you don't know PAWS, 7297. Okay, pause.
Excellent. Done. And back to you, Daniela.
Thanks, Jackie. Of course, we also want to thank all of our volunteers in the phone room. This hour we had Greg, Christy, Seth, and Hank, and they aren't working hard enough. We want them to sweat a little bit under the lights there. But once again, joined by Kathy from the Saskatoon SPCA, we're going to wrap up this first hour, and so far, it's been pretty successful. We've seen some donations roll in online from all over North America, which is always a very exciting thing.
Love that. That's awesome.
And coming up in the next hour, we're going to talk about your superhero campaign.
Absolutely. We're really excited about this campaign, and you're going to get a chance to meet some amazing adoptables and some alumni and just all kinds of superheroes associated with the Saskatoon SPCA.
And the thing to remember there, that superhero has to do with all of the above and beyond care that these animals are receiving, and the big thanks we want to give to all those people who are donating. Once again, number to call is 306-974-PAWS. You can also donate online at the SaskatoonSPCA.com. We are very excited to bring you another great hour of animals, adoptables, and lots of information, and we hope you'll stay tuned.
Go down my road, and all your friends, they told you so. It ain't no secret that you wanted something better. You saw me, an empty soul, put me back and made me whole. Without you, then I don't know. You changed my life forever. 'Cause you're my queen, and I'm your king. Shine so bright over everything. With all my will and all your might, nothing can keep us apart tonight. So here we go, one more time. Take my hand, don't be shy. When I'm with you, I'm the best I'll ever be. You mean everything.
That song is so catchy. And that is the song for the 2016 SPCA Telethon. Jackie Kripke here, joined by Kathy Bryn with the Saskatoon SPCA. Hour 2.
I can't believe hour 1's done already. That went by so quickly.
It goes so quickly because it's well organized, and I give Simon Hyde a ton of credit for that.
Absolutely.
I don't like to give him credit for anything though this time. So 306-974-PAWS, that's the number to call in your donation. And also, we really want to promote that people go on, look at the fun pictures and all the little behind-the-scenes videos and things on Twitter, on Facebook. Share it with your friends, because it'll, of course, generate excitement and bring more people in to support you guys. So let's talk about being a superhero. What is this campaign?
Well, this campaign was created because we've seen such high medical costs come into the shelter this year. We've had so many animals come in that really need that extra little bit of medical care, veterinary care. So we have started this campaign in an effort to raise a little bit of extra money for the shelter and highlight some of the amazing animals that we've had come into the shelter this year.
That's very sad, but it's inspiring to know that people can help so easily with medical costs. Now, can you give us an example maybe of one of the stories?
Absolutely.
Of
we
the
have
little critters?
a little kitten with us right now. His name is Chomps.
Chomps.
He's very cute. He's just about 6 weeks old. He's this little tiny kitten who unfortunately came in with a broken, one of his front legs was broken.
Oh my goodness.
So he's teeny tiny, and he did require some pretty extensive medical care.
Sure.
So he is in foster care right now, and he's healing, but he's got his nice big cast on.
And his little leg.
Yes, and he's
Aw.
very sweet, but situations like that unfortunately do mean higher costs for the shelter.
For
so
sure.
we really rely on those extra donations to help out little guys like Chomps.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but if I wanted to designate some of my donation to a certain area like that, specifically for animal rehab or something, am I allowed to do that as a donor? Or?
Absolutely, yeah, you can choose.
Okay.
Yeah, you can choose where your money goes with the shelter. You are welcome to do that. We do have a second chance fund, which is really
Sure.
amazing. You can donate directly to the second chance fund, and that money goes directly to helping animals that have a little bit of more severe medical expenses, things like that, who really do need a second chance.
Absolutely, they do. As do all of the animals in the shelter. Of course, we're going to hear more stories. We're going to meet more animals who are up for adoption, which is, you know what, let's face it, everyone's favorite part of the show is seeing the little critters come in here. And especially knowing that because they're on TV, they're going to get an extra chance, I think, is wonderful.
Very true.
And we'll hear more about superheroes later on. It takes a lot to make the SPCA run. Let's hear more about that.
Thanks, Jackie. I'm Daniela Ponticelli, joined by Patricia Cameron from the Saskatoon SPCA, and I think you've got a little surprise tucked away. Or is it time to reveal? I'm not sure.
Well, it might be a
Dun,
surprise
dun,
to you, Daniela. We've mentioned how Daniela was a moving force behind Cause for Paws, so we wanted to superhero you today.
This is for me? I thought you were going to wear this. Okay.
No.
Bring it on. Oh, thank you so much, Patricia.
when people donate to us and help our cause, they're helping about 4,000 animals every year.
Incredible. That is
It's
incredible.
And I guess we got some superheroes of the hour that
We sure do.
are helping us care for animals.
We'll split it up, yeah.
Yeah. Lily Ilev is donating $50, and that's
amazing.
several days of care.
We want to thank Ryan for his donation of $200. Remember, this is all being matched by Shaw, which is incredible. And we have to say thank you for that.
Well, and we superheroed the Shaw team
Yeah.
years ago because they've made possible 4 years of that and helped us in so many other ways. We
Look at
want to
that,
thank
yeah.
Solar Gardens. They've donated $1,000.
Incredible. Thank you.
You're our heroes.
And remember, any donation, no matter how big or small, really makes a big difference. We want to thank Pleasure Ways Industries, $5,000 donation. Remember, it's being matched. I can't say that enough. That's so exciting.
Yes. And Cherry Insurance, $2,500.
So we want to say thanks to everybody who has donated so far. Remember, we want these phones lit up, and we have wonderful volunteers here behind us. Greg, Christy, Seth, and Hank. They want to talk to you. They're really friendly, I promise. They don't bite. And the number to call, of course, is 306-974-PAWS. And we want to also say that SaskatoonSPCA.com is a great place to donate online.
Yes, and there's so many ways you can help. You can donate to spay and neuter pets. Our pets go home spay neutered, and that's a real help to the beginning of your life with your pet. It's an expensive procedure. All of our pets go with vaccinations and spay neuter. And helping animals like Chomp that they just spoke about, where they have special medical needs.
It's incredible. It makes such a big difference. So please stay tuned. We're going to meet so many incredible animals this hour. We're going to hear about even more superheroes. And remember, you can always be a superhero today, right now, by donating or even adopting an animal from the Saskatoon SPCA. Now over to Simon in the main room.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Daniela and Patricia. Good to see the action fast and furious over there in the phone room. So much support, so much love coming in from the community. That is fantastic. Want to stress that if you're calling in to donate, Greg is matching the employee donations from Shaw. He's not matching everything. I mean, he's doing okay. Don't kid yourself, but matching the Shaw employee donations. Just to be clear, we've talked, of course, about superheroes this hour, Kathy. And of course, some of the biggest superheroes for the Saskatoon SPCA, your excellent volunteers, those people who give selflessly. They're doing it here all day. They do it at the shelter year round. It's pretty incredible, the selflessness that you see from those people.
Absolutely. Our volunteers are absolutely amazing. They commit so much time to the shelter every year, and we really wouldn't be able to run without them.
Absolutely. Of course, we are heading into the holiday season, and if you're watching this show, you probably have animals or love animals or know someone who has animals. Saskatoon SPCA has a great promotion that they do each and every year, selling those stockings for cats and for dogs. But it takes an awful lot of effort to put those stockings together. Let's take a look. At this time of year, this room at the Saskatoon SPCA essentially becomes Santa's workshop, which would make these volunteers from Affinity Credit Union helpful elves. Of course, there can be one pitfall to trying to get work done here, as at least one creature is usually stirring.
Oh my goodness. He's a beautiful distraction.
Yes.
How can you not love that face?
Yep.
Despite Nanaimo's best efforts, these volunteers were able to stuff dozens of these stockings, which are being sold to raise money for the shelter.
Well, we're huge animal lovers, and this is the first place that we thought of. And we decided to do a group organization at work for us to come down and do what we can to help.
We rely very heavily on volunteer groups like Affinity here to come out and help us out with that. We make lots of dog and cat stockings, so it's a really big help to have volunteers out to really assist us with that. And Nanaimo here, of course.
The gifts have proven to be wildly popular in years past. Kathy Bryn from the SPCA hopes to sell 600 dog stockings and 300 aimed at cats this holiday season.
Christmas is such an amazing time for us. We have so many amazing donations coming in, so many people adopting in the holiday season that we kind of wanted to have a program that suited everybody that already has those animals at home. So we create these Christmas stockings, and all of the products are donated, which is amazing.
And since all of the items are donated primarily by local pet stores, all of the money raised by the sales goes directly to helping animals at the shelter. The items change from year to year, and no two stockings are alike.
There's a few things that are going in from sponsors, and then the rest we're just kind of picking and choosing, from cute toys to treats and cute little outfits for them.
Little cat beds and, yeah, a lot of neat things that your pet would love.
We definitely don't have any problem selling them, just making enough.
Other groups have also given their time to help meet the demand. These volunteers say it's an easy way to help out those in need at this time of year.
Most of us have pets at home, so it was really important to help come out and help the SPCA. I mean, I think most of us have bought these stockings, so it's a really great initiative to help out.
The stockings are available at the SPCA and local vet clinics. For Go on Shaw TV, I'm Simon Hyatt.
Come here.
And here we have the finished product of those stockings. Look at this. These are amazing. I've bought one of these, at least one of these, just about every year because we have a cat and a dog. And you get way more than $20 worth of value, I would say, Kathy.
Absolutely. There's lots of goodies in here, all kinds of stuff. We've got treats and toys and special little products, samples, things like that. So it's a great time to spoil your pet as well at Christmas time.
Absolutely. Now, we're going to do a special giveaway for you folks because even though, I mean, $20, that's nothing. At Christmas, that's chump change. But we're going to give away one of these bad boys for free. So anyone who calls in this hour and donates $100 or more, you're going to get entered into a draw to win your choice of one of these stockings. And they're not going to be sorry. I mean, look at all this great stuff in here. I mean, just looking at this, we got a cat scratching board. We got all sorts of, Temptations treats. Wrigley loves the Temptations treats. Lots of little toys. So much fun stuff in there. And again, can't say enough about the effort of the volunteers who stuff those stockings.
You bet. We definitely couldn't have this program the way it is without our volunteers. They make hundreds of stockings for us every year, and we are so grateful to everyone who dedicates time to this program.
All right. Of course, it's all about the animals here in the Cause for Paws Telethon. Telethon 306-974-PAWS, the number to call. Let's head over to the phone area and meet another one of those animals who just about went rogue a minute ago himself. Went hiding. What's going on over there, guys?
Yeah, this is Vladimir over here. He got a little spooked, but he's back and he's in the loving arms of Greg. Oh,
Loving arms, I tell you, loving arms. That's okay, though. I mean, this is a very intense environment for some of these animals. We've got bright lights, lots of people, but Vladimir just looks like a sweetheart. Patricia, I think you're going to sneak in here and join me because we want to hear a little bit more about Vladimir, but cameras, stay right on him because he's a sweetheart.
Yeah, Vladimir is up for adoption. He's just come back from his neuter, so he's ready to go home, and he's got this gorgeous silver tabby and white combination. He was just out roaming around trying to make a living on the rough streets of Saskatoon and brought into us and has been a wonderful guy. We all fell in love with him, and we're really hoping he's going to find his forever loving home today or very, very soon. So if you have a little cat-shaped hole in your heart and home, Vladimir would make a wonderful, and he's a little bit shy, but really a loving cat.
And that's one thing that I love about the Saskatoon SPCA. You really do take the time to make sure that the personalities match. And as you talked about, you know, Vladimir's a little bit shy. Is there anything else about his personality that people should know about?
Well, when he's just moments ago, before I brought him into the intensity of the studio, he was just purring and cuddling. So he would be wonderful to cuddle up with on a cold winter day and just feel his beautiful soft fur, and he gives back a lot of love.
And those cold winter days are on the way. I don't want to spook anybody at home. We've been, you know, having a really mild winter, of course. And actually, that has an impact on the shelter, too, the mild weather, especially with cats.
Oh, yes. All across Saskatchewan, shelters are just being inundated with animals because we've had this long spring and fall. Warm weather allows animals roaming at large to reproduce. Our kitten numbers are up 58% over this time last year. Our puppy numbers are up 34%. Our adult cat numbers are up 28%. The one good news story is that adult dog intake is down 6%.
Wonderful.
The majority of animals that we do look after, though, we always have more cats than dogs, and they also reproduce at a much faster rate than dogs. So if you have a cat, keep them inside, then they're safe from being hit by a car or taken by someone who wants that cat. All sorts of bad things can happen. And if there's ever a time to adopt a cat, it would be now. We all across Saskatchewan, we need homes for those homeless felines.
And Vladimir is one of those cats. Reminder as well, he is neutered, and that's very important. All adoptables at the Saskatoon SPCA receive their spay and neuter surgery. Now we're going to throw it back to the main room.
Hi, we are back and ready, absolutely 100%. Thanks so much. Great to meet Vladimir and all those people over on the phone banks. You may have seen that our good friend Waddy from Rock 102 snuck into the phone stage. Hi, Waddy, how's it going? Good to see you. Hey. All right. We're talking about superheroes this hour. And, you know, over the past few years, Kathy, between us, we've set up many different stories, many different interviews to help tell the story of the Saskatoon SPCA. When it comes to superheroes, I don't know if there's anyone who fits that description more than your animal protection officer, especially the one we're going to meet in this story, Brittany. It's really remarkable, the work she does.
Yes, absolutely. Brittany, I say she has the hardest job at the Saskatoon SPCA, and I dare say she has the most important job at the Saskatoon SPCA. She's the one out there looking out for animals in our community and helping them, and she does so much good. She's a superhero for me, absolutely.
All right, well, let's meet this superhero, Brittany.
Nope. She's like, I don't like anybody.
Arrow may seem more than a little standoffish, but when you understand what she's been through, it's impossible to falter for her attitude towards people.
Somebody had put a zip tie tightly around the animal's tail to the point where it had fallen off. I took it in for emergency vet care, and unfortunately, because the zip tie had been tied so tightly, we were unable to remove it. So we had to go ahead with an emergency tail amputation.
While these types of stories are horrifying to most of us, they're all too common a part of Brittany Ringrose's life. The former veterinary technician took a job as an animal protection officer when she moved to Saskatoon 2.5 years ago.
We do have, unfortunately, a lot of neglect and cruelty against animals happening within the city, and as the only officer in the city, it is an important job. Got to be the voice for the animals.
Ringrose is currently the only APO working in Saskatoon. It is a difficult job that not only involves dealing with animals in distress, but also often angry members of the public.
And and it's unmarked because I don't want people to see me coming. So I essentially I want to catch them in the act, right?
The steps Brittany can take are limited by the Animal Protection Act of Saskatchewan. If a complaint is received, she can act if an animal doesn't have access to food, water, or medical care, or if it's in obvious distress.
If I come across a situation like that I walk in and do my inspection and there are offenses occurring under the Animal Protection Act, that's when I would step in and do what's called an improvement order, in which case the owners are required by law to follow through.
There are, in theory, stiff penalties for those who break the law, including up to 2 years in prison and a $25,000 fine. But cases rarely make it through the court system in Saskatchewan.
Alberta, Ontario, they're a bit different. Like, they are getting these cases through the court system and we're just kind of lagging behind, so I'm kind of trying to change that a little bit.
For now, the main weapon in the fight against cruelty is intervention by Brittany.
If you find yourself in a position where you have concerns, the first step to do would be to either call the SPCA, or we do have an option where you can fill out an online cruelty complaint if you'd like to remain anonymous.
She is currently working through a stack of complaints, but will get to them all to ensure animals like Arrow receive the help, if not necessarily the justice they deserve.
We're hoping that once she heals and isn't in so much pain, that we can start socializing her, and that she's obviously going to make a full recovery, and hopefully we'll get her into a new happy home and she can learn that there are good people out there.
You just smile on this one.
I know I can't obviously save every animal, it's just me, but every day I know I'm making a difference in at least 1 or 2 pets' lives and giving them a better chance for happiness. So that's why I love this job so much.
In Saskatoon, I'm Simon Hyatt reporting.
Goodness me, yeah. I ran out in the hall just a minute or so ago and got to meet that little creature. My gosh, that honestly, it's about a thimble full of dog you were looking at there. It was quite a zoom shot, but you'll get an idea in a few minutes, I would guess. We just saw the story on Brittany, the APO, the amazing work she does, the difficult job she does. And certainly we don't want to get too political or anything, but we would really like to see stricter laws when it comes to animal cruelty in the province.
Definitely. Unfortunately, as Brittany mentioned, our animal protection laws are not quite what they could be in Saskatchewan. So she is quite limited in what she's able to do in cases of cruelty and neglect. And she definitely has the hardest job at the shelter. I can't say that enough, but she is absolutely amazing. She does so much to help us out, and she's dealing with hundreds of complaints every year, and she's all by herself. So she is really an incredible person and just has such a tough job.
Absolutely. All the complaints that come in, most of them, I should say, have to do, of course, cats, dogs, birds, anything along those lines. But you do receive occasionally wildlife-related calls, correct?
Absolutely, we do. We do primarily deal with companion animals, so those are domestic animals that you would keep in your home. But we do get the odd call for wildlife, and we can direct them to other resources in the city.
And one of those resources operating here in Saskatoon and Saskatchewan is the Wildlife Rehabilitation Group. Let's take a look at the work they are doing.
She's still kind of growing in some of her primaries, and once those grow in, she should be flighted again and should be good to go.
Jan Shattuck has an impressive collection of animals and birds in and outside of her home. But unlike many pet owners or zoo operators, she has no interest in showing them off.
I don't want these birds to be too comfortable with people. I want them to fly away as soon as somebody approaches.
Shattuck operates Living Sky Wildlife Rehabilitation and started the Wildlife Rehabilitation Society of Saskatchewan. She has seen all too often what can happen when the worlds of humans and animals collide.
It's in here with another one, and just getting its little bones healed up.
Georgia the porcupine is now a permanent resident of the Saskatoon Zoo due to her early interactions with people. Someone found her as an orphan and tried to keep her as a pet. While the way she reacts to visitors is adorable, it also means she can never be released to the wild.
The last thing I want when I'm camping or picnicking or canoeing is having a porcupine come up to me and start trying to nibble me for food. Would you want that? No, so she's going to live the rest of her life here at the zoo.
The Wildlife Rehabilitation Society was established to help people figure out what to do if they find an animal in distress. A hotline staffed by 70 volunteers operates 12 hours a day, answering more than 2,000 calls a year.
When you see injured wildlife, say on the side of the road, or you come across something when you're camping or out for a walk, not a lot of people know what to do, and a lot of people don't know that they can do something to help them. So it's important to me, and the mandate of WSOS is that we give animals in need the proper care that they require.
So that if the animal is injured, it can go to a veterinarian, it can be checked out, it can be stabilized, and then it can come to us as wildlife rehabilitators.
Society volunteer Sherry Hodgson describes the service as a kind of 911 for animals. In addition to finding help for wildlife, WRSOS strives to improve education and teach people how to recognize when an animal doesn't need assistance.
Oftentimes, wild animals are removed from the wild that don't need to be removed, such as young fledglings and fawns and things like that. Quite often, the best chance for them to survive is actually to leave them in the wild and not remove them. It's very difficult for a human being to teach a bird how to be a bird.
Now, do you guys like animals?
Animals like Georgia also often end up being used in educational programs to teach children about how to help wildlife and why it's important.
We're just another animal on the planet. We depend on a healthy environment to survive. So really, when we talk about species richness, endangered animals, that kind of thing, it really comes down to our environmental health.
As a rehabilitator, Shattuck says the work done by WRSOS is invaluable. She's busy with a full-time job, plus looking after up to 500 birds and animals a year, and doesn't have time to answer phone calls about animals in distress.
Was having some trouble flying and was extremely underweight when he came to us, so we have fattened him up and will be popping him out pretty quick.
Of course, the ultimate goal is to get the animals healthy enough that they can be released back where they belong.
When I get to see little mammals come out of the kennel and realize that, that they're in the middle of this huge grassy field and they can just go play and do whatever they want, that's the day that we work for.
The annual fundraiser for WRSOS, Gone Wild for Wildlife, is coming up at the end of the month and will feature a variety of fun and educational events. For more information, visit WRSOS.org. For Go Saskatoon, I'm Simon Hyatt.
2016 Cause for Paws. Oh my goodness, we're having so much fun here in the phone room right now with a little buddy. She's the phone ambassador. And right now I am joined by obviously all the wonderful volunteers here. We've got Greg, Christy, Seth, and Watson is new this hour. Of course, I have a little bit of a special spot in my heart for these two because I get to work with them every day, and they're wonderful people. They make a big difference, and they're just full of energy and life. But I do think we're all being upstaged right now, and that's totally okay. That is totally.
It doesn't matter that we're here, right?
Not at all. So this is your new little one.
Yeah, this is Ellie.
Ellie,
Yeah.
hi Ellie, how are you? Of course, she's not going to respond, so I'm not sure why I'm asking questions. But Watson, you're a big animal lover, right? I mean, this is such a special time in your life, not only to have her, but to be now volunteering and trying to help other people and other animals.
For sure. I mean, I totally believe in the cause and support it in a big way. It's just, it's amazing having a dog or a pet in general in the house, Hey, relax, you're okay, you're okay. I'll give you...
And how has life with Ellie been so far? How many weeks has it been?
She's 9 weeks, so she is really new. We just got her into the house this week. So I've got a 6-year-old son, and I've always grown up with pets and dogs in my household, and he hasn't yet. So I wanted to wait till he was old enough to remember the puppy stage and just to see what it's like having a pup in the house. And it's just fun watching those two play with one another. It's awesome. Yeah.
Now, we've heard from the Saskatoon SPCA that they actually do have an influx of puppies. And so one of the things, as you mentioned, your son has never had this experience before. What do you want him to take from this, from today, from actually seeing his dad being part of this and seeing people come out and supporting the Saskatoon SPCA?
Well, I think it's amazing what a dog can bring into the household for happiness and joy. And I guess for the kids too, it's the responsibility of looking after a pet. That's also a big thing. But it's so important, and it's so important to raise those funds and continue to support. So.
Thank you, Watson. This is Watson and Seth Armstrong from Rock 102. We appreciate you being here and volunteering and helping out those phones. Actually, just before we came to the break, or came to this segment, Watson's phone was lighting up. So give him a call. He's phone number 1. You can talk to this guy. You can say whatever you want to this guy as long as you make a donation. 306-974-PAWS. And we're going to have a look now at some of the amazing work being done at the Saskatoon SPCA, especially in helping ensure that adoptions are successful.
A lot of people come in here thinking that the animals have an expiry date. That's absolutely a myth. They stay up for as long as it takes to get them adopted. My name's Kelsey Enns, and I am an adoption rep and adoption counselor at the Saskatoon SPCA. And what kind of dog are you looking for? We talk to the potential adopters about the animals that they're looking for and what would be a possible match for them. So we can definitely find something for you. We'll probably get you to fill out an application. And you can go back there and look at the dogs. And they're very small, like Shih Tzu type. And so then we have French Fry, and he's right here. The most rewarding part about the adoption process is when the same animal that came in the door that was alone and hopeless transforms into this wonderful adoptable dog. You see the family that it's going to, or the person, and they're just so happy. It's like you're giving them a new family member. I adopted one dog a little while ago. He had been here for a long time, and he was just excitable and wasn't good with cats. We looked after him, and we did a lot of rehabilitation with him. And finally, there was someone who wanted to adopt him. And a few days later, they sent me an email with a picture. He was laying on the couch with a cat right beside him. And that was wonderful. We actually have one right now. His name is Pluto. He's a flat-coated retriever. And he's been with us for almost a year. He is probably one of the most shut down, very cautious, timid dogs that we've had at the shelter. And we've all been working together he's at the office usually, and we're socializing him and trying to get him used to everything. And he's come a long way, and he's actually ready to be adopted. So that is wonderful to see that when we can do that to help an animal. Donations are very important. We're able to offer the dogs and cats that come in with health issues or even behavioral issues to help rehabilitate them or give them those medical treatments that we wouldn't necessarily be able to afford if we didn't have those donations from the public. Maybe here. We're able to get them ready for adoptions so that they're healthy, they're happy, and they're ready to go out into the world.
Welcome back to the 2016 Cause for Paws. Super exciting moment here right now. I'm joined by the wonderful folks from the Haunted Berry Barn. That is the correct name. And they have a very non-spooky thing to do here today. In fact, it's a very kind and generous and sweet gesture that we really appreciate.
We should note that the Berry Barn isn't always haunted, but they did a
not
special haunted house for us in October. They did one last year as well and raised $2,500. This year, they knocked that out of the park. $3,213.50.
Incredible. Thank you so much for your generosity. That's Roscoe, by the way, who you're looking at. And he's pretty happy too, I think. So what is it about the Saskatoon SPCA that makes you come out here and do such great work?
Well, we support a number of different organizations. Of course, they're not here today, but the two Berry Barn dogs, Shiloh and Echo, big supporters of the SPCA. So that was our first choice. Knowing how much money was going to come in, that's what we wanted to do.
And so how did the collection take place? How did this all shape up?
Well, we, out at the Berry Barn, we've got greenhouses normally growing flowers during the year. In the fall, they sit empty, they sit idle, and we just had a thought to put something together, get people out, and raise some money for, people and places that need it.
That is incredible. And what is the message that you want to send to everybody who's watching right now, and also the people who are donating and maybe still have yet to donate?
Well, call in. It's for a great cause. The SPCA does great work, and we're proud supporters of that, obviously, and we look forward to doing it year after year.
And Tricia, what does a donation like this mean for the Saskatoon SPCA?
This is huge. We really rely on donations like this to keep the doors open, to keep animals in need, find them safe shelter, and get them into happy homes. So thank you guys so much from the bottom of our hearts. It really means a lot.
And Roscoe, Roscoe's just stealing the show as always, and he's got something to say. No, maybe not. I don't know. I think he wants to say thank you once again for everything that you've done. These moments are very exciting. We can hear the phones ringing. That's exactly
Roscoe
what we want to
likes
hear.
the phone
Remember,
ringing.
any donation, doesn't matter how big or small. 306-974-PAWS. That's the number to call, or donate online at saskatoonspca.com. And now we're actually going to head over to the phone lines to see what's happening there. I hear some little puppy squeals.
I think Ellie has something to say. What's up, Ellie?
Call 974-PAWS and donate now.
My, you've trained her so well, Waddy. That's incredible. She can speak. Sorry, Waddy's on the phone, which is a good thing. Glad to see that. So we might just steal Ellie.
No problem. You need to stick her in your shirt or pants pocket. She's so tiny, no one would ever notice.
Absolutely. Superheroes this hour, Jackie Kripke. There's no bigger superhero right now than Jackie Kripke, or at least a year ago, because
that's right.
a year ago at this time, you were like 4 or 5 months pregnant.
Right.
And really sick. So thank you so much for doing that. Of course, you welcomed young Vivian into the world this year. And how's motherhood treating you?
It's incredible, but she was up a lot last night, so I'm a little tired. So every time I do something wrong or say something silly, that's why.
That's why.
That's
I have no excuse.
No, you don't. I think it's infective.
Yeah.
Effective?
Sure. She hasn't had much sleep, folks. I'm sorry. Sticking with our superhero themes, for a sports fan like myself and a big sports fan like Jackie Kripke, sometimes those athletes are superheroes. Let's meet a dog that was named after an athlete with our friend from Global, Lisa Ford, and her dog Rogers.
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you, crazy dog. Hi, I'm Lisa Ford, and I'm the station manager and news director at Global Saskatoon. I've been at the station for almost 26 years now, and in broadcasting for 30 years, and been an animal lover my entire life. You thirsty? Need to hydrate? Need to hydrate? I have 2 sons, Logan and Hayden, who are grown up now, and they really learned a lot from having pets, the unconditional love and the responsibility. My oldest son, Logan, now is an animal control officer. Logan is supposed to be rescuing animals and taking them to the SPCA and leaving them there, but he found Raj tied up to a fence. He hadn't had food or water for a couple of days, and he was just a tiny guy at the time, just a tiny little guy. And basically, Logan fell in love from the drive to where he picked him up to the SPCA. I was in Toronto on some business, and Logan picked me up from the airport in my truck and said, I've got a surprise for you, Mom. And I'm thinking, oh, what? Did you get a new Xbox, or something like that? And when he opened the garage door and I saw that little spotted guy, my heart immediately melted. We had lost a dog. She was an SPCA rescue as well, Fenway, family member for 11 years when she got sick and went very quickly. It was still very raw for us, that pain that we felt and that void. But Rogers was like a gift. He brought that joy back to our hearts again. He's got all the beautiful, little spots throughout him. The random spot, really interesting. This is with Australian cattle dogs, it's very common that they have that. That's one of the characteristics, is that one spot on the back and the spot around the tail as well. That old saying that, dogs have family and cats have staff, that's kind of how it is. Smokey kind of runs the house, basically. He's the overlord. He sits and lords over all of us. Smokey laid down the law very early on who's boss. Rogers took a few claws to the snout, in the early days, because he just wanted to play. He was a puppy. And Smokey, he was very tolerant with Raj, but let him know where the boundaries were. And so now, They're buddies. It's hilarious. They play together. We've also seen them work in tandem, taking down mice in the backyard, which is, it's kind of gross, but it's a good thing that they're working together. We're pretty lucky. We're pretty lucky. We've got some pretty special animals. I'm so impressed with what the SPCA does. And I mean, first, I saw it firsthand with the rescue animals that we've, you know, been able to get and have brought so much, like I said, joy to our lives. Once we started our morning show on Global News, we had Adoptive Pet, and we still do every Thursday morning. I can't tell you the joy it brings to all of us in the station when we feature an animal and that afternoon that animal gets adopted. It's just people like you and me who love pets that need to help that cause and keep it going. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Rudge, 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 rudge. Oh. Sweetheart.
You are looking live inside the Shaw Studios in Saskatoon. You know what's sad is every time I watch that story, which of course happens a lot, getting ready for the telethon, I get that Rudge, 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 Rudge song stuck in my head.
Do-do-do-do-do-do. And then we dance like this.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be
I
on
love when
iTunes.
people.
Check
I love
for it.
when people enjoy their pets.
Yeah.
That much and show their love and affection. And like she said, it's important for animal lovers, all of us, to step up and help out. And that's exactly what we're doing here today. The volunteers on the phone banks waiting for your call, 974-PAWS. No donations too big or too small. Let's put it that way. It's all going to add up. And I believe it's going to add up impressively because I feel like by year 4 now we have such momentum that's been generated from all the past years and all the supporters. And it's just like heartwarming to see that everyone's coming together like this.
It's really incredible. Thank you so much for your support. 306-974-PAWS, the number to call. Of course, it's not just telethon season though, Jackie. We're wrapping up the big sport season. Are you ready? Are you ready for the big game? Are you psyched? Are you ready? It's coming.
Go sports.
That's right. It's time. Kitten Cup number 1.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Kitten Cup. We're live at Paws and Claws Stadium here on Shaw TV.
Tonight's matchup is between the Yarn Ballers and the Litter Boxers. After winning the coin toss, the Yarn Ballers have chosen to receive the ball. Let's get to the action.
A bit of a timid start for both teams, which is surprising as there's a lot on the line today.
A lot of controversy coming into this game too, Jess, as quarterback Tom Spay and the Litter Boxers are under investigation. Something to do with deflated footballs?
They do look smaller than normal.
Hey, anything to get an edge on the competition, I suppose.
The cuteness factor here tonight is also quite overwhelming.
The Yarn Ballers moving down the field. Chad Ocho Caligo is wide open.
Yeah, but Mike, the fluffy dangling thing on the sideline is proving to be a major distraction.
And surprisingly, the crowd loves it.
Mike, I talked to Drew Flees before the game, and he did let me know that he's been having some issues with his paws.
Gotta hand it to him for playing through the pain.
Absolutely. Cats dream at least one of their 9 lives to play in the Kitten Cup, so it's no surprise that Flees is out on that field.
The Yarn Ballers are in great position for a field goal here. Oh, but wow, Kat Dunnigan knocks over the uprights, and the stadium erupts.
I've never seen that before. That's a delay of game for sure.
You've got to be kidding me.
Let's take a closer look at what happened there.
Still lots of Kitten Cup to play on Shaw TV.
That was a really fun video to watch. I just love kittens, but also to see them do that was a lot of fun. That's from our friends at Shaw.
How are you this morning? Hi, my name is Megan Melvin. I work here at Saskatoon SPCA as an animal care attendant. We deal with any and all stray animals that come in through the building. There you go. There's your breakfast. When an animal first arrives, we go up to the front and pick the animal up, try and get a bit of history from either the owner or the finder about the animal. We get medically assessed to make sure there's nothing medically wrong.
Hi! Are you rearranging your house too? You rearranging your house too?
Assess them by weight, by body score to make sure they're not too skinny or too fat. We then give them a series of vaccinations. If they need to be groomed, we'll definitely give them a grooming. We'll trim their nails, and we'll place them in the appropriate rooms. Right now we have a budgie in that arrived a week ago. She was stepped on. It just seems to be a bruising of the wing. We're hoping that's a simple fix that time will just heal itself. Good girl, Sophie. But once that heals up, we'll be placing her up on the adoption floor. She's a very talkative and loving little budgie. Is that all you wanted, is loving? If we can treat it here, we definitely will. If it needs a bit more like blood work or something like that, we'll send it off to a vet clinic to get the blood work done. We can do your basic set of vaccinations, not rabies. At your foot. Thank you. We can do microchipping as well. We can age them to the best of our ability by the teeth, as we've been taught by a vet. We're here to help the animals, whether they need just a simple cuddle when they come in if they're scared, if they need medical attention. We're here to help those that cannot speak for themselves. They have no voice. Donations help us keep the building running, help us treat those animals, find them a loving and forever home.
Just send me. Here we are. This is what it's all about. This is Danny. Danny, you brought your owner with you, Helena. She's going to tell your story. Who is Danny? What's his life story?
Danny came to us through Global on the TV, and my husband and I were just sitting at the counter, and he came up on the TV, and we had just lost our Luke about 8 months prior to that, and he just reminded me so much of Luke. And as we were sitting there, it kind of passed for about a half an hour, and my husband says, "Oh, do you want to go look at him?" I said, "No, we have 3 at home. We should just concentrate on that, what we have at home." And a few minutes more passed, and I said, "Oh, maybe we should go see him," because he was calling to me, and I honestly believe my Luke was telling me, "Oh yes, go have a look at him, and let's take him home." And so we went, and everyone was so good to us there. And at some points I thought, "Oh no, I'm not going to get him." And I'll never forget when Tricia came out and she was crying, and I'd already been crying, and I thought, "Oh, okay, we didn't get him." And she said, "No, we've stopped the adoption, and we're going to give him to you." So it was a pretty special day. Yeah.
So Luke's spirit lives on in Danny, and isn't that the way they renew our faith and our spirit and everything, don't they? The ones that we love so much.
Absolutely.
He's a gorgeous, calm little guy, and it's just incredible to see that he got a second chance with you guys. But you got a second chance, didn't you? With him?
He rescued me. Yeah, absolutely. And he continues to fill our house with love, and he loves all our other dogs. And we have a granddaughter now. She's 17 months, and he just follows her everywhere, loves her to pieces. So he was just an absolute warm welcome to our family.
Absolutely. Jem, and so are you. Thank you for sharing your story with us. That's beautiful. If you want to help support more dogs like Danny to give them a temporary home, call 974-PAWS. And we have some people at the phone bank waiting for your calls.
Yes, we sure do. That was a wonderful story. Thank you so much for sharing that. Now to chat with some of our wonderful phone volunteers. We've had a little puppy ambassador, but we're going to talk cats now with my friend Seth Armstrong. He's with Rock 102 here in the city. Seth, you and I, we're both cat people, and actually I think you need to show off your shirt right now because it's wonderful.
My Hypno Cat t-shirt encouraging donations today.
So if you feel compelled through your television set, it's because of Seth. So thank you, Seth, for doing that.
Absolutely, glad to do it.
So let's talk about your cats. They're rescue cats too.
They're both rescues, Jack Skellington and Oogie Boogie. They are about 8-9 years old now, and they are the best thing that's ever happened to me. When I first moved out on my own, I was like, I want a cat. My mom actually works for a veterinary office therapist back home in Ottawa, and she's like, well, I got this cat for you. It's great. It's a rescue. It's found in a drive-through parking lot, actually. And so here, come meet her, and she was great. And then she's like, yeah, but like you're gonna be out because you're like 18, 19. You're gonna be out all the time. You need a second cat to keep her company. So the other rescue came from the side of a highway. Someone just pulled over and kicked it out of the car, which was a real bummer. But thankfully, someone found it, dropped it off at the veterinary office. They fixed her all up, and now here we are, moved across the country with both of them.
And what's great about your story is that even though it happened in Ottawa, it really reflects the fact that SPCAs, humane societies across the country rely on donations to make these success stories happen. And the fact that you're here today volunteering, I know as well you've been involved with the Saskatoon SPCA on a number of projects. Why is that so important to keep doing?
I was raised to be an animal lover. Growing up, I've had guinea pigs, I've had rabbits, I've had pet rats, I've had cats, I've had fish, I've had pretty much everything but a dog, really.
And now you have a sleeping one lying here.
Now I'm going to steal this from Waddy.
That's okay. You guys could set up a pet sharing program, I'm sure. I mean, you see each other every day.
Oh yeah, we Watson can take her Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I'll get Tuesday, Thursday, and we'll alternate weekends. It's perfect.
Now, of course, we're going to be moving on shortly, but what is the message that you want to send out to the folks at home, especially because you're one of the people picking up their calls and getting those donations?
It doesn't matter what the donation is. Every single dollar helps. It goes a long way. So even if you only donate $5, $10, please call those phones, 306-974-PAWS, 7297, and make those phones ring.
Wonderful. We want to put them to work as well. It's not only donations that make a big difference, it's also the volunteers at the Saskatoon SPCA. And here's a look at one who's doing amazing work.
She has really healthy teeth.
The animals that end up at the Saskatoon SPCA have a safe and warm place to call home, where they will be fed and looked after. But unfortunately, this is also the reality for them while they are here. The vast majority of the day is spent alone in a kennel, which is why they're so excited when Kirsten Sipos comes to visit.
So when they're put in that situation, when they're in a kennel kind of by themselves, and it's somewhere where they're not used to, I think getting them comfortable and out in the open kind of opens up their personality, and you can definitely see sort of by the end when I'm taking them back in how much they've changed that way.
Kirsten is one of many volunteers who gives her time to get the animals out of their cages. The idea is to keep them active and used to interacting with people, which makes them much more adoptable.
Basically, I just get to play with the animals. Come out here, run, throw the ball for the dogs, socialize with them. If they know how to do tricks, I try and establish them to keep doing it. I take them out, socialize them, give them some time to get out of their cramped, spaces, have some fun with me.
She began volunteering here at the age of 12 and has been coming regularly to work with all types of animals for the past 11 years. She loves getting to know their individual personalities and quirks.
Dakota.
People can get frustrated sometimes. They don't want to put in as much work. So if I can lower how much work people have to put into it initially, then I think that's sort of how I can help.
Volunteers make such a huge difference at the SPCA. I mean, our staff is pretty limited. We are a nonprofit, so when volunteers can come out and help out our staff in adoptions and in the back, it just makes a world of difference. Having people out to socialize with the animals and give them a break from their kennel, it really does help them get adopted faster.
Albie, come on. It's a lot of fun. It's who doesn't you get free time with animals to play with them.
And Kirsten says with the exercise she receives in the dog runs at the shelter, she rarely needs to go to the gym.
I get to be outside, rain or shine, snow, summer, so it gets me out in nature and I get to play with them and just have a good time. And yeah, I get a lot of exercise that way without trying too hard.
While it's a good workout for the body, Kirsten says it's even better for the soul. As she knows, she has played a significant role in helping countless animals leave the shelter behind.
As much as I can get attached to them, it's nice to see when they're not here in the end, and I know that they have eventually gone to a good home. And I do work at a pet store, so every once in a while I will see them come in, and that that always warms my heart. I always get excited to see that.
For information on becoming a volunteer, visit SaskatoonSPCA.com. For Go on Shaw TV, I'm Simon Hyatt.
So, oh my goodness. So if this is the kind of thing that looks like fun to you, if you want to spend your time tickling the belly of an adorable creature like Roger, this dog is available for adoption, and he is such a gentleman. Tell us about Roger.
I don't even know why I brought these treats because he doesn't care. Clearly, Roger likes people a lot. He's very socially motivated. He's a staff favorite at the shelter by far. All of the girls love him so much in the kennels. He's very calm. He has his select toys that he enjoys chewing on politely. And this is sort of what you get when you get Roger.
This is as good as a dog gets, in my opinion. Like a dog that has this much love and affection, but is so calm. Like this guy stole my heart the second I saw him, kind of gently lolling down the hallway. You're right. He's like a magnet. He's like the quiet magnet. You're all drawn to him.
He's a babe magnet. For any of you single men out there who are looking for a wingman, Roger's your guy.
Just look at that little leg action too. He's saying, "Come on, call in 974-PAWS, give a donation, and then come check me out." So if someone's interested in Roger or any of the adoptable animals we feature here today, what should they do?
Give the shelter a call. That would be really fantastic. Roger's been around for a couple weeks now, and he's had a hard time. He was abandoned, so he's a stray, and we had to have a few things checked out. So, of course, that costs some funds. So if you want to call in, if you can't adopt Roger, at least call in and make a little donation for him. He more than deserves it. So, yeah.
Well said, Lindsay. Well said. He's fantastic, and he's gorgeous. So call 974-PAWS, make that donation, and help Roger out. And let's go see how they're doing on the phone bank.
We are doing very well on the phone bank, Jackie, although it's a little quiet over here. We'd like to get some more people calling in. 306-974-PAWS is the number to call as we near the end of hour number 2. It always seems so daunting, Kathy, when you think about 6 hours of television and then you blink and 2 hours are gone. It's pretty incredible.
It is crazy. I can't believe 2 hours. We're down 2 hours already.
Yeah, lots of stuff happening. We've met some amazing animals like Roger. Of course, if you want to adopt any of the adoptables that we have on here today, visit the Saskatoon SPCA website, and while you're there, perhaps make a donation. SaskatoonSPCA.com/cause4paws. So wrapping up hour number 2, heading into hour number 3, looking at lots of events. You guys put on so many events over the course of the year. In addition to the Cause for Paws Telethon, we'll be highlighting those next hour. I'm going to put you on the spot, though, Kathy. Do you have a favorite event? Is there one that really you love each and every year?
Well, the telethon, of course.
Hey, good answer. That's awesome. So next hour, we will be looking at a lot of those special events that the Saskatoon SPCA puts on each and every year to raise money for the animals, of course, in the city of Saskatoon. A huge thank you to all of our phone volunteers who have been here for the first 2 hours of the telethon. We're shipping them out. We're bringing in a new crop in for the next couple of hours. We'll be chatting with them, and we hope you chat with them as well. 306-974-PAWS is the number to call, just like that person did. Absolutely perfect. We are going to head and take a look. We talked a little bit a while ago about the APO and the work that she does in protecting animals, and there's so many sad stories, but it's so great when you see the happy ending to the sad story, and that's what we're going to take a look at now, as you had a special group of Dachshunds that came in, and a very cute video that was made showing their new lease on life. Let's take a look at that.
Welcome back to the 2016 Calls for Paws. I'm Daniela Ponticelli, joined by Lindsay Royale from the Saskatoon SPCA. We're starting hour number 3 already.
I know, it's flying by and the donations are rolling in.
They are, and that is so great to hear because we're taking donations obviously by phone call. It's a telethon. We want to hear those phones ring. That number is 306-974-PAWS, but also online, right? I mean, you've been kind of sneaking a peek at that.
Been in the back area, and I know that we were at least around 14,000. So those are really coming in. But you're right, we do like to hear the phones ring. You know, people are scared of phoning nowadays.
We also have volunteers who are standing by to take those calls. Volunteers who you'll likely know from hearing their voice on the radio. We enlisted the best of the best to be able to talk to you on the phone today.
Yeah, there's some amazing people on the phones helping out. Lots of people who love animals, obviously, and lots of culture in Saskatoon sitting right over there.
And this hour, we're going to focus on adoptions. That's the great thing about this telethon, is that each hour we really take the time to focus on one specific thing. Of course, the most important is raising that money so that each of these parts of the Saskatoon SPCA can keep running as it is.
Right, exactly. Yeah, really important. I don't think people realize that it's as simple as that. Like, without people's support, we honestly wouldn't be able to operate, and we would be turning away about 4,000 animals a year. So
that's incredible. Like, just thinking about that, and that makes such a big difference. And it's hard sometimes for people to understand 4,000 animals. So just think of it as one animal. Think of it as an animal you could likely adopt. And we're going to throw over to Simon to talk more about that.
Oh my God, look at these guys. Holy smokes. Oh, you could just do this. Really, we could pretty much all just go home and just turn the cameras on these guys, and I think the money would pour on in. Happy to be joined once again by Patricia Cameron. Patricia, who are your friends?
This is Binky. Yes, I think the other one's name is Simon, in your honor. Yeah.
That's a good. Are you just trying to con me into adopting this one?
Woo, woo.
Tell us a little bit about where these guys came from. They're part of a larger litter. Is that correct?
They are. We've had a tremendous number of litters brought in by caring Saskatoonians who just find them out in the cold, the rain, and that kind of thing. Sometimes they have been abandoned in the countryside around the city, and then others are brought in by the Saskatoon Animal Control Agency, just found running at large. Of course, when they're on the street, they're in danger of being hit by cars or predated upon by coyotes or whatever. And these guys are safe with the Saskatoon SPCA. Their adoption includes spay, neuter, and first vaccines. And so it's just an incredible way to get some furry love into your home.
And did you mention how old these guys are right now?
They are almost 2 months old. Yeah.
Perfect age. They're kind of out of that awkward stumbly stage. They're actually kind of becoming cats, but they're still really, really young and figuring it out and clearly adorable.
And they're clearly adorable. And, you know, a lot of people love to have 2 cats in their home because during the day they can be together and cuddle. And when you come home at night, you've got double the love to welcome you home.
Absolutely. These guys are absolutely gorgeous. Of course, a reminder, if you're looking to adopt one of these guys or any of the animals that we have on the show today, don't come to the Shaw Studios. We can't hook you up here, but they can out at the shelter. Or, of course, you can go online, saskatoonspca.com. And if you'd like to make a donation, you can also do it there. Put in the /cause4paws at the end of that URL. Or you can just call in like people have been doing. 306-974-PAWS is the number to call. People have been calling in fast and furious. We've got our first official update. They teased it at the top of the hour. Right now, we are sitting at, can I get a drum roll, everybody on the phone? $14,728.50. $14,728.50. Woo! The crowd goes crazy. Thank you so much, everybody who's called in or gone online to donate. They're coming in fast and furious. We got $22,000 last year. We're well on our way to eclipsing that, which is, of course, what we want to do this year. Thank you so much. You guys have been so good. So, and what would you like? They look a lot different from each other. What is up with that, Patricia?
It's a miracle of nature because a litter can be extremely different. They may have a variety of fathers, for example. Sure. So, yeah.
Nature.
Uh-huh. It's an amazing thing.
Well, these guys are absolutely gorgeous. Thank you so much. I know you guys are going to get snapped up very soon because they're very calm right now, but we also saw them earlier and they're very playful. So they'll find a home in no time. Lots of animals to look at today on the Cause for Paws Telethon. And of course, this hour, as we talked about, all about the events that the SPCA puts on, in addition to the telethon that helps raise money for animals just like this. One of those great events is their annual evening run, a very fun event that I know you hold every year, A Night to Howl. Let's take a look at that. Not long after the first competitors left the starting line, it became clear the Paws in Motion event was a decidedly non-competitive affair. Dogs of all ages, shapes, and sizes, and their humans, trekked around Diefenbaker Park in support of the Saskatoon SPCA. While this time of year the setting sun often means the end of outdoor fun, on this beautiful fall night, things were just getting going.
One of our amazing volunteers suggested that Saskatoon doesn't have a night run, and they're very popular in other cities. And then a lot of people with dogs love to walk their dogs and run with their dogs, so we thought, well, this would be great to combine the evening, the walking, the running.
And there was even an option for those who didn't feel like moving at all in the 0K Pug Chug tent.
People come in and pay $5 to get into the beer tent, and then they can just sit down and have a lovely, delicious, locally brewed beer from Prairie Sun Brewery, who are our sponsors tonight, and they can have their pets with them. So that's kind of unique.
As the last of the light vanished, participants found creative ways to light their paths. They also teamed up to exceed the fundraising goal of $10,000, which will make a big difference for the animals housed at the shelter.
It costs at least $25 a day to look after pets. We look after 4,000 of them. We also give spay and neuter vaccines and needed medical care and dentals for all of the animals who come into our care. So those kinds of expenses mount up, and it's really only through donations that we're able to do the work that we do.
This dog named Gibson had good reason to only walk half the 5-kilometer route. He is coming off of back surgery. Plus, his human Lana Stark proved she was willing to carry more than her share of the load by being the top fundraiser, bringing in more than $1,200 for the cause.
Dogs and cats go missing all the time and neglected and abused, and SPCA steps in and helps them out. They do all the hard work, so full support. I'm a hardcore animal person, so I like to help out.
For Go on Shaw TV, I'm Simon Hyatt.
What an awesome event, the Night to Howl. Now, 306-974-PAWS. Look at our friends at the phone bank. They're so sad. They want you to call in. Look, they're going to make funny faces to encourage that. No, I feel like and we could say anything right now, Lindsay, and they'll just have to do it.
Yeah. I don't even know what to get them
I can't
to
think of anything. I should have thought. We'll think of that for next time. So 306-974-PAWS. There the phone's ringing. Thanks, guys. Ellie has something to do with that, I think, the little puppy there. But we want to encourage you to call in. Of course, all the donations are adding up. We're almost at $15,000, Lindsay.
Oh, that's incredible. Let's keep it going, because more money we have, the more we can do. So
yeah, and there is a lot of work to do. So we saw that pets and their owners being active there in the Night to Howl, but did you know cats can also be very active?
I do know that. I maybe have attended an event as such.
Okay.
Little cat yoga.
And here it is from Simon Hyatt, cat yoga.
Break here, close your eyes.
Participating in yoga requires a delicate balance of concentration and relaxation. But as this class at Ground Yoga got underway, not all the participants were ready to enter a Zen-like state.
These cats are very comfortable in close proximity with people, but a little bit nervous, as you could see in there, where they're trying to sort of find a center. So I think that this will be really good for them to learn that it's a safe place to be and to get as many cuddles as they possibly can with people.
And it wasn't long before the kittens attending this class were able to relax. The two-legged participants, however, remained highly distractible.
Take one more big breath in here.
Instructor Christina Chiesa was inspired to bring a Cats with Mats class to Saskatoon after learning about a similar event in Vancouver. And while students might not have had optimal focus during this session, she says cats and yoga go hand in hand.
Anytime you want to do yoga at home, your cat will probably come and hang out with you on your mat. Hey, little guy. And they just kind of make everyone smile. And yoga it's supposed to make you smile, and it's supposed to kind of de-stress. And I don't think you can be too stressful when you've got a kitten in your hand. So
cats like being around people, for one, and also you get the same energy from petting a cat as you would with a yoga class. So it's relaxing, it repairs the heart, it's good for your soul. So I think that they go well together.
The event was a fundraiser for the Saskatoon SPCA and was wildly successful, as people jumped at the chance to stretch with the masters of contortion.
I love the SPCA. I've gone there just to see the kittens, and they always kind of brighten my day and put me in a good mood. And they just need donations, and they need, all these cats need to find a loving forever home.
$20 for each student was donated to the shelter, and it was so successful. There are plans to do more in the future.
The Saskatoon SPCA is always excited when we get third-party profits coming in. So we thank people because we do have limited resources, and when someone else is able to plan something like this, it's great for the community and it's great for the animals in our care. So we really are thankful.
Of course, the most popular poses on this day were the ones inspired by those who benefited from the event.
Drop the chest forward, drop the belly, roll the shoulders back, and take cow pose.
Well, there's definitely cat pose, so that's a good one. But then there's downward dog pose, and lots of people think that only dogs do downward dog pose, but I think it can be downward kitten pose also. Yeah!
For Go on Shaw TV, I'm Simon Hyatt. Oh, what do you think, Ellie? Should we do a little yoga? Oh, little downward dog, you. So we've decided that Waddy is just stuck here all day with us because we're not letting go of Ellie. That's just the way it is. You guys at the SPCA come up with so many unique events. It's really amazing. Just an endless supply, it seems like. And I think that's probably a real key, is coming up with things that are a little different, like Cats with Mats, and like the next one we're going to look at. You got to send some dogs to go swimming. That's pretty cool.
Yes. So in partnership with the City of Saskatoon, and the last day that a pool is open, they open it to the dogs. It goes to the dogs, and they can go for a refreshing dip. And you and your dog, if the dog is licensed, you're free to enjoy that. And boy, they've had fun over the last couple of years. The dog day of summer. It's splashy, it's wet, it's furry, and it's fun.
That's great. I remember the first year we took our dog Sunny to go and see this, and she got like one paw halfway in there, and that was it. It was too much for her. It was overwhelming. But as we'll see in this next piece, there were an awful lot of dogs who enjoyed it a lot.
About 40 people pre-registered, so we were expecting at least 40 dogs, but this is well past what we were expecting. I can't believe the lineups outside. People are just waiting to get in, and of course we love seeing all the different kinds of breeds that are out here and everybody getting along so well. It's amazing to see. Love it.
Hey, in the control room, guys. What's going on? Keeping it real in the control room. We got Eric, we got Dean, we got Josh running things there behind the scenes. We got a whole crew in here in the studio. And my God, the Dog Days of Summer is so much fun.
I got to go this year, also for the same reason, just to check it out as a member of the media, but fell in love. I think I stayed there. Don't tell anyone. I think I stayed there an extra hour than I needed to, but it was so great. Yeah, the animals love it. The people love it. It's just a fun event.
Absolutely. So much fun. One of these years, we will get Sunny to go fully into the water. She's a little skittish of things like that.
Yeah,
but
Sunny's your girl,
Sunny's
right?
sorry, yes, Sunny's my girl, my dog. So let's switch things back though to the cat side of things, because we got a heated battle going on. The Kitten Cup.
Yeah.
Getting ready. Here's the second quarter.
Let's have a look.
This is the Kitten Cup from Paws and Claws Stadium here on Shaw TV.
The second quarter is underway with the yarn ballers and the litter boxers tied at 0. Big quarterback showdown today, Mike.
Yes, Tom Spady facing off against Peyton Meowning, but you know, it's funny, Peyton's little brother Eli Meowning has stolen some of the spotlight in recent years, winning 2 Kitten Cups of his own. Aww. That's right, one more than his brother.
Well, Peyton and his yarn ballers team are looking for their first score of the game.
Here's the kickoff. And it goes right by Chad Ocho Calico.
It's like he didn't even see the ball.
I hope he doesn't have cataracts.
Oh, man. Wow.
The litter boxers recover the football and are down inside the 5.
Yay! Coach Joe Fluffo disciplining Chad Ocho Calico on the sideline, making him run laps after messing up that kickoff return.
First and goal, here's the pass. And yes, touchdown Yarn Baller.
Yay! What an adorable offensive play. And for the first time tonight, we have points on the board.
And Kat Dunnigan does not look impressed.
Mike, it looks like there's a flag on the play.
Yes, excessive celebration from Joe Montavi. Well, things are definitely starting to heat up here on Shaw TV.
After the first half, the Yarn Ballers lead the Litter Boxers 6-0.
I can't believe the great football action we're seeing there at the Kitten Cup. It's intense. Stay tuned, folks. You don't want to miss the end of this game. It's going to be something. What a battle. As we mentioned in the last segment, Waddy, I'm hoping you don't have plans for the rest of your day, because we're not letting Ellie go. Or I guess you can take off and we'll just hang on to her.
What time we done? I guess I'm just sticking it out.
Yeah, we're here till 4, so you know.
I didn't have any plans.
All right, good deal. That's my man. One of your colleagues over there at Ralco, Ali Ramsey, joins us now from C95. Ali, thank you so much for coming in and being a part of this. I know when I was lining up people to be a part of this, we had never met before, but one of your colleagues said, "Oh my God, Ali definitely wants to be a part of this." Talk about your love of animals, Ali.
I'm kind of like a crazy dog lady. Honestly, I have 2 dogs, but being here, I feel like I might adopt more.
Okay, then it's working. The system works.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I adopted my one dog, Stella, and it was just the best decision. She's so cute. She's just like my baby almost. Yeah.
Absolutely. I believe you said you adopted her from New Hope, which is, of course, one of the other great animal welfare organizations in the city. It's also great that these organizations work together a lot because they all have that common goal of finding a happy home. And when I was doing a little bit of research on you, preparing for the telethon, one of the first things that came up on the internet was you getting Halloween photos taken with your dog. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was my dog, Luna. I had her have Halloween photos, so those are framed on my wall.
That's great. It's a raging debate here, especially between me and my fiance, as to whether animals should be dressed up. I'm definitely in the pro dressing up animals camp.
Absolutely. I dress up my dogs every year. They have Christmas outfits now.
That is awesome. Hey, the phone's ringing here. One of them's ringing. How do you guys tell? This is my first. Oh, there we go. This one's it's Waddy's. Waddy's doing double duty today. That's fantastic. Oh, they're both going. Okay, well, I guess I'm done interviewing Allie, and I couldn't be happier about it, because that means people are calling in. They're donating at 306-974-PAWS. We have likely just surpassed $15,000 for this year's telethon. We're going to keep that total growing on the phones, online. Let's keep it going, folks. And let's head back over to the main stage.
Thanks, Simon. Oh my goodness, Jackie and I are both pro costumes, right?
Absolutely. Pro costumes all the way. I always feel like the animals, for all the love they give us, deserve a little humiliation in return, like just a little bit. My dog Martin would always do anything for treats, and so I have like a collection of photos of him. There's one with like a wedding veil. He's been Spider-Man, Darth Vader for Halloween, and what are some of the animals you've
For
dressed
me,
up?
my cats have been dragons. I actually did a homemade unicorn outfit.
That'd be so great.
What's great is my girl Tonks. She just freezes when she's in a costume. So getting photos of her is perfect. You can pose her with some props. My other cat, not so much. She just skitters away and rips it off. So that's more video quality stuff. But you always get like a little moment where she's like, "Where am I? What has happened?" It's like an alien abduction for them, I'm sure.
And she can't escape. Well, speaking of pets and costumes, we're going to take a look at a story now from our beautiful friend Janella Hamilton about people who are dressing up their pets and the store Early's that's helped make it happen. So let's take a look at that.
Oh, that's my girl.
A devil, angel, and characters from Disney's Up movie were just a few of the costumes on display during this year's Halloween pet photo fundraiser.
Lola, you want a treat? You want to go for a car ride?
The event, held at Early's Farm and Garden Center, encouraged pet owners to bring their animals to the store for a complimentary photo when purchasing a donation for the SPCA.
Hey! Hi, baby.
As a nonprofit organization that functions primarily on donations and volunteers, Fine Light Photography owner Erin Francais didn't even think twice before volunteering her services for the event.
Hi, baby girl. Abby.
We've had a relationship with the SPCA for years. We worked with them on various different events. We did a summer fundraiser with pet portraits. We did fashion faux pas with them. So it was just a no-brainer. Of course I'm going to work with them on this.
And even though Francais has been a photographer for over 15 years, she says pet photos come with its own unique challenges.
The pets are always crazy, and there's always lots of jumping around, and we set everything up, and then it all gets knocked over, and you just roll with it. And we've learned that, you just wait it out, and eventually they're going to look at you, and you get the shot. And these people that bring their animals in just love these photos because that's another kid. That's their fur baby. And so it's nice to be able to do this for them.
While most of the pets couldn't sit still for longer than a minute, others looked right at home on their straw throne.
It's being able to make something for somebody that maybe they can't do themselves and, catch a little moment for them that is really special.
And when in doubt, treats seem to do the trick. Dogs and cats weren't the only pets to drop by Early's for a photo. Eugene the pig was a big hit among the crowd.
Seeing the people with their pets, they are hilarious. Some of them are very over the top, like costumes, and they're fluffed and groomed, and the ears and the whole thing. Others are just really nervous that we aren't even going to get a shot, and just seeing them with their pets and being able to give them something is the best part.
Going into its 5th year, Francais says she looks forward to seeing how the event will evolve in the future.
Good doggies.
For Go Saskatoon, I'm Janella Hamilton.
Good job! Done! Like dinner!
Back live inside the Shaw TV studios in Saskatoon. It is the 2016 Cause for Paws Telethon. Reminder, keep those donations coming in. 306-974-PAWS is the number to call. And now it is time for the quiz show sensation that swept the nation last year. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jeopardy! That's right, it's time for Jeopardy, an idea that was not at all stolen from Jimmy Fallon. This is our own unique take on this quiz show game. Our contestants today are Lindsay and Kathy from the Saskatoon SPCA. This is rematch time. Last year, you guys went head-to-head. Kathy, remind us who won last year?
It's not something I like to talk about. It's not important. We're starting fresh this year.
That's
It's
right.
a new telethon.
That's right, time for maybe some sweet revenge for Kathy.
Doubtful.
What do you got going on there, Lindsay?
Oh, I'm feeling pretty confident, so I was just doing a little doodling and just a little cat for you.
Beautiful.
She's sucking up.
That's-
She's
that's-
sucking up.
That's I won't be bought though. We're playing for the greatest prize of all in game show history. Every time you guys get an answer correct, why are you crumpling it up?
I'm
I
just
was going to
getting
put that on my
into
fridge.
Game
rude.
mode, Game
So
mode.
rude.
I'll make you another one.
Every time you get an answer right, you get to hold a kitten, which is the best thing ever. If we get to a point where we exhausted our supply of kittens, you get to steal another person's kitten, which would be the other person. So this is a lot of fun. Let's get into it. Who's going? Kathy's going first because you're sitting closest to me.
And you lost last year.
Oh, the smack talk
Snap.
starts.
All right. Question number 1. Which of these animals is not endangered? Which is not endangered? A red wolf, a sperm whale, a capybara, or a jaguar? Which is not endangered? Now, unfortunately, you can't. Oh, now you can see the monitor. We had a camera guy in the way, but your answers are up there on the screen.
Endangered.
Not endangered.
I'm gonna go with a capybara.
7,000 years ago probably shouldn't be one of the choices. I'm guessing that was a mistake. 7,000 years ago would, in fact, be endangered. Is your answer is capybara?
It is.
Give this woman a kitten.
Yay!
1-0.
Hello,
Thank you.
kitten.
Oh, okay. All right. Off to a good start. Oh, the smack talk continues. First question for you, Lindsay Royale. What is the most poisonous snake on the planet? Is it a cobra, an inland taipan, a western diamondback rattlesnake, or a black mamba?
Ooh. I'm gonna go with Black Mamba because I like that name.
Black mamba is your choice.
Am I
Is that
right?
your final answer?
Yep.
No kitten for you. No kitten for Lindsay Royale. Still 1-0. Kathy off to a fast and furious start. Chance to take a 2-kitten lead. All right. Question number 3. What are female elephants called? Are female elephants called mares, sows, cows, or dams? Mares, sows, cows, or dams? If you say it fast, it sounds funny. Mares, sows, cows, or dams?
I'm gonna go with dams.
Dams, is that your final answer?
It is.
Apparently, I'm just infringing on every game show now. Is that your final answer? That is incorrect. I'm sorry. I know, that's tough, right, Lindsay? Cows is the correct answer.
Still
Cows. The female elephants are called cows. All right, chance to tie here, Lindsay. What
Still
is
winning,
the
though.
fastest water animal, Lindsay? Fastest water animal. Is it a porpoise, a sailfish, a flying fish, or a tuna?
Sailfish.
Sailfish, is that your answer? Are you
I'm
sure?
confident.
Are you positive? Give this woman a kitten.
Oh,
Daniela on kitten duty.
Oh, hi. Hello.
That's awesome. We are all tied up. Man, oh man, this is some good fun. All right. Kathy?
Yes.
Which of these mammals lays eggs?
Oh, my.
I hope I'm saying this first one correctly. An echidna, a bongo, a ziwi, or a southern right whale? While you're thinking about that, I'm going to give a big thank you to my fiance Joy, who did a lot of research getting these questions together. Thank you so much, Joy.
Joy did not do the questions last year, I'm thinking.
These are hard.
These are a little bit more difficult.
How do I say that first one?
I'm going with echidna.
I'm gonna go with echidna because I don't know what it is.
Well, that instinct worked for you. You get another kitten. Good job. And hey, the phones are ringing again. Keep those phones ringing, folks. Don't forget, 306-974-PAWS as we burden Kathy with another kitten. So a 2-1 kitten lead for Kathy Bryn. All right, Lindsay, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
And we will be getting into cat and dog questions at the end of the round.
good.
So maybe
Phew,
a little bit
some
more
will
in your
be.
guys' wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Question number 6. What existing bird has the largest wingspan? Is it a stork, a swan, a condor, or an albatross?
Condor.
Stork, swan, condor, albatross. Are you sure condor?
I'm positive.
You're going condor?
Yeah. Give me a kitten.
What do you think it is, Kathy?
I think it's an albatross.
Kathy would be correct, but she doesn't get a kitten, but neither does Lindsay.
I think I should get a kitten for
Nope.
that.
Sorry.
Oh.
You're still winning.
Good thing you're so cute.
All right, we're getting into our cat and dog section now. Are you ready, Kathy?
I'm ready.
You could take a commanding 3-1 lead here.
I like it.
After all of the trash talk you've endured, which of these is not a term for a group of cats?
Oh.
A clouder, a bindle, a glaring, or these are all names for groups of cats?
It's a bindle.
Is that your final answer?
It is.
3-1 for Kathy. Good job.
Oh, no.
Excellent.
Wow.
Thank you.
Now, don't forget, Lindsay, there might be a chance for you to steal a kitten later on.
It's getting so cute over here.
I'm getting desperate.
Oh, no, you can't go to her. No, you have to hang out with me.
That's good. Messing up the scoring. You got another escapee over here. You've just got so many kittens, Kat. It's out of control.
It's hard to win sometimes.
Can someone call in and help, maybe? To donation and a little support?
No,
maybe someone out there knows the answer to this question, Lindsay. What percentage of house sparrow deaths can be linked to domestic cats? Is it 5%, 15%, 30%, or 50%? By the way, one of my favorite things about this game is just watching the people try to control multiple cats at one time.
I'm going to go with, this is so odd. I'm going to go with 50%.
50%?
No.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. It's 30%.
Oh, come on.
Things looking a little bleak right now for old Lindsay. Kathy.
Great.
To get
really
a
good.
kitten around here.
Hi, buddies.
All right, are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay,
Yep.
so this is the final regular question. Then we'll have a tiebreaker one after this. So your last regular
Yes,
question,
come to
Kathy.
me. No.
In Homer's epic poem, The Odyssey. Oh dear. Now it's 2-1. 2-1 now, because we had an escapee. Thank you, Trisha.
Thank you.
In Homer's epic poem, The Odyssey, when Odysseus returns home after 20 years, he is only recognized by his loyal dog. What is the dog's name? Is it Argos? Is it Pathos? Is it Juno? Is it Spot?
No help from the crowd, please.
Argos, Pathos, Juno, Spot.
Argos, Juno, Pathos. Is it Pathos?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. The score remains 3-1. So, comes down to this very important question, Lindsay, and of course our tiebreaker, even though we won't be tied. We'll still play the tiebreaker because it's fun.
Okay.
The discovery of a cat buried with its owner in Cyprus in 2004 changed researchers' views of how long we have cohabitated with these animals. How old was that grave, Lindsay? Was it 3,000 years? Was it 6,500 years? Was it 9,500 years? Was it 12,000 years? How long have we now been living with cats, according to that find?
I'm going to go 9,500.
Give her a kitten. We're at 3-2.
Yeah. Look at my cat.
But I still won, though.
Well, you sort of won,
still
but we're going to play the tiebreaker question, and that's why I've given you the pads of paper, not just for the sake of art, but because we want to keep it going because it's fun. So you have to take a guess while holding on to kittens. Do you want me to hold one for you?
Would you like one? Oh, you can have this one that's escaping. Here.
I'll take one.
This is still
Lindsay,
this is still technically
Come
Kathy's
on.
kitten. Oh, dude. Tiebreaker round 1 question.
Help me out, kitties.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
So this is you're gonna have to come up with a number here. So whichever one of you gets closest wins.
Okay.
Write it down.
Bobby the Wonder Dog was accidentally abandoned during a cross-country trip. How far did he travel in kilometers to find his family home? So you both have to come up with an answer and write it on the piece of paper. No cheating off each other and deal with cats here. Do you want me to pull on the marker there?
Cute grab. Oh, perfect.
There we go.
I'm not going to cheat off her because she's going to get it wrong. So
Oh, snap.
I don't need her
Oh, the gauntlet and the pen lid have been thrown down.
But you're not.
Kathy is leading 3-2, so if
Travel.
Lindsay gets this one right, we'll end in a tie. If it's Kathy, she wins in a runaway.
Okay, got me.
Oh.
All right, we have a guess from Kathy. We have a guess from Lindsay. Kathy, what is your guess?
I said 17.
17 kilometers. Lindsay, you're on the other end of the spectrum at 1,500 kilometers.
I feel like I might have closed this one.
I'm closer.
If you can believe it, Lindsay won, and she's not all that close to the correct answer. The correct answer, 4,105 kilometers.
I thought you
Bobby
couldn't
the
go
Wonder
over.
Dog.
I believe that means I get to hold
Well, she's under.
all
She
of
didn't
the
go over.
kittens.
Oh, she's 1,500.
Yeah, no, she's fine.
So no,
We end in a
hand 'em
tie.
over.
So to break it, what's the best baseball team in the world?
The Cubs.
Kathy wins. But no, we'll technically give you a tie. So next year we'll have to play again to settle this once and for all.
Okay.
But congratulations, Kathy, on your comeback.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Carrying on with the Saskatoon Cause for Paws Telethon in support of the SPCA. 974-PAWS is the number to call. I've completely forgotten what we're going to. Oh, I bet you we're going over to Danielle and Jackie because they're standing over in the phone room. That helped me out. What you got over there, gang?
When you hold tiny kittens, your brains get scrambled, Simon. It's totally understandable. I'm here with someone almost as beautiful as tiny little kittens, and that's Tracy, Saskatoon SPCA volunteer. She's going to read out some pledges. Go for it.
Emily Christensen, $10. And I just want to point out, every dollar makes a difference. So don't worry about the amount, just call in. Carmen Lemke, $150. Dean Posowski, $100. And Daniela, $150. Oh, for her kitties, Tonks and Mitzi.
Daniela, why did you donate?
Well, I mean, it's putting your money where your mouth is, right? I mean, I'm here asking people to do the same. And for me, Saskatoon SPCA has really become a family in so many ways, especially with my girl Tonks, who I got from there, but also my other rescue kitty who I got from the Winnipeg Humane Society. So rescues and animals and shelters, they're all a big part of my life. So that's why I donated, and I obviously encourage everyone to do the same. We want these wonderful volunteers, Watson, Allie, Stephanie, and Tracy, to look at that, to go. You're not even bothering the sleeping dog. It's perfect. She is fast asleep. So the number to call, of course, is 306-974-PAWS. But Jackie, there's a couple other ways people can do this too.
That's right. You can donate online. You can go to saskatoonspca.com. And of course, we want to encourage you to share social media so that your friends and family know that we're on Channel 10 for Shaw, also live streaming on the Shaw TV website and the Saskatoon SPCA website so that they can get involved and donate as well, because it's 6 hours, but it goes quickly. So get on there. And if you, we would love to encourage you to tweet us a photo of your pet. Hashtag SPCA.
We want to see all those pets.
That's
for
right,
sure.
we do. And now I have to actually look. Oh, I know. We're going to go take a look at a Fashion Faux Paws event. I remember being there. This is a fantastic event. Let's take a look.
The catwalk took on a new meaning for this fashion show as models and local celebrities strutted their stuff in support of the Saskatoon SPCA. And while some of the participants were a little reluctant to take to the stage, there were plenty of hep cats on the runway, as this year's Fashion Faux Paws had a 60s theme.
You go from Mad Men and Elvis to the Beatles, the Summer of Love, and hippies and that kind of thing, so it gave a lot of scope for imagination. It's also the decade in which the Saskatoon SPCA was founded in 1968, so we've been celebrating the Summer of Love ever since.
Shaw TV's Jackie Kripke and Janella Hamilton added to the love-in-like atmosphere, and the evening also included an appearance by actress and model Shannon Tweed, who grew up in Saskatoon, and her fellow reality TV star and daughter, Sophie.
Any SPCA is important to me, so I, start at home, is what I say. And because the dogs don't have a voice, and so we need to speak for them.
And cats.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
cats.
don't forget the cats.
We're dog people, but we love cats too.
Shannon Tweed has been an amazing supporter of the Saskatoon SPCA. When she got married to Gene Simmons, she asked that gifts be directed to the Saskatoon SPCA, and she's a regular donor plus an adopter, so she has one of our alumni in her home.
Tweed has also convinced two of her sisters in Saskatoon to adopt from the shelter. And also finding a happy home on this night was this custom axe guitar, signed by her husband Gene Simmons from Kiss, and auctioned off by Tweed. Sophie also walks the walk when it comes to animal welfare. She has spent time working at the animal shelter in Whistler.
Unfortunately, Whistler is really close to Pemberton, and there's a lot of wild dog packs that run around there, and we constantly get calls about puppy litters that are just left, and you have to spay and neuter your animals is really the most important message that we
It's
try
the
to
kindest
spread.
thing
It's
you
the
could
kindest
do.
thing you could do.
Shelter animals weren't the only ones who got a chance to show off. Local designers also stepped into the spotlight. For Nicola Tab of Better Off Duds, which repurposes old clothes to make new ones, the partnership with the SPCA was especially fitting.
We kind of live in a disposable society this day, I think, in a lot of ways. So I really like to sort of find the gems and give things a second chance. And I think the SPCA does that as well with the animals that they help.
The event raised more than $28,000 to support programs at the SPCA. For Go Saskatoon, I'm Simon Hyatt.
So when we were in pre-production for this telethon, we were going to make a joke about how, the animals have gotten loose in the control room and things have gone crazy, and then it actually happened in the control room. For a little while during that story, you were actually looking at the phone room because apparently a cat actually stepped on the switcher. So sorry about that, and hope you enjoyed the Fashion Faux Pas story. What a great event that is, and so nice when you can get support from people like Shannon and Sophie.
Absolutely. They're such great supporters of the Saskatoon SPCA, and we're so thankful that they do help us out and bring awareness to us.
Absolutely. And let's meet our new adoptable. This is Merida. Tell us about Merida, Kathy.
Oh, we just love Merida so much. She is a little 12-week-old Labrador Retriever mix. We're not quite sure what she might be, but she arrived from up north, and she was found wandering, and a very kind person picked her up and drove her all the way to Saskatoon, brought her into the shelter, and, I mean, she's so cute. There's not much you can say other than just look how cute that face is.
So, and I'm not sure if you mentioned 12 weeks old Merida is?
She is 12 weeks old, yep. So she's just a little baby. She'll have lots of time to grow up and take puppy training, hopefully. Someone who could take her to positive reinforcement training and do all kinds of fun stuff with her.
She is just as adorable as can be. Any guess how big she might end up getting?
It's always a little bit of a guessing game at the shelter. We never like to promise how big an animal's going to get because we really just don't know. Her paws aren't very big, though. Usually that's a good indicator if they've got really big paws. So I don't know. It's hard to say how big Merida will be. She won't be a tiny puppy based on how big she is already. But yeah, it's hard to say.
And maybe just quickly, we've seen it during the show, but you never know when people are tuning in. In terms of the process for adopting, what can someone expect if they were to show up and look to adopt Merida or another animal they see today? Briefly, what would they go through to walk out the door with a dog or a cat?
Yes, for sure. So basically they can come in and they can apply. You can either apply, you can come down to the shelter and meet the animal in person and apply, or you can apply online at our website, saskatoonspca.com. And every time you adopt from the shelter, you are helping an animal in need. You are saving a life. But it's also very cost effective to adopt because all of our animals come spayed and neutered, microchipped, vaccinated. So everything that you need for your animal is already done for you.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Kathy. Thanks, Merida. Don't forget you can adopt her out at the Saskatoon SPCA. Now let's head over to the phone room and talk to Jackie.
We were a little bit shocked. We were all admiring the dog, and then we got a little off topic. Sorry about that. Oh, that dog's so beautiful. So I'm here with Stephanie McKay from the Star Phoenix. She's the one who's distracting me. Okay, what can I say? And Stephanie, how's it going here?
It's going great. I just took a lovely donation, and I'm hoping to take lots more today. So
That's right, we are 974 Paws. Now I hear that you're a dog lover. Tell me about that.
yes, I got my first dog exactly 3 years ago today, and so we're celebrating our adoptiversary or the gotcha day or whatever you want to call it. And yeah, he's kind of changed my life in a way. It seems like kind of a silly thing to say maybe, but he's the best. So.
What's his name, and tell us a little bit about him.
He's Quincy, and he's a terrier mix. He's about 18 pounds. He is a pure terrier. He's bossy and likes to tell everyone else what to do, but he's just the most fun and such a great guy.
Talking about personality of pets, do you feel like he changed your life? Maybe that's because you found the right match for you, because I'm always a proponent of, you might see a dog on the show, for example, and think that they're adorable, but they might not be the right personality match, and I really feel like that's key for having long-term success in relationships with people, but also with your pets.
Definitely. Yeah, he's perfect in the way that he's pretty energetic, but he's also super chill. So we are big nappers in our family, but we also like to be outdoors. So dog park trips are a big part of our life, but cozying up and cuddling at the end of the night are also a big part. And yeah, we are a lot alike. We probably look alike. It's probably one of those classic embarrassing things. But he's the right match for our family for sure.
That's fantastic. Congratulations. Thanks for being here to support us. 974 Paws. And now we're going to talk a little bit more about cats instead of dogs. Oh, sorry.
I'll need a microphone for that. I've got one now. I was too busy holding cats. So right now, Daniela has just launched a Facebook Live. So you can tune on into Facebook as we are holding a couple of beautiful kitties here. Of course, we all love the cat videos, Daniela. This is what we're leading into a story about that. So hi everybody in Facebook land and everybody on TV.
Everybody, yeah, in TV land and on our live web stream. Shout out to my mom who's actually watching from Trinidad right now. Wow. So I want to say thanks to my mom, and I know she's also making a donation, so really appreciate that.
Thanks, Maylene. We appreciate you watching. Technically it's Trinidad and Tobago. Is she watching from both of them, or is she just watching from Trinidad?
Just in Trinidad, yeah. I don't know if she's got one foot in one or the other. They're two separate islands, but sure.
So, Danielle, what do you think it is? Why do we love the memes, the cat videos, the pictures so much? Why has this become such a crazy, infectious thing?
I think one of the most amazing things about cat videos is one of the reasons why I love them, or animal videos in general, is the fact that it crosses all boundaries, right? Like, you can do absolutely... like, anybody can connect to those videos. That's what I'm saying. No matter what your background is, no matter what your language of that you speak is, you can all connect to these cute little animals, and it really does cross those barriers and help connect people.
Holly is the most squirmy cat ever. Daniela is doing a Facebook Live, doing a really good job, one-handed Facebook Live, and keeping Holly from, oh, there she goes. Oh, she's on an adventure.
She's actually got one paw in my pants.
Holly, be good. Talk a little bit, Daniela. Do you have a favorite? Is there a certain cat meme or a cat video that you really love more than the others?
Just the other day, I saw another compilation of little cat scares, and it's not bad. It's not like somebody putting a cucumber there, because I think that's a little bit mean, but it's like just the noise of the toaster, and it is just a little jump. It's so cute. It just reminds you that cats, they act all brave and tough, but even just a little simple sound can give them a little scare.
The other day, I was home getting ready to leave for work here at Shaw TV, and my cat Wrigley, who you know well, was under the couch, and I think he thought I had left. And I took like a step into the living room, and he was out under the couch, and he did that thing where his tail went poof, and he freaked out and was like, "Yeah, it's me, the guy you've known your whole life." It's a lot of fun. So the SPCA has actually been staging for the last few years a cat film festival. Have you been able to go to one of these, Daniela?
I have not. I've just held my own at home, usually on a Saturday morning for about 5 hours. But no, I have not yet. Although I do know there are some amazing organizations doing this.
Yeah, and actually, I took a trip to New York a couple years ago, and we went to a museum, and they had an entire exhibition dedicated. Oh, look at that! Dedicated to cat videos. So it truly has become a phenomenon, and that's why the SPCA can launch an event like a cat film festival. Let's take a look. Like a tuxedo at a wedding or chaps at a rodeo. Some days just scream out for specific items of clothing. For Dave Wright and his t-shirt, today is that day.
It's been sitting in my closet waiting for a day just like this. So, yeah, I'm glad I can break it out again.
Wright, his 3 keyboards Cat Moon shirt, and his family were among the attendees at the recently held Just for Cats video festival. The event began at the Walker Art Center in Minneapolis, and now tours in support of local animal shelters like the Saskatoon SPCA.
It's a quirkier event for sure. It's a different crowd for us, which is fantastic. And it's a really positive show, so it's good for people to understand that we really are trying to help cats in the city, and it's really wonderful to be able to celebrate all of these really responsible cat owners who are here today.
The festival features dozens of videos highlighting the ridiculous things cats do. But why are these creatures specifically such great fodder for internet glory?
Cats don't know that they're being funny, I think is the best part, And they get all sorts of crazy shenanigans and everything.
I think the cats are just a really odd little creature, and they're very independent, and so how they behave is usually quite humorous. They're never trying to please anyone. They really exist for themselves and when they choose to exist for you at momentary times.
Because they play lots when like bad when somebody grabs something and bad when birds go for them and they're just run off after the school.
I couldn't have said it better myself. And as always seems to be the case when it comes to anything related to the internet, a fierce debate rages about which video is the best. For Royale, the choice is the classic yes cat.
She asks if he wants a treat, and the cat's like,
Yes.
yes,
Yes.
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 It's a man's voice, of course, lapsed over the cat's face, but it's pretty humorous.
What about the one where the cat gets stuck in the box?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good one, eh?
Yeah.
Or when the cat falls in the toilet? That's a good one.
In all, about 300 people took in the 2 festival showings and raised $6,000 for the Saskatoon SPCA. For Go on Shaw TV, I'm Simon Hyatt.
Welcome back to the 2016 Cause for Paws. I'm Daniela Ponticelli, joined by Lindsay Royale, and this is a real treat for me because I haven't heard the update to this story, but Lindsay, we're joined by a very special someone in your life.
Yes, this is Lexington Royale, and I just adopted her a couple months ago.
Oh my goodness, but you were telling me that it took you a little while to come to that decision.
It took me 4.5 years and countless foster animals. I feel like I've had probably at least 100 animals in my house, and it just happened. It just worked out this time. She's just such a sweet girl, and the timing worked out, and I fostered her initially for a little bit, and then I just couldn't give her back.
And what is she munching? She's munching on some carrots right now, so a very healthy dog.
She's loving the carrots right now. Yeah, she likes snacks. I was cooking dinner the other day, and she took 3 chicken breasts off my counter, and it helped herself, in a mere 15 seconds. That's all it took her.
So now, of course, the real question is, I know you've fostered animals, I know you're surrounded by animals at work, but what is it like to have Lexi in your home as your companion, as your family member?
It's amazing. I think it took me so long because it is such a big commitment, and I am really lucky to be around animals every day, and I can cycle them in and out and help them, but sometimes it's just impossible to think about that animal leaving your life. And so this was a time where I just felt like I couldn't say goodbye, so here we are.
And Lindsay is proof that you can foster animals without necessarily adopting them, but then of course it's extra sweet and extra special when you do. And on that note about fostering, did you get to learn a lot about Lexi obviously during that time?
Fostering is a really wonderful thing to do if you're not sure if adoption is a good idea for you at the time, or maybe you are a little bit cautious about, is this the right animal? Because I had commitment problems. So fostering is amazing because you get to see sort of what you're working with, and you get to see a lot of rewards, a lot of progress on her. So I highly suggest doing that if you're unsure and you just want to get to know an animal, and you always get first pick if you're fostering. So that's a bonus.
Any tips for folks out there who might want to adopt, especially some of the wonderful animals we've had on the show? Not Lexi, of course. Lexi has a great home, but the other animals here today.
Yeah, you know what? A huge tip that I've learned actually would be to come down to the Saskatoon SPCA and take out as many animals as you possibly can, because you would actually be very surprised at the kind of animal that you end up really gravitating towards. So I know that I used to really love Chihuahuas, and now I have this husky mix in my life. So you never know. It's all about the personality, for sure.
Last question. What is your favorite thing to do with Lexi, especially here in Saskatoon?
We like to go to the beach. It's where we found her confidence. It's her happy spot. So, we like to go swimming.
Thank you so much for sharing your story, Lindsay. And I'm very honored, as I said, to actually get to hear this and see this, because I've known you for a while, and it's been amazing to see you work with animals and do such a great job at the Saskatoon SPCA. And now we're going to have a look at our busy phone lines, right?
Well, we're kind of distracted right now.
If you could get a shot of Ellie right now, I don't know if you can. That
Kitty
sort of
love.
indicates maybe how things are going at the phone bank right now. I just wanted to say I got to meet Lexi maybe just a few weeks ago.
And there's a pretty remarkable difference already in that confidence level. She was kind of shy. She didn't really want to come over to me. I guess perhaps like some dogs, not all love men or whatever. They all have their certain things. And now Lexi came right up to me and she loved me. So great job, Lindsay. She's playing with your drawing. That's awesome. So great work. And I also wanted to say that story about dogs eating things. I'll quickly mention during the World Series, I ordered pizza, had a giant chocolate chip cookie there with it. I accidentally left it out overnight.
Yeah.
And then the next day I said to Joy, hey, what happened to that big cookie we had? And I was like, oh no. So we were watching the dog very closely for the next day
especially if
just to
it's
make sure she
chocolate in
didn't
there, yeah.
die.
That's dangerous. Don't feed your dogs chocolate. It's poisonous to them. Simon,
Yeah.
probably watching the TV a little too hard.
Exactly.
Enough about dogs.
Yes.
You know what? Because you have a cat, don't you?
I do have a cat named Wrigley.
Oh, and so next hour is going to be all about cats. And
so
I know you'll
excited.
have some stories to share then as well, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And we have more of these little guys to meet and talk about more success stories, more adoptable animals, more. But we would like you to keep calling 974-PAWS. Keep those phones ringing so we can keep these guys busy. And it's all adding up to go to the Saskatoon SPCA. Maybe we'll do a total at the top of the hour as well. How
Sounds
about that?
good.
See where we're going. And how do you feel about how it's going so far?
Feeling great. I'm ready for cat hour. Let's go. Cause for Paws Telethon. We are so excited. Hey, Daniela, what hour is it?
It is cat hour, the power hour of cats.
Yeah, you got a little furry friend there. You got a couple at home. And who is that? That's not a cat. That's a baby. Who let a baby in here?
That's Jackie's little girl, Vivian.
Hi, Vivian. Oh, my gosh. Oh, she is a natural. She came out of the womb with that head of hair. It's amazing. She had the best
There
baby
it is
photos
again.
ever. I mean, I'm sort of an honorary uncle, so I'm a little biased, but holy cow, Vivian, just the best. Oh, I know, you're cute too. It's okay. Cat hour coming up. Obviously, we're going to be talking about my cat, your cats,
All the
cats in the world. This is the best hour. We're going to be meeting Wrigley, talking a little bit more about Tonks, and pretty soon we're going to head over to the phone bank to get things going. Don't forget, 974-PAWS, the number to call, or you can log on saskatoonspca.com/cause for paws. Jackie, what's happening over in phone land?
Well, we've dropped a Derek Watson and we're down a puppy, but we're up kittens, so that's great. Now, Tracy, you mentioned that the SPCA doesn't just need cash donations, you also sometimes need donations in kind. Tell us about that.
Absolutely. We always need wet cat kitten food.
Okay.
Kitten kibble, dry food, and puppy kibble. We've had a record number of cats and kittens, mostly probably because of the weather. It was a mild winter last winter, and then who knows this winter and fall. So we have just a high intense number of cats in the shelter. There's about 50 to 60 just on the adoption floor. There's 50 in pound, and then there's over 50 in foster care. So little ones like this, and they just eat a lot of food.
And they are sitting and waiting for you to call 974 Paws, give us your donation. We'll be very grateful for that. But also for you to come down to the shelter and meet them and maybe fall in love with one if you're ready to make that commitment and take one home, because those numbers are incredible and very sad and very disheartening. So thank goodness you guys are there taking care of them. But also the viewers at home, keep in mind you can fall in love with a little one like this and give them the safe forever home. So that's fantastic. 974 Paws, get those donations rolling, and we're going to go back to the main stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Very easy to fall in love with little guys like this, and that's exactly what I did with my little guy, Wrigley, who I got from the Saskatoon SPCA. You started here at Shaw TV Saskatoon in 2012,
Yes, I did,
Danielle,
yeah.
and we became very good friends, and you got to meet Wrigley and hang out with Wrigley a lot, he had an impact on you.
He had a huge impact on me. In fact, it was definitely Wrigley that made me think, okay, I might be a cat person. I mean, the thing is, I love dogs too, but I might be a cat person. And it's funny because Wrigley can be a little aloof sometimes.
Yep, very
he's
true.
not necessarily always the, wanting to come out and be social. But I think it was actually one time when I cat sat for you.
Right.
I got to see a little bit more of his personality, and that's what always makes the difference. Whether it's a little kitten or it's an adult cat, which I know the Saskatoon SPCA has many adult cats also looking for a great loving home.
Absolutely. You can go to the Saskatoon SPCA and find your Wrigley. Let's learn now a little bit of that story, how he came into my life. I'm Simon Hyatt. I'm a reporter-producer at Shaw, and this is my cat, Wrigley. I was raised with cats always. I'd always wanted a cat, and when I finally bought my own place, I was going to get a cat. And I knew I'd go to the SPCA because it just makes the most sense to go there. So sort of looking around casually, not really seeing anything that really leapt out at me, and I kind of bent over and looked into this one cage, and I had to kind of hunch down and my hands sort of down here to look at this other cat. And from below, these two paws jut out from the cage and just latch onto my hand. And so I bent down and looked at him, and there was Wrigley's face, and I'd never seen a cat that looked quite like him, and obviously there was an immediate bond. I spent a couple more minutes doing the courtesy look around, but yeah, he was the one. He's a handsome boy. He's got those really blue eyes, and he's actually a lot darker now that he's grown up a little bit. Coming up on 6 years now. He's almost 6 years old. I got him when he was about 3 months old. When he's not out here, he's got a few certain hiding spots, He likes to go under the bed sometimes. I've also got the top shelf of my closet. If I leave the closet door open, there's a bunch of sweaters up there, so he really likes getting up there. He loves hiding underneath the TV. I think he loves the warmth of the lovely Shaw cable box. He's very playful. He loves his toys. He used to actually do fetch, like he'd throw it and he'd bring it back, and now you throw things and he kind of chases it down and then gets bored and comes back. Well, he got the name Wrigley because I'm a huge Chicago Cubs fan, so he's named after Wrigley Field, the stadium the Cubs call home. Wrigley can be a little standoffish. He doesn't really like being held all that much. Dude. He likes affection, but he likes it on his own terms. When I come home from trips, it is like he hasn't had human contact in months. He hasn't seen anyone. He's so happy. He actually starts to lose his voice because he meows so much.
Just gotten home after 8 days in Florida. Wrigley has been sort of alone this weekend with Randy. We can kind of hear him. Maybe if I jiggle the... All right, here we go. Let's see what his reaction is. Hi, Riggs. How's it going, buddy? Hi. Aww. Hi. Hi,
fuzzy belly.
I think it's very important to support the SPCA. If you're looking to get an animal, I mean, you don't need to go to a breeder. I mean, there's so many animals out there that need a home and need love. You just have to walk in there and see the plentitude of animals that are there.
Look at him, Mom.
I mean, you're doing so much good if you can just give one animal a home. We have a look live inside our kitten room. Is there a happier... Forget Disneyland. That's the happiest place on earth.
Oh, cat hour is my favorite. Oh.
Cat hour is awesome. So, of course... Coming into your living room. How can you not adopt that guy? So, of course, we just met Wrigley, as you may have guessed, named after Wrigley Field, home stadium.
Your getup over here. Clearly a Cubs.
2016 World Series champions, the Chicago Cubs. It finally happened. I can't believe it. So I've decided to get all decked out and support because frankly, it might be another 108 years before we win a World Series. So
you know what? I think Wrigley was the lucky cat. He was the one who made it happen.
I can't disagree with that. It took him a few years, that's for sure. It took us darn time, but
at least
that's
it was
okay.
in Wrigley's lifetime that the Cubs won the World Series, which is amazing.
That's something that a lot of Cubs fans can't say because it was 108 years. So yes, I decided when I adopted him, look at that. Oh yeah, look at that. If only we had a little baby bear here on set. We got kittens instead, and that's just as good. Named him after Wrigley Field, where of course the Chicago Cubs play. When I was looking to adopt, I thought maybe if I got a female cat, it would be named Ivy because there's ivy on the outfield walls. But he's definitely Wrigley. That's one of those names. And we saw in the story when you were fostering Tonks and her kittens that their names actually came from Harry Potter.
Oh yes, yeah. Tonks is one of my favorite characters in the series, and that has to do with her hair color and the fact that my baby girl is a calico. And then her babies were George, Fred. They're the ginger twins, of course, and Luna. But also little Hermione. She came into our lives just a little later. She was a single kitten who had been found, and that's something that the SPCA talks about. That they have often single kittens that aren't part of a litter that need that love and care and that extra little bit of attention because they don't have the mother's milk and the mother's nurturing. But actually, Tonks took little Hermione under her wing, and it was like one of my favorite moments of that whole fostering experience for sure.
For sure. I want to make mention again, if you're just tuning in, look at those. That's nice. Thank you. World champions.
Fully decked out.
I am. If only I had some pants to have the Cubs logo on. You were the person who started this telethon for Shaw TV. You are back this year. You put together all of these great stories, or a lot of them, including that one on Wrigley, as well as our next one, as we're talking about the art, the science of naming animals. Daniela actually met someone who made it her passion.
My name is Brenda Richards, and I am a longtime volunteer here at the Saskatoon SPCA. My son actually worked here. He goes, well, you could come and just love those cats up and pet them and take care of them for a little bit. And I thought, well, I could do that. Hi. Hi. My claim to fame here mostly would be naming of the cats that come into the shelter. There was a lady working here in fundraising education, and she said one day, oh, can you please go down and name the cats, because I just can't get around to doing it today. And I said, oh yeah, okay, sure. That's how it happened. I've probably named thousands over the years. People ask me all the time how I managed to do that. Watching TV or looking through a magazine and Kate Hudson's name would come up, so I would take part of that and called him Hudson. That didn't mean he was female, it just was a good name for him. The names that seem to do the best are always linked with food, like Rolo, Chiclet, Triscuit. Saffron's name comes from food or spices. A kitty with extra toes that we called Digit, so he was polydactyl. We had a couple little kittens once that came in under the hood of a car in the hot summer from Viking, Alberta. 2 little guys. And we called them Odin and Thor after Vikings. And this quiet little girl here is Madeline. And Madeline's name comes from the little cartoon girl named Madeline. We never turn an animal away. We are a last resort to some people. The amount of work and the heart that goes into this place, and it cannot operate without people supporting it.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Roxy. Well, in case you didn't catch, this is Roxy Roller. And as you've seen in the story, you too can name a pet. This might come home with you, and you can name this pet if you don't like the name Roxy. Tell us about Roxy.
True. Well, Roxy is a little handful.
Yes,
she's a Roxy Roller. She is still obviously a little puppy, but she's probably going to grow up to be pretty big. Look at those paws. She was an owner surrender, so they just weren't able to care for her anymore, and that's why we're there. So I'm sure we'll have no problem.
Well, you'll have problem containing her, but not finding her a new home. Is she a few months old? Is that they're balls of energy at this age?
Yes, yeah, she's only 12 weeks old.
Oh,
so she's very curious about everything today.
She's beautiful. She's got very soft but kind of wiry. Is it wiry fur? Is that how you describe it? Like she's really cool. And these little, look at this little floopity doop. And she's very affectionate. Hey, Roxy. Hey, Roxy. Oh, she doesn't want to kiss me. Remember the David Letterman episode where he got bit? Well, that happened. So I'll be careful with Roxy. Hello. Oh, there you go. There. So this little girl is up for adoption. And just one of the, how many animals come through the shelter every year?
We get about 4,000 animals in. So,
oh my goodness.
It's many, many animals. And it's about $15 a day to care for each animal. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. Unbelievable. So on that note, we should thank all of our generous donors so far. I see some family and friends' names on the crawl. Thanks to Matthew Kent, and a shout out to Elliot, his dog, for donating. And our grand total at this point is just over $16,000. We are astonished at the generosity of everyone coming out. And on that note, we're going to go back to the main stage and meet another one of our generous donors.
Oh my goodness, Roxy is working it over there. I think she'll definitely find a home soon, hopefully, because I want to take her home. I just can't right now. But once again, I'm Daniela Ponticelli, and I'm joined by Anne-Marie of Barras & Associates Rehabilitation Center and Patricia Cameron from the Saskatoon SPCA for a very special presentation right here.
Yes, Barras & Associates are some more of our superheroes. They're donating $500 today. They're also donating massage and physical therapy to our dogs. They come in and, they can have been injured, hit by a car, all sorts of things can happen to them, and Barras is there to ease their pain and get them back up on their feet. And Anne-Marie is an adopter.
Yeah, Anne-Marie, first of all, thank you for this amazing donation. And why is it so important for you to give back to the Saskatoon SPCA?
Well, on a personal note, I did adopt a dog from the SPCA. In fact, all my dogs have been rescue dogs. I've had 4 in total. But I had a previous dog from the SPCA who had his leg amputated from being caught in a trap, and at very cold temperatures. And he lived free at the SPCA for a few months, and I adopted him, and I had him till he was 17. So for about 15 years I had him. My current dog is a rescue dog from Sturgeon Lake, who's part coyote, part shepherd, and he's just lovely.
And to anybody who's out there who might be a little tentative thinking about a rescue dog, it's weird to even say that because, I just have such a big heart for these rescue animals, but there are some people who are a little tentative. What do you have to say to that, being a loving family member to a rescue animal?
Well, I think any rescue dog, I won't lie, sometimes there are a few things to work out at the beginning, but in the end they are incredibly rewarding and enrich your family with their diversity so much.
And Patricia, what does something like this mean to the Saskatoon SPCA, this wonderful donation of $500?
Well, we have a lot of animals that come in with special needs. They need surgery, they need a variety of medical treatments, and so $500 could mean a dog that needs an emergency surgery will get that surgery, and we couldn't do it without superheroes like Barasa and Associate, and we so appreciate their support, and we look forward to animals getting the rehabilitation expertise of Barasa and Associates as well. We're really excited about that.
Once again, we thank you so much for your donation, and just want to remind everybody at home, doesn't matter how big or small, every dollar counts. The number to call is 306-974-PAWS, or you can donate online at saskatoonspca.com/cause for paws. And now, you know what, we're going to head over to the phone center to check in on how they're doing.
Going great over here, guys. Thanks to Barasa and Associates, and also to these donors. You want to read some of these?
I do want to read some of them. So we'd really like to say a big thank you to Cindy Bessie. She called in and she donated $25, which is incredible. Thank you so much for doing that. We've got, that's an odd one.
That's right, an anonymous. Anonymous, is that a name? Or?
I believe so. Just proof that you don't have to give us your name. That's if you don't want to. We understand. But $700. So incredible.
Thank you, Anonymous.
So much. We've got Brenda Carter who called in, and she's donating because she loves the animals. So do we, Brenda. Thank you.
That's right. That's why we're all here today, Brenda. Good job.
I just wanted to point out, too, that we've talked about how it's $15 a day to help an animal at the shelter.
Right.
It's also really important to remember that sometimes the animals will last about 5 minutes on the adoption floor before getting adopted, and sometimes it takes 5 months.
Yes.
So it's really incredible to, even if, I mean, these big donations are amazing, thank you so much, but even if you can only donate $5, $10, it still really does help out a huge amount. So.
I love having that number so that you get an idea, and when you think of 4,000 animals coming through the shelter and operations and all the things that you have to do, and especially the vet bills often that you have to incur when they have an accident or an injury, that's, you know, it's amazing to think.
Yeah, and that they don't have a time limit on the adoption floor. So, you know, sometimes it takes a little bit of extra marketing or just a little search to try and find the right owner for that animal. So,
speaking of the right owner for an animal, we have a story now that I put together about a cat named Gizmo. Gizmo, as you'll see in the show, is quite a character, and he destroys everything he comes in contact with. Like, there's pizza in the hall, he would eat your pizza. He just destroyed 2 loaves of bread the other day, I heard from my mother-in-law. So, but he's incredible. He's an SPCA cat, and so let's take a look at the creature that is Gizmo.
So I guess Gizmo kind of likes food, hey?
Oh my goodness, I love Gizmo. I love that video. Jackie, that was amazing.
Yeah, so good. Jackie was just telling us off camera that there was one time when they had made some bacon at home and Gizmo didn't eat the bacon, but ate all of the bacon grease that was left over afterwards. So.
Cats are just like,
Yeah.
you love them, but they do some weird things. My cats are not that food crazy, but anytime I open a can, it doesn't matter what it is, they think it's tuna. And so then they'll like wrap around my feet. I can't walk anywhere. That is their absolute favorite little treat. I never give them a lot. Maybe sometimes just the water.
Just a little taste.
Yeah, but they do love it. They love the smell of it. They go crazy. So.
Yeah, our dog Sunny, I've gotten into the habit at night. My fiance Joy usually goes to sleep before I do, so Sunny the dog will go to sleep with her. And so at the end of the night, just before I go to sleep, I like to give Wrigley a few little treats. Oh. And Sunny can be asleep, and on the other side of the house where the bedroom is, and I'm in the kitchen, and I grab that package, and oh, hey, Sunny, what's going on? Would you like something? Yesterday, I was having some trail mix out of a bag, and she heard the bag and was like, "Oh, okay, this must be time." Yeah.
And if you don't know any of these instances, then I do think it's time to adopt an animal. And there's plenty at the Saskatoon SPCA. You're meeting some of them today here on the Cause for Paws Telethon, but also you'll be meeting some when you head down to the shelter.
For sure, and we want you to keep on calling in, keep that total going up. We're doing really well. We want to get higher as we are now past the halfway mark. 306-974-PAWS is the number to call. So since we're more than halfway through the telethon, that means we're also through halftime at the Kitten Cup. Let's pick up the action there once again.
The sold-out crowd at Paws and Claws Stadium is charged up and ready for the second half of the Kitten Cup.
Mike, that halftime performance by the Pussycat Dolls was perfect.
They are so amazing. The third quarter is underway, and it's 6-0 for Peyton Meowning and the Yarn Ballers.
The tension is building as Tom Spady and the litter boxers are looking to answer back. Biggest thing for me, the Yarn Ballers need to get over their fear of the ball.
Also, Jess, is that kitten stretching on the sidelines?
No, Mike, he's asleep.
A cat nap. Interesting strategy.
These kittens have such different personalities, hard to know who to really watch out for.
Joe Montabi, of course, riding a high coming into tonight's game. Montabi was recently featured in the very popular BuzzFeed article titled 21 Adorable Cats Sleeping in Strange Positions.
Aww. And I think a lot of that attention is going to his head.
Here's Spady moving down the field. The ball is up in the air.
And a few kittens jump for it.
The ball is loose.
And look what the cat dragged in. The litter boxers score, and it's a tie game. Let's take another look at what made that play successful. It's getting more and more eventful on the field as the Yarn Ballers and litter boxers are tied at 6 heading into the fourth quarter.
Held, and then we're making them sit in front of Aww. Look at this guy. This is an adorable, sweet, soft little creature with a very big name, Monster.
Well, his real name was Wolverine, and I took him home, and I have a 5-year-old cat, and he promptly became Monster because he terrorizes my big cat.
Poor old cat. It can't be great with a newcomer coming in. So what's the story here? Where did he come from?
The shelter as a stray. He didn't look like this. His fur on his back was all sun bleached, so it's kind of a brownish color.
Yeah.
And he's going to be probably a black smoke, like his color is starting to turn.
So he's just he's still young and changing.
Yes, definitely. He's only like 6 months-ish, but you can see he's getting gray.
This is wonderful. Now, why did you decide to bring him home of all the cats there?
He had the most unique purr. He used to sort of squeal like a pigeon.
Oh, wow.
He hasn't done that now for almost a month now, so he's growing up.
He's growing up and getting older, and he's becoming a big boy. You know, it's wonderful to see that. So do you work at the shelter, volunteer?
I do. I work at the shelter, and I've been there, it'll be 2 years in January, and everybody's like, oh, I give you a month and you'll have another cat. And it's like, no. I had my eye set on many, but no, and so
it had to be just the right one, and that's something.
It wasn't a good idea with my older cat, but anyway, he'll work out. Yeah, no.
They're going to become best buddies over the long haul. Isn't that what happens? That's what happened in our house. He's gorgeous. So, would you like to say and encourage anyone to go on down and take a look and fall in love themselves?
Cats seem to be a bit of an epidemic this year, so we have a lot of really awesome adult and kittens that are for adoption.
Okay.
And what's that mean?
Oh, don't worry about that. You don't worry about this, the crazy chaos in here. You just talk about
So they're all
Monster.
just awesome.
It's so wonderful.
He was much more friendly when he was littler.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's fantastic. I think he's just, there's lights, there's cameras, there's people, there's us. Look at him. He's so adorable. Monster says, call 974-PAWS, give a donation, give a second chance to one of the many cats in the shelter.
yeah.
That's pretty heartbreaking. So this is your chance to make a difference for them. We're going back to the main stage.
We are hanging out with Daisy. Oh, we see if we can hear her purring because she's got a good motor going.
No, just a wee little
Just a wee little meow.
Call now, she says. Call now.
What's that number, Daisy?
It is 306-974-PAWS.
Ring those phones, get those donations coming in. They are coming in fast and furious. Just all you got to do is pick up your phone. 306-974-PAWS, that's all it takes. Of course, the other thing that I know you and I and basically every animal lover in the world does with their phones, they take lots of pictures of their pets. I don't know if we can get a shot of that there, Bob, on my phone. That's our dog, Sunny. So this was during, of course, World Series time, and we tried to, you can't get enough. I swear I will change out of this gear soon, but it could be another 108 years before we win a World Series.
No, I know. That's why I'm not getting on.
I gotta get in while I can.
Last time. And plus, I had to deal with your Cubs mania for all those years when they didn't.
Yeah, it was a rough stretch. So that was a picture of our dog Sunny with the helmet on her head. That was his
question.
Yeah.
How many photos do you estimate? Okay, let's take the last
see.
month.
Yeah, I'm probably average one a day. So it's not too crazy. Well,
Addiction's not nearly as bad as mine.
you realize when you get to 1,000 or so photos of Wrigley and Sunny that you how many do you really need exactly? How many photos do you really need, Daisy?
Come on, if Daisy was mine, let's put it this way. My phone storage would be done.
You could just run those photos together and it would look like a movie.
Yep, exactly, like a stop motion film with all of them. The reason why I love documenting that is just that it's those moments that I don't know. It's just so fun to have those moments. Although they all seem to look alike. I have a string of videos on my phone just of Tonks cuddling me whenever we're watching Netflix. It's her favorite thing, and it's just funny because every single time she's also a bit of a video vixen.
Wonder where she gets that from, watching the TV, making the movies, taking the pictures, that sort of thing. Of course, there's another guy here on the staff at Shaw TV, our good friend Justin. If you're following us along on the social media, and we encourage you to do that on Twitter, we're using the hashtag SPCA Telethon. If you're seeing our photos from today, a lot of those are coming from Justin, who is an excellent photographer.
Yeah, doing a great job. He is behind the scenes, working really hard, buzzing around. So it's really great to have him here today.
For sure. And Justin also took us behind the scenes at his house with his cat, Mochi, and the photos he takes of Mochi.
Does that count as animal abuse? Is that PETA here knocking at the door? Hi there, my name is Justin, and this here is my cat Mochi. I adopted him from the Saskatoon SPCA in late August, and we've just become best of friends ever since. While he was staying there, his name was Zeus, but I don't think he really has the pecs to deserve that name. And as far as I know, he doesn't really know how to cast lightning bolts. I mean, I don't know what he does when I'm not around. Maybe he knows how, but I haven't seen it. He just shocked me. So I called him Mochi instead because he's a pretty sweet cat. He was staying at the SPCA, I believe, for a month before I picked him up, which I just don't understand because he's such a great cat. Like, he's just so energetic and just full of personality and what are you doing? And he's got some pretty weird, I guess, traits too. I mean, after I got him, I was saying stuff I never thought I would ever say. For example, stop trying to play with your leg. That's not a toy. Can you please quit trying to eat the toilet brush? And finally, can you please stop rubbing your face on my potatoes? Mochi, what are you doing with my potatoes? Can you stop? Can you stop that, please? What are you doing to my potatoes? Like can you please stop that? Like who does that? These phrases become especially embarrassing when you say them loudly and you don't realize your roommates are home. I think Mochi is really happy living with me, but unfortunately for him, I do some VFX work, and when I can't find any on-screen talent, he gets to help me out. Is it really any wonder why I can't find any friends to help me out? Alright, now I definitely hear Pina knocking at the door. But seriously, I just want to thank the SPCA for helping me find such a wonderful pet. You know, they do so much hard work there, and they need help from the community to keep things going. Like, they have operating costs, and they have to keep the pet food dishes full and the litter boxes clean, so they need money to do that. So if you're able to donate, it would mean so much to them and all the animals that are staying there. Or if you're looking for a new friendly companion in your life, why not go in and check out their adoption floor? You never know, your new best friend might be behind their doors. So yeah, once again, thank you. Thank you very much, Saskatoon SPCA, for helping me find this very little guy. Bye.
What a great way to meet Mochi. Such a cute cat, but also just shows that personality come to life, especially when a cute cat or kitten like Daisy finds a home. I'm joined, of course, by Kathy Bryn from the Saskatoon SPCA.
Well, hello there. And yes, we do have the cutest little kitten here. This is Daisy. She spent some time on camera already, but we're just learning about her story. So Daisy is a little 12-week-old kitten, and she arrived as a stray with her 4 other siblings. And, oh yeah, you get in there, buddy. There you go. And she actually spent some time in foster care because she was so teeny tiny when she arrived to the shelter. So she spent a few weeks in foster care, just gaining weight and getting bigger, and now she's ready to find her happy home.
And that's something folks need to remember. I mean, we always share photos of little tiny kittens. If they're not actually at the shelter, if they're in foster care, it doesn't mean that they're there forever necessarily. They are coming back to be adopted, so people can apply to be Daisy's new family.
Absolutely. She is ready to go home today, so she could find her happy home from being on the telethon today.
And I know she's got some other kitten friends with her back there, but what makes her so special?
I think her purr makes her so special. Can you hear that nice loud purr? She's so cuddly and just really, she's a nice calm kitten. Sometimes you get the crazy rambunctious ones, which are nice too, but Daisy's just so lovely and calm.
I might need to let out a little secret. I think she blew off some of that energy over there in the kitten room because they're playing, they're having a great time. Kathy, is there anything else folks should know, especially when they're considering adopting a kitten or even an adult cat?
Well, right now is actually a really fantastic time to adopt because little kittens like Daisy here are only $50 to take home from the SPCA, and adult cats are actually free to a good home at the moment. Their adoption fee is waived.
And there's a specific reason for that, right? And that has to do with some of the numbers that we've seen this year?
You betcha. Unfortunately, we have seen our cat numbers. They're just so high this year. So we're just trying to find as many happy homes as we possibly can for our cats. They're so deserving, and they really just do need that second chance.
And they are the stars of this telethon. Daisy, I wish you could just take over the microphone, but I think you're a little busy right now. Anyway, don't forget to donate. The number is 306-974-PAWS. You can also do so online at saskatoonspca.com/cause for paws. And you know what? Let's go check out the phone room to see how things are going on that side.
Well, we're waiting for phones to ring, but we got a baby, so she's filling time. Vivian says, call 974-PAWS.
Please.
Please.
Give us money.
Oh, that a girl? We're training her to be the next Shaw TV volunteer, possibly the youngest. I think she's in good hands. Hey, you loving it?
This is unbelievable.
974-PAWS. You loving it? We got babies. We got
puppies. Come on.
Come on. What else do you need?
Call?
What else can we add?
I don't
Bubbles?
know.
I don't know. We're going to work on that. Bubbles.
There's some pizza here somewhere in the building.
And the phone's ringing. That's fantastic.
Amazing.
Thank you, guys. So we're doing great. As you can see, Vivian's out supporting the SPCA and telling everyone to go on down to the shelter if you'd like to donate food. We had someone call and say, how do we donate the food we asked for earlier? Whoops, we didn't think of that. So go to this. Where do they take donations?
You know what? We're not that far away from Stonebridge. So if you keep heading down Clarence, we're on Clarence and Grasswood at 5028 Clarence Avenue North.
Well, that's easy peasy.
We're south.
South. Don't go north.
Don't go north. Never go north.
Awkward. Well, we almost had it right, but it's like hour 4, 3 or something. We're getting tired. I don't know.
I've got a baby.
A baby all of a sudden. Do you love her shirt? It's got ponies and it says awesome on it because she loves animals already. Yeah, you answer a phone. Go for it. Oh, there we go. She's working on it. She's working the phone lines. Putting her to work.
Call if you want to talk to her.
Call if you want to talk to the baby. She's got a lot to say. 974-PAWS. So we've talked a lot about fostering. We're going to hear more about that right away. Yeah, you fostered before you adopted, Lexi, and we're ready to do that. Do you need more foster parents?
Oh, yeah. We always need foster parents. Definitely. And you know what's the best thing about... You know what the best thing about fostering is? We supply you with absolutely everything. So it's really easy, and it's a wonderful thing to do. And then they get adopted, and you can celebrate.
And you can celebrate because you've had a part in helping socialize them and keep them healthy and then release them into the world like a butterfly. That's fantastic. Thank you to a couple more people. Regan Carver, Kathy McMurtry. Regan and Kathy, we so appreciate your donations. We're very grateful that you're calling in, and we want to thank you very much. And now, oh, yeah, that's right. We were talking about fostering because we're going to meet a woman named Liz, who's a foster mom. This is a great story. Take a look.
He's all about exploring and testing his limits now.
Days like this are filled with mixed emotions for Liz Allen. She is just hours from returning the animals she has been watching for the past 2 weeks to the SPCA. She's sad to see them go, but happy for the positive impact she has had on their lives, and vice versa.
Usually I just tell myself that they're going to go and make other people happy, and they maybe wouldn't have been as successful had I not been in their lives.
Allen, who is a student, helps out the shelter by fostering mother cats and their kittens. It's a perfect arrangement for the animal lover who has a somewhat unpredictable life.
I move around a lot, and I wouldn't want to adopt a cat and then not be able to stay with him or her for their entire life, because that's not fair, because you form such bonds with them.
But she admits she has developed a strong bond with this mother cat.
She's such a strange cat too. That's what I love about her. I feel like she's the cat version of me. Like, if I were a cat, I'd be a weirdo like her.
The kitten has grown tremendously in the short time he's lived with Liz, both in size and personality. She originally called him Chicken Little because of his timid nature.
If it was me and I was a cat, I would be very scared at first too, especially if it's like an environment that you're not used to. And so I was just kind of doing my best to move slowly, to not add any more scary things.
But slowly he became more comfortable and a prime candidate for adoption.
That's actually one of the most beautiful things about fostering them from when they're really young is you get to see all of their little individual personalities like just grow, and yeah, it's really great.
Cats are fostered by the SPCA when they have kittens or need medicine or just extra attention for some reason. And the shelter does everything they can to make it easy on the foster parent.
The SPCA pays for all of the food and the litter, and they provide you with everything that you need. So that was that's the cherry on the top.
In addition to providing a safe environment for cats or dogs that need it, the fostering process also helps with socialization. All of the cats and kittens that Liz has looked after have since been adopted.
This is the third group of cats that I've got so far.
And while the goodbyes are difficult, Liz has adopted a philosophical attitude towards sending the cats back out into the world.
It's almost like you think about the people that come in and out of your life. You make such great friends, and then you know, like maybe you'll never see each other again, and you just go off and do your own thing, but you know, and you're thinking about them, and I'm sure, I have this theory that the cats, they can remember it, and they know, and they think about me every now and then.
For information on fostering either cats or dogs, visit SaskatoonSPCA.com. For Go on Shaw TV, I'm Simon Hyatt.
My job is kind of ridiculous in that I get to go and make stories like that all day long. And they pay me to do it. My life is fantastic. You were saying, Kathy, that Liz has actually continued on fostering. This is something that she's become heavily involved in.
Absolutely, she does. She fosters for us very frequently, and she's just one of the best cat foster parents you could ask for. She's everything you want in a foster parent. She's so attentive and spends so much time with the cats and really sees the value in the program. We appreciate it so much.
And as we've learned throughout the show and in talking to Daniela, sometimes those fostering relationships, they can lead to lifelong relationships, right, Danny?
They definitely do. And the reason why I love bringing this up is it really speaks to the success of fostering on both parts, not only for the animal's success, but also for the human. But it's also important to know that if they move on and they get adopted, I know my three little kittens I fostered, they all moved on to loving homes. It is such a rewarding feeling to know that you've done that for animals.
For sure. And when we're talking about the animals that are in the shelter, it takes a lot of work to look after them day after day after day, as well as the dogs, the guinea pigs, the birds, everything that comes in. That is the job of the adoption representatives. Let's take a look.
Working at the Saskatoon SPCA can be a demanding and at times difficult job. But it does come with some pretty good benefits.
It's one of the perks of the job to socialize the animals. You'd be surprised on how many animals that actually do need socialization. A lot of kittens come in that are scared, they're young, and you just have to force love on them sometimes.
And while getting to cuddle the adoptables is great for the people who work here, it's crucial for the animals themselves. Often ones like Bonnie that need a little extra help getting used to people receive it directly from the staff at the SPCA.
When Bonnie first came in, she was very shy. We had to actually carry her in to get a physical exam done on her. You could just tell she was very scared. It's a new place, new building, new people. So every day somebody new goes and spends a little bit of time with her to make her settle in.
Do you see how she needed this too? Yeah.
She understands that we're not here to hurt her, we're here to help her. So then as she's been here for a little bit of time, she's easily walked outside, and it's still getting her socialized with other people, so we stick her where the people can see her the most, and then that way she can open up to others as well.
And the socialization is just one aspect of the job for adoption representatives like Cynthia and Annie.
Every day is a different day. New animals come in. In the morning as we come in, we feed, we clean, we give groomings, trim nails, doing the dishes, doing all the laundry.
This is the daily routine for every animal in the SPCA's care. And while adoption representatives often have to deal with demanding clientele, if it helps them get adopted, it's worth the effort.
It is definitely rewarding. You see the faces of the people that are adopting their new family animal, and it's happy.
Well, she did eat the dry food, didn't she? Yeah, she completely did. Huh.
You don't know what the animals have been through in their past. So some of them that are coming in scared, you don't know what it was like for what they were dealing with before. It's giving them that second chance and finding them that perfect new home.
In Saskatoon, I'm Simon Hyatt reporting.
Well, as you just saw in that story, the volunteers at the Saskatoon SPCA make a big difference. I'm joined, of course, by Kathy Bryn. Kathy, what possibilities are out there? Because I believe there are a number of ways to get involved with the shelter.
Absolutely. There's so many different ways to get involved for volunteering with the shelter. We have photography volunteers, we have professional cat cuddlers, people who come in and assist with cleaning out in the morning is really important to make sure the animals all have a fresh kennel and everything like that in the morning. We have special events volunteers, people who help us out at the telethon like today. There's just so many great ways to get involved.
Now, when you talk about cat cuddlers, there's a little bit of a science to it. It's not just as simple as, I just want to hold a bunch of cats.
Absolutely. And there's definitely some guys that need a little bit more socialization than others, right? Of course, it's so much fun to play with kittens, but sometimes some of those older cats are the ones that really need a break from the kennel, a little bit of time to get out and stretch and play. So it's really fantastic when people come out and specifically spend time with the cats that might not be getting as much attention.
So other than an open mind, what are some of the other requirements for taking on a volunteer opportunity there?
It kind of depends on what position you're interested in. Different ones have different time commitments to the shelter. We're typically looking for people to volunteer about once a week, so if that's doable in your schedule. But you can always find out more details online, more specifics, and then kind of go from there.
And of course, there are amazing events happening throughout the year, so those are one-offs that people can also get involved with. But as Kathy mentioned, get in touch with the Saskatoon SPCA. And right now, make sure that you call and donate. I just heard the phone ring, that's what made me think of it. 306-974-PAWS. Now, we are doing some great work, not only at the shelter, but right here at the telethon, and that all translates into some really great stories. I believe we have one coming up.
Yes, absolutely. I believe our next story is on one of our most long-term volunteers, Shakti, who's just amazing.
I see what kind of attention they give me, and that tells me how socially motivated they are.
Shakti Brazier-Tompkins has been a volunteer with the Saskatoon SPCA for over 3 years.
Animals were my best friends growing up. We always had cats, and I had hamsters and gerbils and rats as well. They were the ones I played with, the ones I talked to. They were always there for me. They're always ready to give me a snuggle if I needed a snuggle.
Her love and respect for the nonprofit organization began when she set out to adopt her cat, Crick.
She's absolutely changed my life. Pets are so worthwhile if you like animals and there aren't constraints like finances or allergies barring you from having animals. I don't see why you wouldn't have animals. My life would be so much poorer without them.
Studying and working at the University of Saskatchewan, Brazier-Tompkins doesn't have much free time, but when she does, you can find her at the shelter interacting with the cats.
I'm a long-term volunteer. Once I sign up for something, I have a very hard time detaching, but I think it's a very important role, and it's something that I enjoy very much.
Brazier-Tompkins spends numerous hours at the SPCA socializing with cats and providing descriptions of the animals to help families during the adoption process.
My hope is that by spending a little bit extra quality time with the cats and putting a write-up on there that says good with children, or perhaps needs to go to a quieter home, or really energetic, or something like that, that people will make sure that the matches are ideal. My first task is to see how and or if the cat comes out of the carrier. They live in little kennels while they're here, and that time out to be cats, to play and to get the socialization that they need, to get the snuggles and even the roaming time and the oh what's that toy time vastly increases their psychological health and also their adoptability.
Her passion for helping animals is clear, especially when it came to finding a home for a cat named Iris.
I kept coming back to visit Iris, and she kept being here. So I finally started canvassing friends, acquaintances, random people on the street, pretty much. And eventually I found an acquaintance who had been contemplating getting a cat. Now Iris is the queen of her own castle.
However, the volunteer does admit spending so much time with each cat that comes into the shelter is often a bittersweet experience, but it all comes down to finding the cats a safe and happy home.
It is hard to work with the animals sometimes, knowing that they don't have homes and they're in little kennels and things like that. So some people don't volunteer, I think, because their hearts can't take it. And I understand that. I've fallen in love about half a dozen different times. And what I want for each of them is to find the home that they need. In the end, it's not about how we feel as the volunteers. It's how the animals feel, because we're doing this for the animals.
To volunteer with the SPCA, you can visit their website, saskatoonspca.com. For Go Saskatoon, I'm Janella Hamilton.
Aren't you so cute? You're adorable.
We are back live inside the Shaw TV Saskatoon studios. Please get those phones ringing, folks. These guys are bored over there. Get them going. 306-974-PAWS, the number to call. Back, continuing on with the telethon, and it's time to tell yet another success story. This little creature is Nugget. Oh, Nugget is so adorable. And what's your name?
My name's Laura.
Okay, so Laura, tell us a little bit of the story of how Nugget came into your life.
For sure. So we were looking for a cat, probably for a few weeks, and just, you have to find the right one. Saw her online. She was with her foster mom because she has special needs. She's got some ability issues. So we went to go meet her, and she's just a wonderful little cat. So Nugget actually has what's called CH, cerebellar hypoplasia. So the part of her brain that's in charge of motor function is a little bit disabled. Okay. The rest of her brain is completely fine, so she's a little wobbly when she walks, but she gets around just fine, eats, drinks. No problems there. So she is, you can see, a little bit shaky,
Sure.
But just the best little cat I've ever met. So.
And obviously, she's still a real cuddle monster. I mean, I always feel bad for the animals that come into the telethon in a way, because it's a strange environment. It's a loud room. It's a hot room. There's bright lights. And certainly you can understand if they were a little bit shaken up. But Nugget's doing just great.
Well, she was in foster care for 5 months. Wow. Yeah, since she was young, or pretty much a kitten, and then up until she was old enough and big enough to be adopted out. So yeah, her foster mom did a great job. I really didn't have to do any training, and I think just the driving back and forth, being at the SPCA, she has really had a lot of training in being calm in big and noisy environments.
Absolutely. So are there any challenges for you as an owner when you're dealing with a cat who has these mobility issues, who has some things to deal with, although she is clearly very adorable? Is that difficult as well at all as an owner?
I think it's something that you have to keep in mind if you're going to adopt a cat like this. Her foster parents were great at giving the information about what I can do, but just having a ramp, some steps, anything like that to get her up and down off of higher surfaces.
Well, that's a fantastic story. Thank you so much for bringing Nugget in. Absolutely beautiful. Great to meet both of you. This is truly one of those great SPCA success stories. Something the lovely ladies over at the phone bank know all about. Let's talk to Kathy and Lindsay.
I don't know how this happened, but Shaw just left us, and now we have free reign to the microphones.
We've been trusted to be on our own. It's a little scary.
Never happens. We're never trusted with this. So. How's it been going?
It's been going really good, but I think we should really take this time to thank all of our friends at Shaw.
Ooh, I think so too.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
especially
definitely.
our hosts here, Simon and Daniela and Jackie, are so amazing, and we are so grateful to them for having us out once again this year. They're just the best people.
And people don't know just because there's so much behind the scenes, but the whole team here is absolutely amazing. We've got so many wonderful volunteers in and a full-time photographer. So we just really do want to thank everybody. And thank you for watching today. We've really appreciated all the donations. We're getting closer to our goal. Mm-hmm. So please continue to donate. Every little dollar helps. And you can never donate too much, really.
Absolutely. And we hear that the phones are not ringing right now, so we'd really like to see those phones ringing. You can call us right now, 306-974-PAWS. We'd really like to see some more donations coming in.
It would make things a lot less awkward for us.
It'd be really great if they would ring. That'd be great.
That would be super. So stay with us. We're going to talk more about generosity coming up. But yeah, call us. We'll pick up. Or we won't.
chance, go down my road, and all your friends, they told you so. It ain't no secret that you wanted something better. You saw me, an empty soul, put me back and made me whole. Without you, then I don't know, you changed my life forever. 'Cause you're my queen, and I'm your king, shine so bright over everything. With all my will and all your might, nothing can keep us apart tonight. So here we go, one more time, take my hand, don't be shy. When I'm with you, I'm the best I'll ever be. You mean everything.
We're back. More live TV in support of the Saskatoon SPCA. You're watching the Cause for Paws Telethon. And of course, you know that for 6 hours we are going live on Shaw TV Channel 10, live streaming on our website and on the SPCA website. And now I have a $100 cash donation from Drew and Shelley and the folks in the warehouse here at Shaw. Thank you so much. They were too shy to come on. But a reminder that Greg Peters, our operations manager, is matching all Shaw employee donations. And Shaw, the company as well, matches. So I think this is going to add up nicely, but I'll just put it in my pocket for now. But don't worry, I'll remember that and pull that out later.
I'll remember.
Thanks, Tracy. So what do we need to tell folks? How do they donate?
They can donate by calling, and they can go online.
Excellent.
And as we said before, we need wet cat food at the shelter. And I just want to say a big thank you to everyone here in Saskatoon. They're so generous. The shelter's been around since 1968. So a long, long time, and we've helped so many animals over the years, and it wouldn't be without the support of all the Saskatoon people.
And Lindsay was telling me earlier about 4,000 animals through the shelter every year. Like, that's an incredible number. $15 a day. It gives you an idea of how much it costs to take care of each one of those animals. So you do the math. Actually, we should do the math. That'll be intriguing. But no, we'll let the viewers do it to figure out why exactly we need these donations to keep the shelter operating, to make sure those pets have food, have care. And of course, all throughout the show, we've been watching stories of people who volunteer and special SPCA events. What is your favorite SPCA event?
I've just been at the shelter over a year,
Okay.
and last year was our Cocktails and Critters. It was super fun.
Yeah.
Everybody dressed up. They were super fancy, and it was at TCU. We're doing it again this year in 2017. So mark your calendars. April coming up.
Mark your calendars and head out there.
Masquerade, and
Dress
everyone
up.
loves to dress up. So yeah, it was
Perfect.
fantastic, and the sponsors and everyone that came out had a great time.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, we're going to take a look at the phone bank and see how they're doing over there.
Well, right now there's no calls, but that should be changing for sure. Just want to remind everybody at home about the number. That's 306-974-PAWS. We've got some new volunteers here for this hour, and we want to thank you for being here. Lindsay Royale, obviously from the Saskatoon SPCA, is here. Let's talk about what the donations are meaning for the telethon.
Well, you know that your money is going to good hearts, so that's really important. We are able to provide a lot of vet care, and we're also able to just keep the shelter running and keep our full-time staff there. So it's really important. Honestly, we can't do this without you, so please do call in.
And we want to put everybody to work. We've got Robin here. Robin, you brought a friend along today.
Yep.
And I'm throwing you live on television. Robin, of course, is actually married to one of our fine folks in the production crew, Eric Steiner, who's doing a great job behind the scenes. We don't give enough love to the people making it run. Oh, there he is. So we want to thank you two for helping out in so many ways today. We're going to head back to Simon or rather to Jackie at the main stage.
You're drumming up business, 974-PAWS. Check us out on Twitter, check us out on Facebook, and please encourage your family and friends to watch. Any donation, large or small, as you mentioned.
Yes, every large or small, pennies, and we can take those. And we have big donation dogs, and I think we're going to talk about children.
That's right, some kids.
And
some very inspiring kids, including one in this story who did a very special way to gather some money for the SPCA. Take a look at Peyton.
Holding this kitten close, it's clear that Peyton Fredland has a special spot in her heart for animals.
I used to take piano lessons at my auntie's house, and she had a dog, and I would just love to go and see the dog.
If we go to a friend's house with an animal, she's playing with it. Even if it's cats and she's chasing them around the house, whatever, she's always loved animals.
And at only 10 years old, Peyton already wants to help them in any way that she can.
I just really love animals, and I wanted to help them.
Each year, Peyton, along with her younger sister Presley and close friend Nolan, organize a community lemonade stand. Each kid chooses a charity in which they want to help, and in Peyton's eyes, the only option was the Saskatoon SPCA. Over the past 4 years, Peyton has donated $3,500 to the nonprofit organization.
It's just so humbling and heartwarming to see somebody at that age doing more than I ever did, even at my age. Like, I mean, $3,500, that's a really substantial amount of money. And the amount of passion and dedication that Peyton has for animals, it really touched everybody here at the shelter.
I think it's good for kids their age to see that a kid can do something, that they can make a positive difference in the world. It doesn't matter how old you are. I'm proud of them. I hope that it's a value that will continue throughout their lifetime.
Being only 6 years old when starting the lemonade stand, her mother is a big part of why she gives back.
We're here to help other people and other animals. That's what I wanted to instill in my girls, that this life is bigger than just us.
And while Peyton may not have understood these values many years ago, she definitely does now.
Being a 6-year-old, when she first decided that that was what was important to her, it was all about animals. It was just about making sure that animals were safe and protecting them. And I think as she's aged, she has realized that the SPCA is a shelter, that people surrender their animals here, that people adopt their animals from here, and she just realizes and recognizes the importance of that.
I chose to give it to the SPCA because I'd like it to go to the medicine and food and maybe have more room in the shelter.
In fact, during the shooting of this story, Peyton quickly became attached to her new friend Maple and was upset that she couldn't bring her home.
I don't want you to get all sad because you can't get them, right?
But although she is young, Peyton has no plans of slowing down.
I'm going to continue to do my annual lemonade stand and to volunteer at the SPCA.
Peyton says she gives back for one simple reason.
Just makes me feel good inside. It's just something everyone should do.
For Go on Shaw TV, I'm Janella Hamilton.
What an awesome story. Kids are amazing. And speaking of amazing kids, here's a beautiful butterfly. This is my niece, Janie, everybody. Hi. Janie's making an appearance for a very special reason. Why did you come visit us today?
Because I want to donate money to pets.
You are so amazing. What is it that you love about animals?
It's because sometimes you can cuddle them, sometimes you can play with them, if you can pet them.
That's true. And they need all the help they can get. Have you seen some puppies and kittens out in the hallway?
Yes.
Yeah? Do you want to cuddle them all and pet them all and love them all?
Yeah.
So you've brought us a donation of how much money here? $50, you guys. This is Janie's birthday money that she's donating on behalf of the SPCA animals. Auntie Jackie's a little proud. And what else did you bring us here today, honey? Can you tell us about your picture?
A picture.
What did you draw?
I drew the cause for Paws and Pets and me and my sister.
Oh, where are you and where's Tess?
I'm right here, and this is my little sister.
And which of these puppies or kitties do you want to bring home?
I really want to bring home the ginger cat.
Oh. Hint, hint, Mom and Dad. I bet the SPCA probably has a ginger cat laying around just waiting for a good home.
3.
Well, thank you so much, Janie. You're so generous, and I'm so proud that you got to come on the show and give this money to the SPCA. This is going to help a lot of puppies and kitties. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Over to you guys.
Oh my God. I think we've hit peak adorableness, Kathy. This is incredible.
Yeah, I don't know how you beat that level of cute. That's so sweet.
Thank you so much, Janie, and of course, Carmen and Steve for bringing her down. That kind of generosity is really incredible when you're talking about anyone, but I think it's so important when you see it from kids, from young people, realizing that at an early age, how important it is to look after animals.
For sure. We're always so blown away when we see little kids who say that, you know, they don't want birthday presents this year. Or they don't want to have a birthday party. Instead, they go shopping for the animals for their birthday presents, or they donate money. It's so selfless and so amazing to see in little kids.
For sure. These kids, just unbelievably giving. Way more giving than I was when I was a kid, because holy smokes, you love those birthday presents. You look forward to your birthday, Christmas so much. And they're saying, no, I want to help the animals. So kudos to Janie and to Peyton and all of the kids that have helped out. And also want to send out a big shout out to our good friend Janella Hamilton, who put together many of the stories in the telethon this year. Janella, of course, now killing it over on CTV on their morning show, doing a great job. Couldn't be with us this year, but we hope to get her back in future years, because she was certainly a huge part of the last couple of telethons, as well as this one, as we're seeing several of her stories. So thanks, Jay Hams.
We miss you, Janella.
We miss you. We hope we get you back here sometime soon. Been a big year, Kathy.
It has been a big year for you too, I think.
For all of us, there's been a lot of bad things about 2016, but there's also been some really great things about 2016. We'll highlight the Cubs winning the World Series one more time, and that is probably the last time, maybe, that I will bring. It's probably doubtful. But Kathy, you and I got engaged this year, but not to each other. We got engaged to other people this year.
This is
so you and I are going through a similar experience right now. Planning a wedding. How is the planning going for you?
It's going. It's a long process, but it's going good. Wedding's not for about a year, so I've got lots of time.
That's what I keep telling myself. It's August. That's like 7 years away. We don't need to worry about that, right?
Sure, yeah.
I'll check the calendar. But it is obviously very exciting as we joke around that we're taking the step forward in our respective lives. This is it's a big deal. I also, like the second the word went up on Facebook, Trisha McCauley got in touch with me and said, oh, hey, just so you know, for wedding favors, you can give a donation to the SPCA. So that's a great program you guys have.
Yes, that Trisha, she's so sneaky.
She is.
But it is true. In lieu of doing, little snacks or little favors of some kind, you can actually make a donation back to the shelter as your wedding favors, which is a pretty cute idea. And I think wedding guests would really enjoy that. You're helping out animals in need instead of munching on pretzels.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's cute little cards that you can put there on their plate so people know that's where the money is going. So I think that's definitely what Joy and I are going to be doing come August when we get hitched. Now, we've also met not too long ago a couple who got married, and much like Janie and Peyton, they decided, we don't want wedding gifts. Again, this generosity is amazing. They wanted to give money to the Saskatoon SPCA. That's incredible.
It's so fantastic. The supporters that we have, they're just so selfless, and they always think of the animals first, and we're so grateful to people like Janie and to the next couple that we're going to meet as well.
Yeah, that's right. So this is Eric and Jen and their dog, Fred.
He was very protective. He was like, who's this guy? And
It's a common occurrence in new relationships, having to win over someone important in the life of your beloved. But for Eric Anderson, it wasn't Jennifer Nairn's father or brother he had to convince.
My mom jokingly said a few times, if and when I started dating again, that I needed to make sure to find somebody who was okay with Fred's protective nature and was okay with how involved Fred is in everything.
Jennifer adopted Fred from the SPCA 7 years ago when she was in a different relationship. Luckily for Eric, he passed the test.
Fred and I go on long walks and we go on adventures, and we really like each other, don't we? Hey? Yeah, we do.
Like many animals from the shelter, it's not entirely clear what kind of dog Fred is. He was listed as a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel cross, but Eric has other ideas.
I like to think that he is 1/16 St. Bernard due to the coloring, his big front paws, if you can see that. And if you ever see him bound through the snow, he's quite good at it. Jen thinks I'm crazy because he's small, but I think he's got a little bit of Bernard in him too.
Eric and Jennifer made the decision to get married last summer. When they combined households, they realized they owned too much stuff and decided they didn't want gifts for their wedding. But they also realized people would likely still want to give something.
So we enclosed a little note in our invitations that just said, instead of gifts, if you feel like getting us something, please donate to the SPCA, because that's where Fred's from, and he's the best gift that we could ever ask for, and we really didn't need anything else.
Of course, when the big day rolled around, Fred was front and center and played the role of ring bearer to perfection.
Oh, handsome. There we go. The only hitch was the pouch was tied pretty tight, so it took me a couple seconds to like open up the pouch actually, and then but he stood like he just sat there, and then once I got the reins, he went down the one path, and like it was like he knew what he was doing, which of course he did.
And while typically the bride is the center of attention, Jennifer had no problem sharing the spotlight.
I'm pretty sure the highlight for my Auntie Joni was the fact that she got to hang out with Fred as opposed to like us actually getting married.
The response was positive when it came to the donations as well. Guests gave about $1,000 to the Saskatoon SPCA.
Just the fact that he's such a great part of our lives, and without the SPCA, we wouldn't have had him in our lives, right? So it's a valuable place in our community, and yeah, it needs supporting.
Yeah.
And it's a worthwhile thing to support.
For Go on Shaw TV, I'm Simon Hyatt.
Back live inside the Shaw Studios. It is the 2016 Cause for Paws Telethon. The number to call, 306-974-PAWS. We want these phones to ring. We've got a new crop of volunteers starting this hour, including my friend Landon right here to my left. Landon, I hope you'll appreciate this, because I feel like when I made that story, not nearly enough people appreciated it, because it was the story about the dog named Fred at the wedding. So I started calling it the Fred Wedding. Oh. A Game of Thrones reference. Oh, someone else might. Can you answer, Landon? We're switching it up. No, I think it's this one. Sorry. We're throwing audibles at our phone answerers here. It's complicated. Landon, how are you doing? Good to see you again, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a good pun, too. The Fred Wedding.
Thank you thanks for bringing it back to that one. I was pretty proud. The Game of Thrones. So you are back. Is this the third time you've been a part of our telethon?
Yeah, third year and answering phones. I'm pretty good at it now, if I do say so myself. If you'd like to test my skills, please call. And, well, as soon as I'm finished talking with Simon here, then I will show you my phone-taking skills.
What I want all of these phones to ring, so we just see a scramble. So Robin has to reach over and answer that one, and then Landon has to lunge across the desk and grab that one. It'll be awesome. While we have a moment, want to thank a few people who have called in. Oh, here we go. It's happening, people. Get ready for it. Denise Thibault, she donated $25. She's always been a supporter of the SPCA, and she recently adopted a cat. Thank you, Denise. Megan Kardash, our friend Megan Kardash, thanks so much for calling, and very talented musician. She wants to challenge all the people who have ever adopted from the Saskatoon SPCA to donate $25 from Megan. Thank you for that. And Mr. Landon donating $50. Animals are good for the soul, is what he said. And I know you believe that. Talk a little bit about your cats. I know you've got a couple of adorable, unique critters.
I do. They're Devon Rex breeds, so they're very, very short hair, and they're very curious. They're very smart. You can teach them to do tricks. That's my favorite thing when I meet people who come in to my house for the first time. They're so impressed that I can call my cats, and they come when they're called.
That is really amazing. And so they're not hairless per se, but they have probably less hair, I guess you could say, than a typical cat.
Right. And now I'm sure there's some animal experts around here that might correct me, but to my understanding, I believe most house cats have 3 layers of fur, but mine only have 1. So it's very fine, it's very short, and they don't shed too much.
Robin, are you okay down there? This is great. Keep those phones ringing. We're putting these people to the challenge. That's fantastic. So are there extra challenges this time of year as we head into winter, when you have to try and keep them warm?
Just make sure you've got the heater on, and maybe a pillow next to the vent. They love that. Yeah.
Awesome. Landon, thank you so much for once again being part of the Saskatoon SPCA Cause for Paws Telethon. You've been a long time part of it, and we really appreciate you coming back year after year.
Very happy to be here.
All right. Hey, should we go meet another animal?
I hope so. That's why I'm here.
All right, let's go meet another animal. What's going on, guys?
Let's do it. This is Shiloh. Shiloh is only 5 months old. Can you see her? We're going to get a really good shot of her right away from Bob. Tell us a little bit about Shiloh.
Shiloh is 5 months, and so she's still a puppy. And she's a good size, so she's going to get pretty big, we think. And yeah, Shiloh was in foster care because she had a fractured leg. So yeah, she came to us as a stray, and she was wounded, so she needed extra TLC. And a big shout out to Kathy, one of our foster care's moms who had her. And so yeah, they're a big part of our shelter, and we wouldn't be able to do what we do without the love that they show too. So Shiloh's ready to be adopted, though.
Shiloh is gorgeous. The leg is healed. She's really calm for a 5-month-old, but like still very playful and lovable. But it's good to note the size, because if you have size restrictions, this might not be the girl for you, because she's going to get big. What do you think, Janie? Is she cute?
Yeah.
Do you want to give her a little kiss right here? Maybe don't kiss a stray dog. That's true. A strange dog. You get to know her first. You buy her a biscuit first, and then you can give her a kiss. Shiloh's really gorgeous. And what breed is she?
She's a bull mastiff mix.
Okay, that's where she gets that very distinctive coat. Now you can't see; it's a little bit dark on camera, but it's black. It's like speckled through with tan. I don't know. I thought it was called brindle, but I'm not. She's sitting on my lap. I love it. Oh, Shiloh, you're so gorgeous. This is a really sweet, lovable dog.
She is a leaner. So she
that
likes
what
sit
you
on
call
your
it?
she
She's a
sits
leaner.
on your lap, or if you're just standing there.
I wish she was a loner, because I could use some cash. Oh, hi. Oh, my goodness. Oh, she's just a wonderful dog. And it's great to know that, if this isn't the dog for you, there are many more dogs at the shelter. And, of course, we've talked about many cats at the shelter. So if you're interested in Shiloh, go on down to the Saskatoon SPCA, get to know her, spend a bit of time with her, and make sure that your personalities match. That's important, isn't it?
Absolutely. And if you do have other pets in the home, we always do mandatory meet and greets with other dogs. So if you want to expand your furry friends, we always will help you with that too.
She wants to kiss Janie. That's because she knows you donated. Okay, let's see how the phone bank's going.
Thanks, Jackie. Yeah, that beautiful dog. Oh my goodness, Kathy. And we've been talking about the animals, and this day is really about the animals, but there are some incredible people, not only working at the shelter, but also at veterinary clinics right here in Saskatoon, making a big difference.
Definitely, and that's something people don't actually know, is that we don't have a vet clinic in the Saskatoon SPCA, so we do send our animals to many different vet clinics out in the city for their spay and neuter surgeries, maybe if they're getting dental surgeries, anything like that. That's all happening off location with many of our amazing vet partners.
And one of them is Dr. Orchard, I believe, and I had a chance to meet her when I was fostering, and she had a look at my kittens. Here's a look at Dr. Orchard.
This is Fred. He's a mellow guy, isn't he? Periodically, I'll do some work with the SPCA. They will give me a call, and either I'll go out and do some work at the SPCA, or they'll bring the animals in to me. Anywhere from doing physical exams on them or health checks. She doesn't have very much on her teeth. I'd probably say she's somewhere between 1.5 years and 2.5 years old to doing spays or neuters. We get into a career as a veterinarian because we want to help animals. It's kind of my side thing that I try to do to help out the SPCA. And then I fall in love with some of these guys too, and they end up being mine. All my pets are rescues.
He's such a love.
Gunner was rescued by the SPCA. They gave me a call, and he was pretty sick. He couldn't breathe very well, he wasn't eating great, and he had a pile of discharge upper respiratory pretty severely. We decided to foster him here so we could get him better. It's a little bit less, lower stress environment, so we were just helping out that way, and we fell in love with him. We adopted him from the SPCA. And we find he's a great teaching tool here at the clinic. They can learn a lot about different breeds in cats, and also if people need to learn how to do injections under the skin, we can teach them that here too, very easily. A lot of people kind of get interested because they think, oh, he's got no hair, so that's fantastic. He won't shed in your house. But he's actually a lot higher maintenance than you would expect.
I could take you home.
No way. He has a lot of oils from his skin, so we have to bathe him at least once to twice a week. And we usually give him a bath with a cloth, so we'll just do him from head to tail, basically, getting some of that extra oil off him to keep his skin nice and healthy.
to be petted.
He's purring like crazy. So Gunner likes any place really warm. His particular favorite in the back, if there's no one out there, is to sit on top of the hard drive of the computer. He thinks that's fantastic. Probably not the best for our tower, but it's worth it for Gunner. Right now he's on our front desk, but he's not allowed out here during hours typically. If there's any other pets in the clinic, he's always in the back because he's on film right now. We brought him out so we could pose him on the front desk a little bit. He also loves to be on your shoulders, so this is his regular routine. He loves to stand on your shoulders if he can, so he's really very well suited for here. So this is Jack, and Jack came to us as an 8-week-old. He was going to have to be euthanized or put down, and because he had a huge injury, he was ripped apart by a dog. We talked with the owner and they surrendered him to us. We decided instead that we would put some work into him. We did some reconstructive surgery on him and we fixed him all up, so he now has skin all on his side and all up on his arm, and he's become our second clinic cat. By helping the SPCA, we can make sure that these pets become healthy and they can find themselves a new great home. Just like Gunner, we love Gunner.
Dancing? Is that the call?
Yeah.
Nice, I like it. Get the groove going. Thanks so much to Dr. Orchard and all of the outstanding veterinarians who help out the Saskatoon SPCA. Tricia, I know you know well the difference they make in terms of keeping these animals healthy.
Oh, absolutely. We're so grateful to all of the vets that partner with us throughout the city and even outside of the city. We have a lot of support in the community, and it's fantastic.
That is awesome. Dr. Orchard is actually the vet for our dog Sunny, and she's taken great care of her. Sunny's had some leg troubles that we're working through, but she is absolutely fantastic. And one time we took Sunny in there, and she was sort of sitting out of the front, and Gunner came running out and got right up in Sunny's grill, and Sunny was like, "What's happening? I don't understand."
Cat?
Yeah, it's very weird.
Yeah. Why is this cat inside out? Yeah, he's quite the
Exactly.
greeter, though. He's a wonderful ambassador for all hairless cats.
Speaking of wonderful ambassadors, as you've given me a perfect segue, let's welcome Leslie and Gail from the Saskatoon SPCA Auxiliary. This was an organization that was formed in 1973, correct? And you guys raise money. Let's get this right. It's a separate fundraising arm. They have since expanded their fundraising by way of the Second Chance Fund to pay for much-needed surgeries for adoptable animals. And you have a check for us, ladies. What do we have here?
We do. We have a check for $3,000 to cover some of the much-needed surgeries and veterinary bills at the shelter.
That is fantastic.
That's what we do, is we pay for care and comfort above and beyond the normal things that the SPCA looks after.
Let's talk a little bit specifically about what it is that you do to raise this money. Where did this $3,000 come from?
Well, we have a few things. We have two open houses, one in May and one December 4th out at the shelter. We have raffle tickets that we sell. We have bake sales, and at the open house we also have goodies and treasures for sale.
I heard rumors about an open house coming. It's always a great event, a great fundraiser. People should come on out to the shelter. Check that out because it raises money, and you can also visit with the animals. It's two birds with one stone, although you shouldn't kill birds.
That's very good. Yes, also come out. Usually at Christmas time, we also, anybody that donates, Leslie has a table set up, and an ornament will go onto the Christmas tree with their names.
That is fantastic. Well, thank you so much. $3,000. Can you believe it, Tricia?
Holy
this is amazing.
moly. I cannot believe it. It
That
is just
total is
unbelievable.
growing higher and higher. Thank you so much to the SPCA Auxiliary, as well to all our great donors. 974 Paws is the number to call. We want those phones to ring. Why don't we head on over and see what's happening over there in Phoneville?
Thanks, Simon, and thanks to the SPCA Auxiliary doing that amazing work. Wanted to give a very quick thanks to some of the donors we've just had. Logan Mays donated $100 and wrote he wanted to support a great cause. Thank you, Logan. Also had a $25 donation from Denise. Thank you for that. She's always been a supporter of the SPCA and recently adopted a new cat. And lastly, wanted to thank Landon right behind us here on the phone booths for his donation of $50. Now, Kathy, very quickly, there's some amazing relationships and partners that you have in the community, including Petland.
Absolutely. Petland is the only pet store in the city that offers satellite adoption centers, so our cats are available for adoption at Petland.
Incredible. Let's have a closer look at that.
Hey, honey. Are you new? Hi, Owen. That's my grandson.
Rescue animals like Owen have a special place in the hearts of community members. Rhonda Preitchin opened her home to not only one but 2 cats looking for that second chance.
My first animal that I adopted out was from Petland, and it was a rescue one as well. And it was just one of those that I came in to look at all the other animals that were at the Petlands, and I fell in love with him and took him home. And he was a part of my life for 13 years, and was amazing.
Coming across her first cat Mowgli at a satellite adoption center at a Petland in Alberta, Rhonda says having a variety of rescue animals at Petland locations is extremely convenient and increases the possibility of finding these pets their forever home.
Guests that maybe don't have animals or do have animals or want more animals, regardless, the people that are coming in our door, they have the love of animals and the passion of animals there. And so if we have something that just happens to make their heart happy at that time, then we can educate them more on it. So yeah, having that in all of our 24 locations is so special. I don't even know how common that is, where people come in just to say, you know, we just came in to look at fish and we've adopted this cat now and he's going to be a part of our life for the next little bit. So it's a convenience thing, and it works for the SPCA and it works for us.
The Saskatoon SPCA houses on average 10 cats at the 2 Petland locations in our city.
It's a big sigh of relief for us because we also want to make sure that the animals are getting proper care, and it's a beautiful relationship because Petland is able to take animals from the facility and offer them space here, so they often get more attention. There's definitely less cats to choose from, and so the cats here have a better opportunity of being seen. And I think that people are really able to spend that time and get to know the cats here. Places like this also get a lot of people who just come to look and they want to see cute animals, and so sometimes people are just so taken with somebody that they can't leave without them, so that's a bonus too.
With a clear love for animals, Rhonda appreciates how her job as Petland Canada's event coordinator allows her to follow her passion for helping animals in need.
Ultimately, you're impacting people's lives and changing their life every day because you're adding that new addition into their family. And of course, it means a lot to me to be able to share that experience with other guests. We're giving them the basic information and further information to help them have the happy life and the animal have a happy life. So it's an exciting thing that we get to do.
Since beginning their partnership with the SPCA in 2012, our local Petlands have found homes for more than 250 animals. And as of October 31st, 2015, across all their locations in Western Canada, the company has found homes for more than 12,000 rescue animals.
Never be afraid to ask or to take out an animal. We have social rooms in some of our locations, but now we do also have the new cat cages or something that they can go into, and then children and humans can go in and play with them there. And we love that because the more and more social they are and the more things that they're exposed to, the happier they're going to be.
Visit a Petland at any time or drop by the Stonegate location on December 12th from noon to 5 for their next adoption event.
Back live inside the Shaw TV studio. 306-974-PAWS is the number to call to support the Cause for Paws Telethon. That total is growing and growing. We're going to have an update for you in just a few minutes. But right now, you may have guessed by our setup here, it's time for another round of Quiz Show Sensation as former Shaw TV host goes head-to-head with former Shaw TV host Jackie Kripke, Daniela Ponticelli, going to head-to-head. This is Jeopardy!
Okay. Oh, that's very juicy. The delivery is great.
That's right. It's time for Jeopardy once again. How are you guys feeling? First of all, Daniela is demonstrably nervous about this for some reason. Jackie was just saying,
The fact that she's nervous is making me nervous. Do we have to be nervous?
That's all part of the strategy.
Good psych out. I like it. Yeah, you are the rookie to this. You haven't played
No, I've never played.
Jeopardy yet.
And I was watching from the wings for the first round, and even I was, a little.
The questions were harder than
Yeah.
anticipated.
Well, blame Joy. She was the one doing the
I always
research.
blame Joy.
That's a good
Everything that
rule
goes
of
wrong
thumb.
in life, blame Joy. I'm glad you're
goodness.
marrying her so I can make it official.
Me too.
Yeah.
Aw. So let's get to meet our contestants.
Okay.
First of all, Daniela Ponticelli, tell us a little bit about yourself. Certainly well known to Shaw TV viewers, but it's been a little while since you've been on our TV screens here.
Yeah, I definitely loved my time here in Saskatoon with Shaw TV, and I ended up going back home to Winnipeg, working in the journalism field there, and now I'm back here in the city working with Rolco Radio, and I'm just happy to be part of this event again. It's the best thing about the telethon was that it just continued, and that's the most important thing.
Absolutely. We've kept it going. This is now year number 4. Raised, well, with today's numbers, we're up over $50,000 over those 4 years, which is something we're extremely proud of, and it's all because you got it going 4 years ago. So thank you for that, and thank you to everyone who's calling in as we hear the phones ringing in the background. 306-974-PAWS is the number. Jackie Kripke.
I do not have a legacy.
You totally have a legacy here. Are you kidding?
Not a $50,000 donation.
Oh,
thing,
wow.
But I've helped.
Yeah, you have. You've made a big
I started
difference.
my career here at Shaw. I bounced around a bit, and I'm back again as a volunteer coordinator. Seeing some of my volunteers behind the camera is amazing, and helping people make fun TV, and we're very proud to be here. And then events like this. I mean, do we have the best jobs or
We
what?
do.
It's
Yep.
unbelievable.
It
We are
is.
blessed, and I am an animal lover.
Yeah.
There's just no other way to say it.
And technically, right now, you're on maternity leave, and you came back to do this. So
Wait,
thank
I'm
you
not
so much.
getting paid?
You don't get a cut of that total.
Yeah,
that
she
we're
did get
about
to
to-
show off her baby, though, which is exactly what telethons
my
are made
God.
for.
We were like using babies and to drum up the phone calls,
Yeah.
but she's so charming and so much fun, so why not, right?
And she's going to be an animal lover just like her mom, so.
And a Shaw TV volunteer, the youngest we've had in history.
There
And
we
yeah,
go.
she loves animals already. She
That's
really
great.
does. Yeah.
She's going to be a wire puller, is that what we're going to say?
She's gonna pull wires
crawling.
while riding a puppy or something. I don't know. We'll combine the two loves. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's next year's telethon.
Well, what do you say, ladies? Is it time to play Jeopardy?
I'm excited.
Let's do it.
All
Kittens.
right. As is always the rule for some reason, I start with the person sitting next to me. So, Daniela, you get question number 1. Are you ready?
Sure.
Rigged.
What? What is the fastest animal on Earth? Is it a cheetah? Is it a peregrine falcon? Is it a leopard? Is it a hyena?
See, they took to the skies. That's almost a tricker.
I know. Well, I'm going to go with cheetah because Africa is my home, so.
That's right, from South Africa originally. Unfortunately, that does not earn you a mini
It's a
cheetah.
falcon.
It's a peregrine falcon, apparently.
Oh, no. Oh,
Yeah.
yes, cheetah's the fastest land
animal.
I just got blinded by cats and Africa.
No kitten for you on this
Darn.
round. Darn.
Okay.
And interestingly, we probably should have given you this question, Daniela, but we'll give it to Jackie. Well, you probably would have had an unfair advantage. Which animal could not survive in Africa of these 4, Jackie?
Which animal could not survive in
Is it a hippopotamus? Is it a tsetse fly? Is it a wildcat? Is it a giraffe?
Well, I feel like I can knock a couple of those off because I'm pretty sure they're from
Maybe it's a trick
Africa.
question, though, like the first one.
Why would you do that?
I wouldn't.
You
I
are
don't know.
dropping hints,
You
Simon.
realize you want
It
some,
might not be a
some
trick question, though.
Some purr into
We
the
need
Jeopardy.
some kittens here.
What could not survive in Africa? The wildcat.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Give this woman a wildcat.
I knew it.
Yep. There. Oh, so the
It's
score.
not getting to me. It's not getting to me.
Score 1-0 for Jackie. She's got 1 kitten. All right, here's your chance, Danielle.
Okay.
Let's tie it up. Here we go.
All right.
Which is the biggest species of shark? Is it a great white shark, a hammerhead shark, a whale shark, or a basking shark?
I am going to go with. I do want to point out that I have swam with great white sharks.
really?
They're
That's
amazing
pretty cool.
animals, amazing creatures off the coast of South Africa.
Very
But I'm
nice.
going to go with whale shark. Final
Whale
answer.
shark, final answer? Give her a kitten. She's absolutely right. Oh, look who's reaching out for you.
Oh no, this is Primrose. My apologies.
Primrose, how's it going? All right, we're all tied up at one.
Okay, I've won. I'm done.
There are no losers in Jeopardy. Everybody gets the best prizes imaginable. We are moving on to question number 4. Jackie's second question. Better kitten management over here, Ponticelli. What is the biggest animal that has ever lived?
Ooh.
Is it a blue whale, an African elephant, an apatosaurus, aka brontosaurus, or a spinosaurus?
I feel like I should know this because Damien has a real dinosaur thing, but I don't know what a spinosaurus even is. The brontosaurus.
Is that your final answer?
It is.
That is incorrect.
Oh,
it is a blue whale,
Yeah.
if you can believe it.
They're
Holy
so
macaroni.
They are giant.
Are you going to swim with those next time?
Hopefully. Just get swallowed whole.
We're keeping on with our aquatic theme back to
Great.
Daniela.
Great.
Tied up at
Come on,
one
Primrose.
apiece.
Help me out.
What animal lives the longest?
Okay.
Is it an ocean quahog, which is a type of clam,
Okay.
a red sea urchin, a Galapagos tortoise, or a rough-eye rockfish? Which animal lives the longest of those 4?
Well, I am a huge fan of the stories about all those tortoises that live for 120, 130 years. They're amazing creatures. So that's going to be my guess. The
Is that your
Galapagos
final answer?
tortoise, yes.
Unfortunately, you're not a big fan of ocean quahogs, the clams. They live the longest.
Next time you drink a Caesar, you can think of that.
Well, I always think of Quahog as a Family Guy, right?
Yeah, absolutely, of course. Yeah.
That's interesting. And how long do they live for?
I don't have that information at my fingertips. Joy,
We'll have
get
to
on the
ask
research.
Joy.
Dial
No
up-
kittens for Simon.
Dial up the Google machine. All right, Jackie.
Okay,
Oh, hi. How's it going, Primrose?
We can do this.
According to a 2010 study, how many cats are owned as pets in the United Kingdom?
Oh, the UK.
Is it 2 million?
Well, like I knew any
5
other
million.
country.
Yeah. If it was Canada,
Ooh,
maybe.
the UK, I don't know.
2
I
million,
had a
5
brother.
million, 8 million, 20 million. What are your thoughts here, Jackie?
Just how many cats in the UK? 20 million.
20 million. Is that your final answer?
Seems like a lot, but yeah.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
Yeah.
It's 8 million.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
I guess how much
Just
sympathy
pets.
you have for.
I was actually just thinking about how many cats, but
Oh, yeah.
roaming the streets, like how are they going to count those? I don't know what I was thinking.
All
Sorry.
those cat gangs of the UK.
They're rough.
All right. Come on, Primrose.
Staying
Be my
with
lucky
the cat
charm.
theme for Daniela. How much light do cats need to see at night as compared to humans? Is it 1/6 as much, 1/20th as much,
moly.
1/3 as much, or 1/10 as much?
Let me reread that question. How much light do cats need to see at night as compared to humans?
Thinking it over.
Goodness.
By the way, these cats are up for adoption that they're holding.
Yeah,
Don't
they
forget
are.
about that.
You know what? I'm just totally random. I'll take 1/10.
1/10, is that your final answer?
Yes.
That is incorrect. I'm sorry. It is 1/6.
These questions
We're
really
all
are
tied
hard.
up at one apiece.
Throw me a
still.
kitten so I can
So if I
sob
cover
gently.
up 5/6 of her eyes, we'll have equal vision at night.
Exactly.
I get how this works. Oh, there
I
are
actually
cats
asked.
that we're not winning.
I
Hi,
asked
look out there in the
Simon
lobby.
if there was anything I needed to study for, and he was not helpful.
I said read Wikipedia. That's all you need to do.
There's a lot on Wikipedia.
I know. Jackie Kripke, what is the typical gestation period for a litter of cats?
Oh, come on.
Okay.
You got
Is
this.
it
I had a
about
baby last
66
year.
days?
This year I should know that.
About 77 days, about 88 days, or about 99 days?
66.
Is that your final answer?
Sure.
Jackie Kripke into the lead with 2 kittens.
Goodness me.
Oh, is that when
If
you need to
only
sleep?
human
Oh my
gestation
goodness.
was that quick, because boy, it's not easy.
Yeah, again, can't stress enough how great Jackie was in coming on the telethon last year when she was dealing with morning sickness during her own gestation period. All right, Daniela, here you go.
goodness.
Not hers, but Vivian's. Did I cross the line there? Sorry, I heard the snort.
Yeah, the snort has come out.
According to a history of dogs in the early Americas, dogs may have been crucial to the arrival of people in North America 12,000 years ago. Why? Because they were used as pack animals, because they were used to pull sleds, because they protected the new arrivals from predators, or they were a food source. Pack animals, sleds, predators, food source. What are your thoughts, Daniela?
You know what? I'm going to go with protection. Just, yeah,
Final answer?
yeah.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. They were used to pull sleds.
Oh, I thought they were a food source, and I was like, that's kind of a sick one to put
Yeah.
on the telephone.
That was one of the ones I made up, and I was like, all right, it's a little grim, but okay.
Yeah.
All right,
this is
Jackie.
going real well.
Chance to take a commanding lead
My
here.
arms are full. Oh, please.
What is the claim to fame of a pug named Pompey?
What?
It was the first dog to win the Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show. What? It was the first dog to reach the summit of Mount Everest.
I got her. I will.
And Daniela takes the lead, 2-1. Just kidding. It was the first dog to reach the summit of Mount Everest. It lived to be the oldest dog on record, or it foiled an assassination attempt against the Prince of Orange.
Well, I love that answer, but can a pug named Pompey? No, that would have been after.
What are your thoughts? Phones are ringing. 306-974-PAWS.
Westminster Dog Show.
306-974-PAWS. That is incorrect. I'm sorry. That is.
You're gonna kick yourself when you know.
It foiled an assassination attempt against the Prince of Orange.
Rad. How? Oh, you don't know.
That one I know. It woke its owner up when he heard people coming in.
I just love how you just assume Simon doesn't know.
Very quick tiebreaker. We're running out of time. Quickly write down your answers. What percentage of households in the United States have at least one pet dog?
What percentage?
What percentage have at least one pet dog? Winner take all question for some reason, because that's the way it works on Jeopardy.
40%.
What are you saying, Jackie?
I got
40.
40. Oh, I went with my lucky number.
You want 88%?
Yeah.
Jackie Crippy got it exactly right. It's 40%. Cover this woman in kittens.
Good job, Jackie.
Great job, Jackie. Great job,
All your
Daniela.
experience on the telethon paid off.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is fantastic. All right. Jeopardy wraps up for round 2. Thank you both to all of our contestants, as we have one who's running away.
All these kitties
of course,
are adoptable.
We're talking about all the great work at the SPCA and the people who help out at the SPCA. I had a chance to meet some folks who made a very generous donation. Philanthropy can take many different forms, and while Rick and Lori Hopkinson have given generously to a variety of human endeavors, there's a special place in their hearts for those who truly can't help themselves.
Both of us have had animals our entire life, right from the time we were little kids, so it's something that's important to both of us.
We had dogs since we were married, and we wanted to help out the SPCA in a fairly substantial way. And they work hard fundraising, and sometimes that is only just enough for even just daily, and so we said we asked them to put together a wish list, and if you had some substantial funds, what would you like to do with that?
We were so humbled when they approached us to make this generous donation, and it was sort of out of the ordinary for us, for somebody to call and say, "Hi, what would you like?"
And on their list was to refurbish the dog kennels, and we thought that was a wonderful idea.
The Hopkinsons donated $30,000 to completely transform this large dog room, providing residents with much better accommodations.
The old kind of the chain link, it just, they just look so much happier in there, and they're cleaner, and they're easier to clean, and I think the people, see how comfortable the dogs look, and I just think it's good for everyone.
Oh, yes. We'd like to come and say hello.
It's just really enriched the lives of our animals. It makes them look so much more adoptable. The quality of life has improved, and it's shown us that what we can do here at a shelter.
They also gave a gift to help animals in peril away from the SPCA.
I heard about a vet in Vancouver that was fundraising to put the pet oxygen masks on all the fire trucks. And I had never heard of pet oxygen masks before, and I thought, I wonder if our community, if Saskatoon has them or needs them, and I started doing a little bit of research, and we had a meeting with the fire chief and said that we would be happy to donate these.
As a matter of fact, and since the masks have been put in place, there has been a couple of animals that have been saved by the masks, so we're very pleased and very happy that our contribution has saved an animal's life.
Just two of the most genuine, kind people. It's something that whenever you speak to them, their passion just comes right out. As you can see, they genuinely care about animals.
When you come out here and you see what the staff and the volunteers do out here, it's just really amazing. I don't think that unless you're actually out here and see it, you don't realize what actually goes on at the SPCA. And so, from people that are looking to get involved, it would be wonderful to come out here and actually just see it and what they do here. It truly is remarkable.
From the Saskatoon SPCA, I'm Simon Hyatt reporting.
Have another one here for you. This is Kristen with her special friend. Tell us about your puppy here.
All right, well, this is Dean. I actually work at the SPCA, so I kind of got a one-up on everybody else. He came into the shelter. He was just found wandering around the streets, and it was kind of immediate. He just walked in, and he was just the missing part. So he came home with me that night. He came back to the shelter every day for his waiting period, just to make sure nobody was looking for him. Right. It would have broken my heart.
Oh, no kidding.
So the day he became ours, he came home, and now he has 2 sisters and a cousin that lives upstairs from us. So he's surrounded by playmates all the time.
He has a fantastic life, and he didn't take long. See, you know what? It sounds sad he was wandering the streets, but look, he came into your home and into your heart, and it ended up pretty good for Dean, I'd say. What is he like? Is he always this calm?
God, no. He's a little terror when he's at home. He's usually always doing something. I took him out for a very long walk, just in anticipation of this, because I didn't want him bouncing off the walls, but my parents' dog, Sophie, is actually his favorite toy, so he loves to terrorize her. But, I mean, he sleeps during the night, so that's all I ask.
Yeah, that's right. He's gorgeous. Is he, what kind of dog is this, a little terrier mix or something?
That's our best guess. Yeah. When he came in, he was about the quarter of a size that he is now.
Oh, my goodness.
And he was 8 weeks old then. He's only 3.5 months old now. Yeah. So I'm kind of hoping he'll slow down. Yeah. But we think some sort of terrier mix.
He's just absolutely gorgeous. Now, again, Dean is very happy in his new home, but we have adoptables we've been featuring throughout the show. If you're interested in any of them, go down to the SPCA. But you know what you can also do, because you don't want to just drive down there all the time, go on the website. You guys feature animals on the website, is that right?
Yes, that's right. We actually have pictures of all the adoptable animals up there, and it has a little bit of a write-up about what kind of dog we think they are, how old we think they are, and I mean, you can always call in and get a little bit more of their backstory if we know it. So
that's right. Sometimes they are released by their owners because they can't take care of them. Sometimes they're a stray. Sometimes a litter might come in. So there's all kinds of stories, right? So you want to find out a bit. Well, congratulations that you guys found each other.
Thank you so much.
974 Paws is the number to call to make a donation. And we're going to go over to the phone bank.
Number Jackie, and right now our volunteers are getting a little bit of love from Holly the kitten. I'm also joined by Kathy Bryn from the Saskatoon SPCA. How's it going for you so far today?
It's going good. It's kind of a big blur, honestly.
Yeah,
it's going by so fast.
Whirs by. I believe the last break we had, you said things are getting a little weird, but weird in a good way. You know, we have lots of energy, but the next hour is coming up, the last hour, and we're going to be talking about so many great things. But right now, something else to consider. We've been smiling for the cameras, but dental health for the animals is so important.
Yeah, that's something people don't think of oftentimes, is the dental health of their animal. And we do find a lot of the animals that are making their way to the shelter do require that little bit of extra help with their teeth, whether that's cleaning or having teeth pulled if they're no longer, if they're getting old or rotten in their mouth. So that is a really significant cost on the shelter. So your donations can help animals go to the dentist.
And ensuring that little kittens like Holly get a really good start right from the get-go. I know my own girl, Tonks, had to have a couple dental surgeries just because her life started out not quite on the right track. But on that note, let's have a better look at what goes on when it comes to dental care at the Saskatoon SPCA.
One on the first 2 lowers. One on the third.
As Associate Veterinarian at Saskatoon's Central Animal Hospital, Dr. Natasha Dull has always stressed the importance of dental care for animals.
If their mouths are quite dirty and they have abscesses, they can end up with bacteria in their bloodstream going to other organs, liver, kidneys, heart, and causing issues with those organs as well. So it's not just focused on the mouth. It can affect the whole body. Quite often, owners don't notice that it is a problem at home. The animals are still eating and still carrying on their daily functions, but until the procedure's done, they don't realize how much pain they're actually in.
The hospital feels so strongly about helping animals, especially when it comes to dentistry, that they offer the Saskatoon SPCA one free dental procedure each week for a cat and dog in their care.
We just decided a really good thing we could do because of the capability we have here is offer a service of looking after these middle-aged older animals with dental disease and make them more adoptable. then people aren't faced with the adoption of a new pet and potentially a $600-700 to a $1,500 bill.
Dr. Brian Gibbs is the owner of Central Animal Hospital and says this is his small way of helping the SPCA, an organization overwhelmed with responsibility when it comes to caring for discarded animals in our community.
So I think a lot of middle-aged dogs and cats that may have been euthanized or not found a home or not have got dental treatment after being adopted are going out of the SPCA with a healthy mouth. The gain of having a clean mouth and healthy gums reduces the potential for heart disease, kidney disease, liver disease, and potentiates the length of life and the comfort of life.
1-year-old Serenity has been at the shelter for just over a month after being picked up by animal control as a stray. Serenity already has families wanting to welcome her into their home, and once her dental work is complete, the SPCA will be one step closer to making that a reality.
Her mouth actually is not that dirty, but she has kind of a bit of a what we call a wry bite. So her top and bottom jaws don't line up properly, and so her lower canine tooth is actually occluding into her upper incisors. The major thing that we're probably going to be doing with her is removing a couple of those incisors to make her bite more correct, I guess, to prevent long-term issues with those teeth.
3mm pocket on the labial aspect of 4.
Although the procedures can be long and costly, the benefits for the SPCA animals and their potential owners are invaluable.
Talking to clients after the fact, they say, you know, my dog is like a puppy again. It's like you took years off her life. They feel so much better. They're more comfortable eating, and they just have a spring in their step again.
To learn more about the importance of dental care for your pet or any of the services Central Animal Hospital offers, visit centralah.ca. For Go Saskatoon, I'm Janella Hamilton.
End of Hour 5, the 2016 Cause for Paws Telethon, live from the Shaw TV Saskatoon studios. Great story there, again, from our friend Janella. Thank you so much for that. The dental health is just so important. My cat Wrigley, he's had to have a couple of operations. It's so important for the kitties.
It's really important. And you know what? That's really costly. And since we've had so much participation from the vets, Central, hugely, it's really enabled us to be able to move those animals up into loving homes. So couldn't thank them more. It really, I think almost, I would say 60% of the dogs that come in have dental disease. So, yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this guy. I think we've seen him before. He was part of Jeopardy. This is Sage.
He's so distracting. He is so sweet. Look at him. I can't believe that he doesn't have a home. He's homeless. Look at this homeless, tiny face.
Yeah. He's gonna, if kittens can remember like what happened early in life, he's gonna look back and think, what was that weird day where I had all the bright lights around and people kept on forcing me onto people and it was like a game that was weird. Tell me, what do you know about Sage? I know Sage is part of this litter and he's the only boy, so he's got a bunch of sisters to contend with.
Yeah, he's got a whole bunch of ladies in the house that he has to compete with, but he takes it all well, doesn't he? He's really relaxed. He's pretty calm. He definitely fends for himself amongst them because I've noticed that he's chubbier than the rest of them. So I think that he gets to the food quicker. But yeah, it's nice to feature these guys a little bit more thoroughly. You know that we've all kind of got a glimpse of them on the Jeopardy. But important to remember that they're all looking for homes and just as cute as can be and only $50 to adopt right now.
My ears. Come on. How is there not someone breaking down our door right now to get Sage?
I don't know. How do you resist this?
How old did you say again, Sages?
They're only 12 weeks old.
Okay, so are they ready for adoption now, or?
Yeah. They spent some time in a lovely foster home, which is probably why they're so cuddly. And now they're looking for their happy homes. So.
Sorry. Yeah, absolutely. SaskatoonSPCA.com, the place to find out more information, or just head on out to the shelter, adopt Sage or one of the other great cats. Nearing the end of Hour 5, let's head on over to the phone room, see what's happening over there with Kathy and Daniela.
Well, we're having some fun with Holly still. In fact, she might be dialing some numbers. So if you get a phone call from us, it's really Holly. So definitely pick up. But we do want to hear from you at home. The number once again is 306-974-PAWS. That's 974-7297. I'm with Kathy once again, and we're just wrapping up this hour. Cannot believe we're heading into the last hour of the telethon.
Just crazy. These 5 hours have gone by so fast, but we definitely want to see more donations coming in for that last hour.
Yeah, this last hour is really the last big push. We want to thank, obviously, everyone who's donated already. Another great thing to do, if you would like, is call out some challenges. Now is the time to really push other folks do the same. I know I have a calico. I made a $150 donation, and I would like to urge anybody else who has a calico kitty to do the same. Once again, you can do that by calling 306-974-PAWS and also saskatoonspca.com/cause for paws. Now, coming up, we're going to be talking about a lot of the education aspect of the Saskatoon SPCA.
Absolutely. There are so many fantastic programs that we have running at the shelter, and you're going to get a chance to hear about all of them.
And don't forget, more animals. Here you go. Have another look.
No, not like us.
That is A-okay, because honestly the time has flown
It
by.
has, hasn't it? It's incredible. We're doing so well. Donations coming in. Call 974-PAWS. Now, this is your final hour.
Final hour.
To get donations in. And, of course, you can always donate to the SPCA, but we want to put it towards that total. We want to show your name on the bottom of the screen. We want to thank you. And we want to keep going. This is the big last hour of energy.
This is
Let's
the
keep it
last
up.
hour. And this is really a chance for anybody, as I mentioned, to challenge other folks,
Yes.
to really get the word out to people as well, because we've had some incredible donations come in already.
That's true, we have. Now, this hour is all about educational things at the SPCA, and we have a lot to learn about that. But before we do, we're going to throw it over to Simon at the phones. But I have a challenge for him from a Shaw installer. So again, Greg Peters is going to match this money. Thank you, Greg. Thank you to the installer who dropped this off. But he said Simon has to say meow 5 times. Now, I don't know if he meant in a row, in a hurry, or drop it in casual conversation.
Just
it's up to you,
be
Simon.
creative. Be as creative as possible.
For $20.
So my question is, should I start right meow?
Oh.
It's absolutely meow pleasure to be joined by Patricia Cameron from the Saskatoon SPCA. Patricia, hour 6. Can you believe it? We're near in the home stretch. This is fantastic.
I know. I've been having so much fun that the time has definitely flown.
Yeah, meow, oh meow. I can't believe it. That's up to 4 already.
Yeah.
I'm almost there. I'll try and get it by the end of this throw. And we have some huge news, Patricia, as we've got the elves in the back adding up all the numbers. The donations are coming in. 306-974-PAWS, the number to call. We have now reached the total we had last year. We are over $22,000. So congratulations. Thank you so much to everyone who has given generously. A big hand for Only one meower left. Thank you, Dean. That's 5. That's $20 more. Awesome. Thank you so much to everyone who's donated, including the great staff here at Shaw. Those donations being matched by Greg Peters. Patricia, how are you feeling as we're nearing the home stretch? Are you holding in there?
I am holding in there. I've been having a lot of fun playing with cats and dogs and rabbits while we're waiting to do our bits.
It's a tough gig. It's
tough. It is tough. The cuteness is incredible. Just about did me in.
Absolutely.
But, yeah.
We this hour we're focusing. We have a couple of different themes for this hour. We're talking a lot about the educational things that happen through the Saskatoon SPCA in terms of educating the public members in what we should be doing in keeping animals safe. But we're also talking about what animals do for us, which is of course very crucial. The reason why we're all here is because we love animals. And our next story kind of ties those elements together because last year, as the University of Saskatchewan hit final exam time, they brought in some special therapy dogs to help the students deal with the stress.
And I think Fiona Ballatin is taking a quick break from studying for her first law school finals. Her new friend Kisby is helping her and other students cope with the extreme amount of stress that can be experienced this time of year.
It is stressful, in law especially, where our finals are 100%, so that's a big stress. So yeah, we have 5 over 2 weeks, and it's quite a lot of work.
There are a variety of stress relief programs in place during finals, but this one is proving to be the most popular.
He's pretty relaxed. So chill. Yeah. Oh, dogs are just what I needed.
Therapy dogs from St. John's Ambulance have been brought in to provide some relaxation through cuddling.
I have a dog back home in Calgary that I wish I had with me here because I just know I would feel so much better. So this kind of helps with that. You come in and you pet the dogs, and it doesn't, dogs are awesome. So, they never make you feel like you should be stressed because they're so mellow.
But there is more than just warm fuzzies at work here. Studies have shown that petting a dog can increase levels of oxytocin and decrease production of cortisol, which both have a stress-reducing effect. The U of S is also offering massages, snacks, games, and other programs to help students through this difficult time.
We know that mental health is a really important issue on campuses, and people are much more aware of that now than we have in the past. And so the university is responding in different ways, and ways that are community-based. So you're bringing St. John's Ambulance, which is a community organization, into the university.
We had, various things set up to help us relax. They talk about trying to sleep, and we had a meditation workshop and such like. So yeah, I think the university really cares about students feeling stressed of the exams and takes it seriously.
While Kisby and Dude have been brought in to give students a break from studying, they are also providing Dell with the opportunity to ramp up her academic pursuits. She published a study last year on the impact therapy dogs had on students during exam time.
And then we did a follow-up survey 3 months later with a proportion of those students, and we found that many of them remembered the feeling that they had when they were with the dog, and how that helped them in their studying and just being calmer and taking that moment to reflect, and how important that is.
For Go on Shaw TV, I'm Simon Hyatt.
It's Gus! And Gus is a supporter of the Saskatoon SPCA, and here to tell us a little bit about him is his owner, Angela?
Yeah, I'm Angela. I got Gus from the SPCA. He was a foster of ours, a foster fail. So he was found as a stray, and he's a little shy, but he's come a long way in the time frame that we've had him. We've had him about a year now.
Okay.
And so for him to just be here in this room and looking around and up is amazing for him.
Do you feel like he was shy because he had some abuse in his history or neglect?
I think it was just neglect. Like, we don't know. He was a stray. But I think it was just he didn't have the interaction with people. He might have come from a farm where he was an outdoor dog, and just he didn't get that engagement with people that he needed. So we've been taking our time. We do all sorts of activities. We go out and just in public, and we just work on just being in the space and just don't push him too far, too fast.
He got the best owner. You sound like you're spectacular, and so much love for him, clearly, and you know exactly what to do for him, which is amazing.
It's a lot of work. You just have to know and talk to people and ask them the questions about it.
Right.
Don't try and rush anything with your dogs.
Right. Just enjoy them and give them time. He's so gorgeous, and he's been so good. Hey, Gus. Now, Patricia, what do we have here?
We have a check because the Animal Agility
AAC.
AAC of Canada Okay, they did a wonderful fundraiser out at Dutch Growers, Dogs in a Maze. Maybe you can tell us a bit about what the event was like.
Yeah, so Dogs in the Maze, Dutch Growers was great and actually let us into their maze for the first time ever. Dogs were invited in. I work at Dutch Growers, so I had a little bit of an inside there. And we had an event and we were like, oh, maybe we'll get a couple dogs. Like I can get 30 people. I think we had about 150 dogs show up for the event. So it was huge. It was a joint fundraiser for the Saskatchewan AAC regional team, which is the Agility Association of Canada. So competitive agility dogs. And then also for the SPCA. So we just did a 50-50 split.
Yeah.
So that was really nice. And yeah, it was fantastic.
That is incredible. And it's great to see things like that come together because you're passionate and then Dutch Growers steps in and then you have this cool event where all these people come and it's so much fun and we all get so much out of it. But then, of course, ultimately, some donations going to keep the shelter going and the good work there and all the animals that are being helped. The ones like us, but who are not yet lucky enough to have found a home. So thank you so much for the contribution.
Yeah, my pleasure. It was it just feels good. And it's good because that's where he came from and to support that and opportunities for him. So
right on. Okay, we're going to take it back to Simon at the main stage.
All right, thanks very much, Jackie. Daniela and I are hanging out. If you missed the news, folks, we're over $22,000. We've surpassed last year's total. Such great news.
Can we just throw it back very quickly? The very first telethon we had raised $10,000.
Yeah.
So we're seeing this growing leaps and bounds, and that's all thanks to everyone who's donating. Thank you. Keep it going. We're not done yet.
It's fantastic. Thank you so much for your support, Saskatoon. 306-974-PAWS is the phone number to call. Please make those donations. Time is running out. Let's take a look at a little bit of a montage that explains why we're doing all of this.
This is it, everyone. The last hour of the telethon. We are still energized. I feel like we have more stamina than I did last year.
We're energized because of the high amount of donations that are
That's
coming
right.
in.
Woot, woot. It does. It keeps you going when you hear that. But the phones have stopped ringing. So 306-974-PAWS. If you call right now and you see that phone ring, that'll be you talking to Landon through the phone while you're on the phone. It's kind of like Back to the Future. Oh my This person's going to have their mind.
This worked.
Okay, we got 2 more. Get those phones ringing, 974-PAWS, and you're going to be online. Now, we're going to talk briefly about, before we go to a story about dog safety in the summer, but dog safety in the winter. What do people need to know to keep their pets, or I guess their cats, safe?
Well, yeah, keep your cats inside, definitely. If you have farm cats, make sure that there's a heated barn for them to go to. And for dogs, make sure that you have an insulated house and that you're always providing a heated water dish, just because the dogs can't actually eat snow.
Oh,
yeah.
I did not know
Did you know that?
No.
Yeah.
Year 4 and I'm finally learning these things. That's
I
important.
know.
So, what if someone suspects maybe they see a dog in distress, a cat in distress, they are concerned about a neighbor's treatment of a pet, what should they do?
There's a couple ways that they can go about it. So you can call the shelter. We have an animal protection officer that deals with all of those situations. You can also do a complaint online on our website, and in that case, you can remain anonymous if you'd prefer to. Just because sometimes there's a bit of tension between neighbors, or
absolutely.
But there's no harm in getting things checked out, and you should always err on the side of caution, I think.
I agree, and then it's in someone else's hands, a professional's hands, to look into it, right? And that she's received a number of calls. Did you say
she has in the summertime? Just talking about weather-related causes. In the summertime, she went on 120 calls about dogs being left in cars.
Oh my goodness!
So, and that's often accompanied by the police. So
that's right.
Yeah.
So very sad, but we're gonna see a story now about that exact thing. Pardon me. So here we go. Dogs in cars in the summertime.
It was a beautiful 23-degree day with a light breeze blowing. Conditions that are ideal for being outside, but also ones that can turn the inside of a car into a death trap.
Oh, there we go, 50 degrees.
Mild conditions outside often cause pet owners to think it's okay to leave their dog in their car, which can have deadly consequences.
Seizures or a heart arrhythmia, or they're going into what's called DIC, which means their whole balance of being able to clot their blood and also to prevent bleeding is all out of whack. And so all of those things in combination are very complicated, and oftentimes animals don't survive that.
Scott Nichols from Rock 102 set out to demonstrate just how quickly temperatures can escalate by locking himself in a parked car at the Saskatoon SPCA for an hour while broadcasting.
Heat in here is absolutely oppressive. It is like
this is the second time the animal lover has raised awareness about the issue in this manner.
I have 3 miniature dachshunds, one of which was actually adopted from the Saskatoon SPCA. She's such a sweet little girl, and even when I was a kid, our pets were all adopted from the Saskatoon SPCA. So it's been a long history in the family, so it's good to continue on and do anything I can to pay it back.
SPCA officials say this time of year they receive anywhere between 5 and 30 calls a day to report dogs locked in cars.
It blows my mind every day. I mean, people know not to leave their babies in vehicles, and I mean, an animal is a living creature and it can't even sweat. So I mean, dogs don't sweat, they just pant. That's the only way they have of cooling themselves down. And I just don't know why you could ever leave what's supposed to be your best friend in there for any period of time, really.
Animal Protection Officer Scott McMahon says there are a variety of steps he is required to take when he receives a report of a dog locked in a car, depending on the animal's condition and the weather.
The first thing that we do when we arrive is to just assess the animal. If we believe the animal to be in distress, then under the Animal Protection Act, we have a right and actually an obligation to seize the animal from that vehicle and relieve it of its distress.
Outside temperatures can be doubled inside a car in just half an hour. Unlike dogs, at least Nichols had the ability to sweat on his side as he emerged after 60 minutes.
That's never felt better. 47 degrees in the car, 35% humidity, which is a 62 degrees with the Humidex. And it was just insane. It was like hotter than any sauna I've ever been in.
If you see an animal locked inside a car on a summer day, you are encouraged to report it to the Saskatoon SPCA at
Cause for Paws Telethon 2016 edition nearing its completion. About 41 minutes to go. Get those pledges in. The phones behind us the last few minutes have been ringing like crazy, which is great to see. Want to send a shout out to our friend Trisha McCauley, who is here in the building and donated $20. And that donation on behalf of an adorable cat, Mr. Muggs.
Mr. Muggs.
Thank you, Trisha. And thank you to everyone who has donated. If you missed the news, we have now surpassed last year's total, aiming up towards maybe even get 25,000 or so. That would be great. That would be
incredible.
We'd take that, Patricia. Absolutely. We just saw that story on dogs in cars. It's hard to believe people are still doing that, leaving their animals in cars on hot summer days.
And it's usually often a case where it's like, well, I only went in for a minute. But it's never for a minute, and it gets hot in those cars so fast. And dogs don't sweat; they have no way of cooling themselves, so it can become very serious quickly.
Absolutely. So that is a big job for Brittany, the APO there at the SPCA. So many facets to the work of the folks that you do there. And of course, there's groups right across the province doing great work. And now there's a new partnership that's been launched this year that unites these groups together.
Yes, the animal protection agencies of urban municipalities, so Prince Albert, Regina, Saskatoon, and Moose Jaw, all have animal protection officers that are appointed by the Ministry of Agriculture, and they enforce the Animal Protection Act here in the province. And there's also a provincial rural protection agency, the Animal Protection Services of Saskatchewan. So we're working together to use the resources we have to do the most we possibly can to protect animals here in the province.
Let's take a look. You don't have to have watched the news or read a paper to get an idea of what the 70 dogs recently seized from a farm near Regina have experienced. You can see it on their faces. But slowly things are turning around for them, thanks to a joint effort by animal welfare and rescue groups across Saskatchewan.
This situation is a perfect example of how much we can get done when a bunch of animal welfare groups and animal protection groups work together. And as a result, they're all looked after. All of those animals now can look forward to a second chance.
The need for that kind of cooperation, as well as for a formalized certification program for animal rescues in the province, has led to the formation of a new working group led by the Saskatchewan SPCA.
The idea came from rescue groups. They'd asked us to establish, guidelines for rescue groups. And when we were enforcing the Animal Protection Act, we came across situations of rescues providing substandard care to animals.
Officials acknowledge that even when rescue operations don't meet acceptable standards of animal welfare, it usually isn't out of cruelty. While operators' hearts are in the right places, they can become overwhelmed by the reality of the situation.
Like sometimes people start off rescuing and they're able to care for a few animals, and then they get more animals than they can adequately care for. And sometimes people have animals that they don't know what type of care requirements they need.
People have a heart for the work, but they don't necessarily understand that it's almost like the mix between running a remand center, a hospital, that there's a tremendous complexity to that.
The group consists of several established animal welfare organizations in the province, with hundreds of years of experience in the field. In addition to coming up with guidelines for how rescues should operate, one of their most basic tasks is determining how many rescue groups there are here and where they are located.
From what we've been able to identify, there's about 35. And as we develop this program, hopefully more rescues will come forward with their information, because what we'd like to do is to have a list of all of the rescues.
Specifics for the registration and certification program are still being ironed out. Member groups will meet again in June to continue to refine a vision, code of ethics, and standard of care list of guidelines. For now, membership in the group will be voluntary for rescues, but Watch believes they will want to join.
It would increase cooperation and communication between rescues and shelters, and show potential donors and volunteers. It would help them identify a reputable rescue group, and the most important thing is it would result in better care for rescued animals.
For Go on Shaw TV, I'm Simon Hyatt.
Welcome back to the 2016 Cause for Paws Telethon. I'm joined by Kathy Bryn and a wonderful bunny named Belinda. Hi, Belinda.
Well, she says hello too. Yes, Belinda is so sweet. She is one of 2 bunnies that we have at the shelter right now. So important to keep in mind that we do get little furry bunnies with us at the shelter sometimes.
Talk about fur. It is flying off of Belinda, but that also means that she's so loving all those cuddles. She's very gentle. And, you know, it's a little spooky for all animals, but especially bunnies right now, being under the lights and in all this attention. But what is she like?
She is very sweet. I would say she's a pretty calm bunny. She's a little bit shy right now just because, like you said, it's a big day. It's a big day for Belinda. But yeah, she'd make a great little pet for any kind of household.
And what's one thing people should think about before they consider taking a bunny home?
Well, it is a long commitment. You have to keep that in mind. I think sometimes people think that they're a little bit of a lower maintenance pet, which they are, but it is a lifelong commitment. So you should really think long term about if a bunny is the right fit for you.
Well, it's been a pleasure meeting Belinda, and now we're going to throw it to Simon in the phone room.
Thanks so much. I'm hanging out with Lindsay Royale here. Lindsay, you and I got to have some fun this week. Just a few days ago, we went and hung out at Lester B. Pearson School.
Back to school.
Yeah. Did we learn anything?
I did. I learned that the desks, I don't fit in those desks really anymore. No, did you try sitting?
I did not try. I knew it would be a losing battle.
Yeah, it is.
This is the Paws program. This was such a cool idea. Let's take a look, and pretty soon we're going to meet Mo. There's a tease.
Dear Mo, my name is Taryn. My name is Tucker. I'm 9 years old in human years, but in dog years I am 49. I am 9 in human years and 46 in dog years. And yes, I was surprised.
Always looking for opportunities to make their reading and writing authentic and engaging. So I knew that this was a great way to get them really engaged in their writing and motivate them to want to write to something else, all while learning about such a great cause, which is animal welfare.
I know that some animals don't exactly have human homes, which probably they all want, and that's why they go to the SPCA, and yeah, it's kind of sad. A safe place to live in, caring family, loving family, playful family.
So they started with the first letter from Mo, and it's just an introductory, and now they'll be responding to him. Mo will get the letters read to him. He likes to soak it all up, and then he will respond personally to each of them.
My home is different than yours. I have my own room, an Xbox 360. I love hockey. And I have two best friends, and their names are Isabel and Kimberly.
I think what's so special about this is that, one, it's supposed to be really easy for the teacher, so we've made sure to cross off some of the curriculum in Saskatchewan that they need to cover. Obviously, there's a lot of language arts put into this.
We're living in a technology age, and we send emails all the time, but letter writing can be a lost art, and that excitement that kids feel when they're writing to somebody and knowing that they're going to get something back is really special for them.
We like to play grounders together. I like to play baseball. My favorite animal is a cheetah.
Mo is kooky. Yeah, he's a weirdo. And so I feel like the kids really respond to that. And he loves being in classrooms. I've taken him to classes before to talk about responsible pet ownership, and he just loves all the attention.
My favorite animal is a dog. Hope you can write back, your friend Tucker.
And we're back with the man, or the Mo of the hour, if you will. It's Mo himself, the wonderful dog that all those children were writing letters to. Lindsay, oh my goodness, you were there, and you kept saying right now as we were watching that segment, oh, those kids were so cute, and they had such a great impact on Mo and vice versa.
It's just such an amazing program, and we're so excited that Mo is a part of it. Couldn't be here without him. So it's been really fun to see the kids being excited about writing to Mo, and
come here, bud.
And then it finishes with a visit from this weird little guy. Who doesn't like that?
A weird little guy. He's a little weird, but you know what? He's so lovable. He's been keeping everybody company back here all day. Can you tell me a little bit about his story?
Sure. So Mo is an alumni from the Saskatoon SPCA. He was actually adopted by Scott, who's one of our behavioralists. And secret, Mo actually has an identical twin, also Mo. So there's two of them.
I believe there might be some words missing from their names. What are their names again?
Mojo and Nemo.
There we
but
go.
They were both named Mo at one point in time. So
Otherwise affectionately known as the Mo's.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we saw the segment there with the kids writing to him, but that just instills so much confidence, hey? Animals really have that amazing power to do that.
Yeah, definitely. And not only that, but it's been such a character builder for the kids too, I think. A lot of them maybe don't have pets at home, or a lot of the things that you can learn about having a pet you can also instill on other people. So peer-to-peer treatment and just kindness in general.
And what's so amazing is just how far the Saskatoon SPCA goes. Like, it's not just in the shelter. It's not even just here on the Cause for Paws Telethon. It's in schools, and you are really seeing that firsthand.
Mm-hmm. But we're also just so lucky because this program was picked up, and we actually got 2 grants for it from 2 separate places. So we're really lucky to have some extra money to be able to do those kinds of things. And again, the funds that we get in today, those also go towards helping make sure that we can make a difference in the community in a larger way, like you said.
And let's not forget, the number to donate to is 306-794-PAWS. That's 306-794-7297. SaskatoonSPCA.com/cause for paws. But you know what? Enough about us and enough about that. Let's head over to the phone booth with Simon and Jackie.
That's right. Time's getting short in the telethon. Time's getting short in the Kitten Cup. Let's go and check out for the final moments of action. Let's go, kitties, run!
Go long!
Welcome back to Paws and Claws Stadium. What a game we've had so far, Jess.
The Yarn Ballers and the Litter Boxers are tied as we head into the 4th quarter.
And the Kitten Cup trophy is on the line. Yarn Ballers QB Peyton Meowning looking confident, but also a little tired, I must say, Jess.
Meowning has had a lot of milk on the sidelines tonight. Could possibly be dehydrated. Let's take a look at what happens here on this next play.
Meowning's pass is intercepted.
Oh my goodness! The Litter Boxers have run the ball all the way down the field.
With only 25 seconds left to play, Tom Spay and the Litter Boxers have a chance to win the game in dramatic fashion. Tom Spay was able to nap during halftime, and this is when he's most dangerous, late in the 4th quarter.
Everything comes down to this, and yet none of these kittens seem to be worried about it at all.
Spady, out of the pocket, throws. Drew Flees has it. Yeah! Touchdown, Litter Boxers.
They've done it.
Oh my goodness, what an incredible finish. The crowd is roaring.
The Litter Boxers are Kitten Cup champions. Peyton Meowning cannot believe it. What a shocker.
Oh wow, and look, Chad Ocho Calico being heckled by some fans. He's jumped into the seats.
What is happening here?
Let's go downstairs for our trophy presentation.
And so, there it is. We have a game following 60 minutes of ferocious gameplay. We are proud to present this coveted trophy to the cat that will come here to accept it. It is the 2015 Kitten Cup, and it goes to the Litter Boxers. Congratulations, my friends, my cute, cute little friends.
If all sports were that good.
Thrilling end to the Kitten Cup. Can you believe it? Who saw it coming?
The Litter Box. I knew all the time.
She had her money on the Litter Boxers. Yeah, she's got the pennant.
One of those fair weather, what do you call it?
Fans?
Bandwagon jumpers.
Sure.
I knew the whole time.
306-974-PAWS, the number to call. Time getting short on the Cause for Paws Telethon. Under half an hour to go.
To hear the phones
That's right. Let's get those phones ringing, people. This hour, we're talking a lot about educating people about animals and, of course, the impact animals have on us. And I don't know if there's too many animals that I've known over the years that have had more of an impact, a better relationship than you and your dog, Martin. And I'm sorry, as Jackie's starting to tear up. Unfortunately, we lost Martin this year. Just the best guy. I knew him since he was a puppy, and certainly a tough loss. And you put together a lovely tribute to your friend Marty.
I sure did. And, well, I can't say much right now, but thank you. Yeah, let's take a look at that.
Yeah.
Where's my dog? Where's my boy? Come on, Martin. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh, you coward dog. Come and get it. Come and get it. He hits you. This doggy thinks you're a swine pig. The doggy, he told me you are a pathetic little furball of poo head. He says you, High five. Yeah. Where are we going? Going for a walk? You don't look very happy. You okay? Merry Christmas 2010, son. What are you gonna do this year? Did you shovel this whole thing? Good work. Okay, I'm coming in for a kiss. Mwah. Love you, buddy. Ready for a first boat ride. Oh, don't come get me. Go find Ken and Joan. Where are they? Go find them. Holy, that really did. Ah!
Good boy. Okay, go.
Well, in my script, I have try not to cry too much, and we're both failing. A great tribute to our friend Marty.
Absolutely. Martin was incredible, and sorry I'm so emotional.
It's totally understandable.
I love that dog more than anything, and it's really hard to leave him, but it just means so much. He was a lifeline for me, and I know that other people feel that way about their pets. So if you do, I encourage you to give a donation. I'd like to give a donation of $200 in Martin's name. And yeah, like I said, if you love a critter like I loved him and like he loved me, then I encourage you to phone in during this last hour. Thanks for being tough while I sob it out.
I'm a rock.
And thank you. I know you love Martin too.
Yeah, such a good guy. One of the things I always remember, Martin always had a bit of a personality of a cat to me. He wasn't one of those dogs who's just always wanting pets and wanting to be loved and stuff. You had to earn it with Martin, but he had these awesome bursts of insane affection where he would like tackle me and lick my face for like 2 minutes straight and knock my glasses off and stuff. And yeah, just such a good guy. So $200 coming from Jackie, and of course, as she mentioned, if you'd like to make a donation in memory of a special pet to you, we'd certainly love that.
I'd like to say one last thank you to Damien, my partner, and Martin was a little bit sick in the last few months of his life. He built him some stairs so he could go on the bed and things like that. And that also means the world to me. So it's not a show about me, I get it, but this is a special moment. So thank you very much.
And thank you to Martin, such a good guy. Yeah. Let's go over and meet another remarkable dog over on the main stage with Daniela.
Well, thank you, Simon, and thank you, Jackie, for sharing all those memories. I know we had some difficulty here not crying. It's very moving when you see something like that. But we are going to talk about another great success story. This is Ginger. I'm joined by Atul, and you're going to tell me a little bit about Ginger's story.
In July 2007, my mom got diagnosed with cancer, and for some reason that day we kind of felt like we should go to the SPCA, and we saw Ginger, and we fell in love with her, and we adopted her, and thank God that my mom's okay. And I honestly think that Ginger was an angel that was sent to us to take care of my mom while she's healing, and she's been like an absolute gift. And honestly, she's the greatest advocate I've ever known for anyone. She really has taught me a lot about advocacy for animals and shelter animals specifically. She's honestly been the greatest thing that's happened to me in my life. And we got her the summer before my last year of school. And
you brought a picture.
This is her when we first got her. I wasn't actually ready to go back to school to finish, but she was honestly awesome. She stayed up every night late, studied with me, and kept me company, and I owe honestly everything to her, so she's been awesome.
And I hear that you've done some incredible work with the Saskatoon SPCA to keep honoring Ginger in so many ways. Thank you for joining us, and we're going to have a look at another one of our wonderful Cause for Paws moments.
We are back in the phone room. Time getting very short in the Cause for Paws Telethon. We've had some laughs. We've had a lot of tears here in the last little while. And that's really what animals do. They improve our lives, and certainly Milton the Pug fits that description. Very happy now to be joined by Robin Steiner, formerly Schneider, now Steiner, because you guys got married. Eric Steiner, of course, works here at Shaw TV. Certainly a vital cog in the telethon. Robin, first of all, congratulations on the marriage.
Thank you. Congratulations to you, too, for getting engaged this year.
Thank you. We are very excited, of course. Did Milton play a role in the wedding ceremony?
No, he didn't. He wasn't allowed in the ceremony space, but it was Milton approved. You can be sure of that.
That is key, of course. Yeah, we're trying to figure out if we can get Sunny involved in ours, and we think she might be a little too freaked out. It's unfortunate, but how's Milton doing? The story we're about to look at, it's a couple years old as we get a look at a couple of updated photos. What's new with Milton?
Not a lot is new. He sleeps a lot more now because he's getting older. So yeah, it was 3 years ago that we adopted him. So he's doing well. He likes to sleep, and yeah, loves his Kong and just does what he does.
That's awesome. I want to send a huge thank you to you because Eric works insane hours. As you know, I don't have to tell you that, especially this week as we've been getting ready to put this telethon on. All of our families have been suffering because we've all been working a lot of hours. So thank you for that, letting us use and abuse Eric because he does a fantastic job, and he loves that. And it's so great that he gets to come home to you and Milton at the end of the day.
Exactly. We're happy to help, and pets need loving homes, so ring the phones.
Ring those phones. Let's get these people busy. They're not sitting here for nothing. 306-974-PAWS is the number to call, or you can go online, saskatoonspca.com/cause for paws. Just like that, the phone is ringing. Thank you so much. Hey, let's go and learn a little bit about this guy, Milton, we've been talking about.
I'm Eric.
And I'm Robin.
And this is Milton.
Robin was always a big fan of dogs, and she had a pug at home in Regina, so I knew she liked pugs.
I think it's nothing special.
I think it's a lot of pugs on a shelf.
And there's one that actually I think moves if it's there. This one.
I don't think I'd call it an obsession. I just always loved pugs. I always thought they were adorable and they always steal your heart.
Yeah. He's got a bit of a long tongue too, don't you?
She'd convinced us to stop by the SPCA once or twice, and last time we went there, we happened to see this beautiful pug, and it was really hard to say no to that. Your tail's wagging, buddy. Your tail's wagging. And you can tell there's so much love there at the SPCA for the animals. Every member of the staff, every volunteer clearly loves being there, otherwise they wouldn't be there.
If they didn't volunteer their time, we wouldn't have a healthy dog to bring home.
Office Space is one of my favorite movies, and Milton is one of my favorite characters from that movie. We just thought that it fit perfectly with the name of a pug as well, and this guy's personality, so it all worked out.
Milton! Just his character is just so silly. He makes weird noises when he's just sniffing around. It's a surround sound snoring at night now, so it's I'm used to his snoring, so Milton's snoring doesn't bother me.
I'd like to say it was all loving moments, but this guy has kind of been a brat today. He tried to escape the backyard through a tiny little hole that I didn't know a dog could escape through, but apparently he can. Milton.
He's a squirmy little guy.
Yeah.
Oops.
Oh, I got him. Thank you.
Hey.
Hi, son. Bad dog. Let's go over here.
We will be putting him through obedience next month too, which will also help out with a few little things here and there.
And we also think he'd be amazing at agility because he has so much energy that'd be good to burn it off.
Obedience first and then agility.
We think it's really important to adopt an animal because there are so many animals in need of a loving, caring home at the SPCA and other shelters across the country, that why wouldn't you adopt if you're able to do that?
And we do have a lot of love to give, so it's kind of nice to be able to give a dog a loving home.
What a great story. Now, this little critter could make you as happy as Milton makes that family. So tell us a little bit about Holly.
Well, you may remember Holly from Jeopardy. So she's one of the cats that's looking for a home. She's a little squirmy right now, but she's really sweet. She's the only little solid gray one out of the litter.
She's really pretty. She's soft and velvety. You know, that
Very
soft
much
kitty velvet. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
I just want to snuggle with her. And she makes everything better, right, when you're sad. You just
she
cuddle a
does.
kitten.
Yeah.
So she has litter mates that we saw earlier. That's right. And we've heard there's a big influx of kittens and cats there right now, right?
There are, definitely. So if you come down to the shelter now, you can adopt a kitten for $50, or you can adopt an adult cat, and we're just waiving the fee. So that's 6 months and over.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
And is spay and neuter is included?
All of it's included.
Oh,
So you're getting an amazing
fantastic.
deal, and you're helping out with population control. And if you cannot adopt right now, come down and get a kitten cuddle and drop off some donations, because we can always use those. So if you can't do monetary, we always appreciate cat food and kitten food and dog food.
And litter as well?
Always litter, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, you never, they never stop using litter, do
No,
they?
Not the most glamorous item to donate, but we always appreciate litter. So
absolutely.
Yeah,
This little one's adorable. And there are other ones, lilac, daisy, sage, and primrose that we saw earlier during Jeopardy.
Yeah.
And I won my round. Did you win yours?
I lost.
Ooh, that's rough. I shouldn't have brought that up. I'm sorry. Awkward for you.
I know.
Oh, well, you got a kitten right now, so you're fine.
I still got to cuddle. I'm still good.
All right, we're going to check in with the phones and see if we can get those phones ringing for our last little bit of the show.
That's right, guys. Just a little over 11 minutes to go in the 2016 Cause for Paws Telethon. We're still taking donations. And we want to mention, if you're watching this on Saturday and you've wondered, what's all this? What have I missed? What's all this fuss? What's happening? You can tune again to Shaw TV Sunday, see the whole show, and we'll still be taking those donations through the phone and online. We've got a couple more donations. This is our last stop here at the phone room for the telethon, Kathy.
Craziness. I can't believe it.
Unbelievable. Flying by. Who do you have there?
We'd like to thank Cindy Lawson, who has donated $100 in memory of her friend's pug.
Oh, that's very sweet.
Thank you,
We
Cindy.
heard that a couple of donations were inspired by seeing Milton on the show, which is great. And I'm sure this donation was inspired by seeing Martin on the show. Our good friend Tony Antoinette called in and donated $25, I'm sure, in memory of our friend Martin. Telethon time getting short. People need to call in, right, Kathy?
It's your last chance to get those donations in, and we'd love to see that number climb even higher.
That's right. We're focusing this hour on the difference animals make in our lives. And of course, it's been a bit of an emotional hour. And in our next story, we're going to meet a friend of mine named Jane, who adopted a dog, and that helped her deal with the loss of a loved one.
Are you being lazy? My name is Jane Caulfield. I'm a reporter with Metro in Saskatoon, and I'm talking about my dog Trixie. My father passed away, and then almost exactly a month afterwards, I was sitting at home feeling, sad and sorry for myself, and I thought, I'm gonna go to the SPCA, because puppies always make everything better. I walked in, and I'll never forget it, because the dog in the kennel next to her was this big black dog with these big black ears, and he kept jumping and making lots of noise, and she just sat there. So I took her out into the park they have next to the SPCA, and we had a blast. She loves to run around. So I went home that night and slept on it. And when I went back the next day, she remembered me, excuse me, and got excited. And it was, after that, it was just best friends ever since. My father was a huge animal lover and loved dogs, and was a kind, gentle soul. And I see, this may sound weird, but I see a lot of those characteristics in Trixie that my dad had. She's kind, she's gentle. It's nice to have a companion when somebody dies and there's that hole in your life, and to fill it with somebody who is, or something, or an animal that is totally loyal, and their love is totally unconditional. It's part of the healing process for sure. I moved to Halifax last year. I drove from here to Halifax, and I stuffed my car full of everything I owned, including Trixie. I made just enough space for her to stand up and turn around and lie down. And we had a blast. I mean, we stayed in hotels, we went camping, and then she became a East Coast dog for a while and learned to play in the ocean and had a blast there. But I think when we came back to Saskatoon, she was pretty happy because she didn't like the wind in Halifax at all. I've had dogs all my life, and I've always gone to rescue an animal, rescue a dog. Those dogs need a place to go. They tend to be better dogs and almost more grateful. Rescue dogs, I find, have way more character than a purebred dog because they've had an adventure at some point. With Trixie, I don't know where she came from. She was a stray, and she's got some weird idiosyncrasies, but it just makes her to be a more interesting companion. She hates it when you cook bacon. I don't know what it is. You think that dogs love bacon, but as soon as you put bacon in the fry pan, she's sitting at the front door waiting to get out of the house. Who doesn't love bacon? My boyfriend at the time, he and I were trying to figure out what to name her, and my mother's name is Pat, which Trixie is the nickname my family has used for my mother. My mother's going to kill me for telling this story. But we looked at Trixie and we thought, you know what, Trixie's a good name for her. So I had to phone my mom and ask first if I could call my dog Trixie. And she agreed to it only if I never called my mother Trixie ever again. It suits her very well. She's got some black lines around her face that makes her look like she's wearing a little bit of makeup and out for a party. She's very hairy. Getting a dog that knows how to do all these commands, is house trained, is relatively social and well behaved. If the worst thing she does is shed a lot, I'm okay with that. That is A-okay with me. I just invest in lint rollers and don't wear black. She's the best thing that's ever happened to me for sure.
6 minutes to go in the 2016 Cause for Paws Telethon, and you could be the person that puts us over the milestone. I believe I heard we are $120 shy of $24,000. Make those phones ring. If you can donate $120, if you can donate any portion of that, we could hit that $24,000 milestone as we near the end of the telethon. Daniela Ponticelli.
In fact, it is our last story that we're going to have a look at right now. And in it, we meet a dog who's not only improved the lives of her owners, she may have even saved one as well.
What do you think, Maya?
Maya is an extremely affectionate dog.
No kisses, no.
And while her slobbery method of demonstrating love isn't always appreciated, it's also been the kiss of life for one of her owners.
Has always been very inquisitive with my seizures. There's times when I'm unconscious on the couch and she'll come and stand on my chest and lick my face just to bring me out of them.
Penny Carlson suffers from a disorder that leads to her having up to 30 seizures a day. In addition to helping her through these incidents, on one occasion when they were out for a late-night walk, Maya's responsiveness may have truly been a lifesaver.
I had a seizure and I fell down a few steps, and Maya ran up the stairs, scratched at the door of our apartment, and alerted Colin, and she showed Colin where I was.
I hear scratching and barking, so I get up. She's at the door. Penny wasn't around. So I followed her down the steps. She jumps on Penny's chest, gives her a lick. She woke up.
Penny and Colin had been looking to adopt a dog for a while. When they learned Maya was at the SPCA, they set up what was supposed to be just a meet and greet. But Maya apparently had other ideas.
When we were on the meet and greet, I took her out back, just on a leash. She headed straight for her truck, and was going to jump in there. I didn't have an idea of the truck or anything, but she led right.
No one knows exactly where Maya came from originally. She was found walking down 20th Street and taken to the SPCA. The future is more clear for her, however, in her forever home.
She won't leave us alone. When it's bedtime, it's Penny, Maya, me. And she doesn't move the whole night. She'll sleep right between us.
And it will likely come as no surprise that when the family takes its next step with a wedding later this year, Maya will once again be in the middle of things.
We're going to put on her leash or collar. We're going to put a little snap on there at the rings, and Penny's daughter is going to be walking her up the aisle.
For Go on Shaw TV, I'm Simon Hyatt. We did it, everybody! That is it for the 2016 Cause for Paws Telethon. We have a large portion of the crew here on stage. Some of them are still answering phones, which is fantastic. Thank you so much, Saskatoon. We did it. We eclipsed $24,000.
Oh my gosh, guys, yes!
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Great work. Absolutely amazing. Thank you to everyone. First and foremost, everyone who tuned in, everyone who donated today to eclipse $24,000, the most money we've ever raised. Doing quick math in my head, I think that means we're around $70,000 or so now for four. Yeah, that's awesome. Good job, everybody.
I really need to hear from the Saskatoon SPCA. Yeah. Patricia Cameron, you get to hold a kitten at this moment too. How are you feeling when you hear a number like that?
We're just so excited by what that's going to let us do for animals in need, and we are so very grateful for the loving support.
Thank you. Thank you.
So time is getting short. Also want to thank all of our hosts. First of all, a couple people who came back for the telethon. Daniela Ponticelli, thank you so much. You were the ones who started this. Great to have you back here for year number 4. Jackie Kripke, who's currently on maternity leave, came back to do this. Of course, Lindsay, Kathy, the phone's ring. Somebody better get the phone. That's great. Thank you. Thank you for pulling people.
And remember, you can keep calling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or call the SPCA while on the autism thing.
Yeah, that's right. What's going on, Lindsay?
How's it going?
Acrobatics.
That is awesome. Thank you so much to the great people here at Shaw, everyone working behind the scenes in the control room. We got Dean, we got Eric, we got Josh, we got all the guys on the camera, we got everybody working here. Thank you so much to the company, Shaw, that I work for putting this on. It takes a lot of resources and time. We appreciate it so much, and thank you for donating. We'll see you next year for the 2017 Cause for Paws Telethon. Thanks, everybody!